tiraram o nosso título da nossa casa e agora a gente vai buscar de novo.
Oh, you took it from us on our home ground and our home court. And this is the third year in a row where we have Brazil fighting for that crown. I already heard Mimi's sales pitch about Brazil. Coco, what do you think? Are you sold?
I am pretty much sold. I think that if Shopify is the team to beat or the team you want to become, Brazil is the region you want to come from. Year after year, they have proven something that Mel was saying in that interview, and is that they are extremely hardworking. You will put them between the sword and the wall, as we say in Spanish, and it will be in a very difficult position, and they will always bounce and come back stronger. It's not the fact that you can never count them down. If we think about the best moments that we have had in game changers, Brazil is always at the scene of the crime. Think that in VCT, you know, the main teams had their time, and for game changers, I think that we'll keep having them.
Yeah, it's so important to have a team like Visa here, especially since they missed out on last year, right? This is a revenge match in all, you know, in all facets of it. And we're looking at Brazil into this, and I feel like there's a lot more heart. And I'm kind of spoiling my predictions
Hey guys.
here. I feel like, you know, I feel like the story leans towards Team Liquid here, but hey, we don't know. Shopify still has Mel and Alexis, and earlier Potter sat down with the both of them to play a quick game that tests the power of friendship. Check this out.
Test the power of friendship.
It's Potter, and I'm joined here by my favorite duo, Mel and Alexis. And it's time to see how well the BFFs of Mel and Alexis really know each other and play a game of Jinx. Here's how it works. The goal is to say the same word at the same time. On the count of 3, each player has to say the word at the same time. And if they are different, we've got to try to think of a connecting word for your next turn. So, Mel, Alexis.
What are they banning?
Okay, wait, already off rip starting.
Okay, wait, okay.
Okay.
And you guys have to do the
Corrode. Do they have to ban Corrode?
Okay, look deeply into my eyes so we can think of this first word. This first word is important.
I know what the first word's gonna be.
Oh, I know too. Ready?
Yeah, okay, ready?
3, 2, 1, podcast.
Okay. Valorant podcast.
Okay, ready? 3, 2, 1, duo Q podcast.
Yeah.
That was too easy. That was too easy.
That was free. That was quite
That
free.
was free. That was
Right.
free. We've got to do another one. That was too
I'll get a
quick.
little more obscure.
Okay, a more obscure.
Yeah. All right. I got a word.
Okay.
Ready?
Good girl.
Yeah, they ban Corrode.
Just think of a word, girl.
They are banning Corrode.
3, 2, 1.
And Abyss, maybe?
You're gonna get it in the center.
3, 2, 1, Mimi.
I was thinking evil cat.
That was a good
Okay,
one.
so evil cat and Sarah.
Okay.
Hello guys. Hey.
What can they have?
Hey Fred, hey GT. 2 AM, Red Bull coursing through the veins. Bro, this is early for me, man. I've been waking up at like 11 o'clock every day.
Wait, no. Spoiled it. Okay.
What we doing? They're banning Corrode and they're banning.
I'm just sitting here.
Do they need to ban Abyss?
Okay.
Ready? 3,
Yeah.
2, 1.
Like,
Did you say women?
Corrode and Abyss.
Okay, Valorant women. Ready? Ready? Yeah.
Oh, it's gonna be a rough first map as well, isn't it?
Wow, we got there. We got there in the end. Let's go.
Bind. They're gonna pick Bind.
That is content. That is content.
Did you kill Sliggy so we can watch instead?
That's it. Thank you for
Yes.
joining us.
They perma Abyss, no? I mean, they're gonna ban Corrode and Abyss.
For everybody. These two have been joined at the hip for 5 years.
Yep.
They go all the way back.
Just
to
PB, don't
Why?
sleep.
I mean,
Oh, hey, Anders. Do you wanna join,
Go
Anders?
Inside Mel and Alexis's head. And you're basically
you
a
know
part of
what?
this.
I'm just proud to say that I have a lot in common with Sarah, such as women and Valorant. And I'm just happy to have that because I'm a great fan of her. So I love that. But Mel and Alexis, this is the duo. And this event marks the 5th year for them as a duo. They first played together in the For the Woman Summer Showdown. That was the precursor to Game Changers. They won that tournament, went on to win.
Do we know Cat's Eye is performing?
Bitter defeat
I
in
don't know
Valorant.
what Cat's Eye is, so probably not the person to ask.
In this scene with Shopify Rebellion,
I'm gonna
back-to-back
presume
trophies,
it's
and today, on that
K-pop,
first
and it's
win
not.
for their third.
Hey, I know this group actually.
When you come into these games, you want to be able to build that dynasty. You want to be this dominant, and it's something that is so hard to achieve. Yeah, you can win a trophy here and there.
That's a cool graphic.
Get first place
Wait,
even like your worst show
they stuck a couple in though. They should have made these slightly differently.
That is quite the resume.
I just want to see the
That is
gold,
quite
man.
the resume indeed. And I think for both of these, they performed so well yesterday. We're going to be looking at them again to carry Shopify Rebellion.
Which team has overall map advantage? Well, I mean, Team Liquid beat them without a map advantage. And then, now they get 2 bans, right? Do you like sourdough bread? Yeah. Yeah. But oh shit, my window looks kind of cool today.
Yeah, Mel and Alexis on the other side, of course, on the side of Team Liquid.
It's all frosted up.
To talk about Daiki. We have to. She's been waiting 2 years for a second chance, and she's had a lot to reflect on. Check out this video.
A gente tá junta há mais de 2 anos, quase 2 anos ali, eu acho. E, mano, a gente já se enfrentou em situações...
Daiki looked badass with that haircut.
Que a gente perca, mano, isso é normal, tá ligado? Tipo, isso aqui é só mais um dia pra mim, tá ligado? Não é nada novo, já enfrentamos situações também, começamos tomando 2 spam, também isso aqui não é novo, a gente já passou por situação assim, tá ligado?
Daiki, 3 years ago, the first time you caught my eye, you actually caught my ear because you gave a massive speech before that reverse sweep to even make it to Berlin in the first time. My question to you today is, if you looking back at it and knowing where you are right now, I know that you still, have to win the tournament, but
The evil Bob.
Impression, I feel like, what do you think the Daiki from that moment would say, seeing where you are today and looking at the leader that you've become?
Oh my God, I think very, 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 very proud, because in that moment I wanted to be exactly what I am nowadays, like being as a leader, being as a person that my team can trust. So that is exactly what I dream of those days, and now I can realizar, como fala?
Accomplish.
Yeah, I can accomplish it.
Oh my God, the tears are coming again. Just because you feel so proud for
I think the only thing about Mika being the host of the grand final is that like she's gonna. I can see Mika crying a lot.
I think that people might not know her. I think that because they missed out on last year. Maybe we always have some new people tuning into Game Changers Championship every single year. They need to know a little
It's
bit
nice
more
to see
about
Mika do it, mother.
Not only that she's given us these moments in game, that little fragment of what you saw in that video was a Daiki that was IGLing in just being 18 years old. They were in an 0-2 deficit to make it in the grand final in Brazil, to make it to the first ever Game Changers Championship. And just with those
How soft am I skin? Is the stream soft? I don't. Is the stream soft? What the fuck does that mean? How soft is my skin? I've been told. I've been told soft.
She said the level of leader she was then wasn't good enough, in them missing out in 2024, going into a final, being a couple rounds away from beating Shopify and lifting a trophy. They then didn't even attend GCC.
The hype trailer is super good. For
today,
today,
she talked all about how she felt like she needed to be more harsh, be more of a leader, make the tough decisions, and really impose.
what are they doing here?
To the team, and she felt like she's actually been able to.
What are
do
these
that
nerds doing?
In a way that the team is needed, and
Oh look, let's make it about me. Of course.
Yeah, it's absolutely amazing seeing her story arc, and that's why you kind of feel for her that going for the trophy, you kind of want her to be the one to lift it in this narrative. But of course, Shopify Rebellion, they have so many great players as well. I mean, like, it's kind of confusing to think who is gonna win that MVP race, who is gonna win, who is gonna be our MVP for this tournament, because there are so many contenders on here. Let's take
Are
Shopify
there
Rebellion
that many
first.
contenders?
I mean, Dre and I think we are aligned that it's probably
It's
gonna go to
Daiki,
Moya.
right?
We are favoring
Oh my
Moya
God,
here.
Mimi, you haven't
hasn't been here, but it's been like a constant every single day. I've been like waving that Daiki flag, and this is like Noya. I understand.
But before this tournament even started, I said Noya was going to be.
To be fair, by Zera,
But
Jesus
I will
Christ.
say, in regards to Sarah, I think as the tournament has gone on, Sarah has stepped up massively for Shopify, especially in those late matches, in the late map.
Sarah is my front runner, even though I think if you reflect on the whole tournament, Noya has probably been more impactful. Sarah had the impactful.
I mean, they literally got the same ACS and same rating. It just come down to today. Daiki by Zera. I think you end up having to give it to Daiki just because IGL, right?
Also just being so confident and competent, really, in every way.
Make the stream louder.
How she's taking these swings from
Oh, I hate. I might stop streaming. I couldn't be a professional streamer because of audio balance. I can't do it. Like, it's already loud for me. What I've got to do, turn down my headset and then up this.
If you prove it and we add that on, you will get that bracelet. So I like that kind of like redemption story for them as well.
Yeah, and of course we would be.
Is that good for you guys? Is this good?
For quite a while, and you know, on the side of Team Liquid, could be Daiki.
Jesus Christ.
Sarah as well, who has impressed us quite a lot in this tournament.
Yeah, both these players have been ridiculous. Daiki, obviously, clutch rate out of this world, but also really good utility. A lot of plays are being made from Daiki, and for Bizarra, I think for me, it's the versatility. Being able to.
I'm gonna start using my headset at 40. None of this 50 nonsense. It's got to be at 40.
What was that?
Thank you, Minnie. You are a nice person.
Bizarra is such a calm aimer. It looks so effortless when she's in the circle.
That's manipulative right there. That's some gaslighting. You just made me feel okay about doing something I didn't want to do. Therefore, you're gaslighting me.
It's not about the duelist, actually, is about everybody else in the server and the performances that we are seeing. I love also that you mentioned the veto, because since they have that double ban and we haven't seen
Get on a call with artists, trust me, it'll be funny.
That to happen. So
yeah, one sec.
But I think that if Liquid win today, for me, Daiki has to be the MVP.
I don't think Artis is gonna fit the vibe of what I want from this stream.
Being the leader, the IGL of this team. We've talked
today.
a lot about that. But also, when she gets a read, very often she's the one acting on it. I think of the last game against Shopify.
And I might get banned from Twitch.
Exploiting Street as a gap. She'd be solo pushing that with no help.
Who was the pro in your tweet the other day?
Any other player this
If you stay for the theory chat afterwards, you'll find out who it was.
Of acting on her read in a way that if she's out calling Mel today, I think she'll be in positions to top the scoreboard.
She definitely takes matters into her own hands.
It sounded like Zelsis. It wasn't Zelsis because he wasn't in Shanghai.
The trophy today, and the results are in. You guys think it is going to be a
Bro, I'm telling you, bro. We haven't just seen a good veto yet. Bro, the interceptor is so strong, bro. I'm not good at an artist impression, but that's roughly what I hear. Will there be VOD for the Matt discussion? No, I'm gonna make it paid content.
I'm gonna break as well.
I'm gonna stop the stream and then turn off the VOD, and then I'm gonna make it paid content.
And even though now they're doing it through the lower bracket, I think
she's fucking terrible. What an awful analyst.
But I do think this is probably going to be a strong start that the Shopify are going to take it. It is going to be exciting. You guys ready?
Yeah, absolutely.
Hell yeah. Team Liquid and Shopify Rebellion Gold are ready to take the
1 to
stage.
6.
The trophy
1 to
is on
6.
the line. Game Changers Challenge.
What's she been thinking we're gonna win?
Right now.
That's why we don't do veto. That's why we don't do predictions in the EMEAs, because she's fucking terrible. Kukuka's just the worst fucking predictor. I'm gonna be if I'm working broadcast next year, I'm gonna be raising this. No predictions in the EMEA. To be fair, she was actually good in the EMEA. I think better one.
Eu acho que é literalmente um sonho poder viver do que você ama, não tem outra palavra para descrever isso.
É um 3-1, é a Viper aqui, ele gastou veneno já. Vou abrir no contato do meu alarme aqui, Bezerra.
Eu sinto que quando eu comecei, eu me sentia como uma criança ainda. Eu saí de casa, tipo, pra mim foi muito nova. Eu saí com 17. Assim que eu comecei a competir, eu já me mudei. Então, eu acho que eu amadureci muito, tanto como jogadora quanto como pessoa. Eu acho que é uma experiência, assim, que muda qualquer um. Eu e a Daiki, a gente se conheceu no começo do Valorant. Eu acho que é bizarro como a Daiki tem a mesma personalidade dentro e fora do jogo. Ela é a pessoa mais competitiva que eu já conheci. Muitas pessoas estagnam, eu acho que ela ainda nem chegou no topo.
When I was younger, I was a really shy kid. When Valorant first came out, I saw an opportunity to be good at something. Last year, I went to champs in Berlin with FlyQuest. We didn't do too great.
And sadly for Fly, out in 2.
But now, I'm on SRG. Joining this team comes with a lot of expectations. I mean, this is the dream that every GC player wants. They want to be the best. They want to play with the best.
Eu acho que esse ano foi um ano de altos e baixos pra gente. Treinar e voltar com tudo pro Split 3 e principalmente chegar aqui. Eu acho que perder a final em 2023 e a gente chegar tão perto, eu acho que foi o que mais doeu no nosso coração. Todo mundo ficou muito desolado, principalmente a Daiki. Eu não quero nunca mais ver ela chorando dessa maneira.
The finalists of 23. Will they write new history here, or will it repeat itself?
As champions, we face a new reality, that we aren't invincible.
Shopify Rebellion suffering their first series loss at GCC.
You have no idea what kind of fire you've lit in us. We're so ready for round 2. Earlier this year, we helped Dodonut lift her first regional trophy. Now, we're going to make her a world champion. Daiki, you've changed since our last finals. I'll remind you how it ended.
Me disseram que vocês eram imbatíveis. Eles mentiram.
This is the finals we have waited 2 long years for. Team Liquid are here for more than glory. They are here for
Redemption.
Let's get just the cool. I'm gonna message you.
Don't get comfortable, 'cause any minute now.
It's all led up to this final
Yup.
moment. Team Liquid
Hey, how are you?
Visa and
Oh shit, one
Shopify
sec, I'm pushing it
Rebellion
up.
taking the stage in our grand final. Both teams have given their very best, and they have earned their right to face each other once again. History is about to be made. Will today mark the first
Hello.
time a team takes
Hey,
the trophy
hey, one sec,
for
one
a
sec.
third time in a row, or will it be because we crowned a new queen here at GCC?
Yo, yo, yo. Yo, no, no, doesn't work.
Final that they played against Shopify Rebellion, and it was the most
Hello?
bitter
Yo.
heartbreak they could have had.
Yo.
Losing
How are you
to
doing?
Brazil in front of their
I'm doing alright, how about
families,
yourself?
touching distance
Good,
from
I'm
the
good.
trophy.
I need to
Had
turn
to
you
miss
up.
out on the
I hate
entire year.
audio
Made
balance,
tough
man.
decisions to drop players to rework
Okay, let me
their
know
roster.
how the audio balances goes, because I can't. I'm not good at this.
Most teams don't get.
We're just looking at Jelly. She was at the final.
Have you been keeping track of GC?
Yeah, I've been, I mean, my sleep schedule is just horrendously cooked, because I've been staying up to watch the games, been hanging out in Cobra's watch parties a lot.
So I'll turn you up.
These teams, they keep changing.
Wait, what the chat
they
saying?
keep evolving, and they keep coming back.
Turn Andorra's up, okay.
Dodonut, I mean, on your screen right now, this is a player that had to step up
I
massively.
see. I felt bad because I usually am paying attention to GC quite a lot, and I was planning on doing it. But when I started VOD reviewing before champs, I just I had no motivation at all for Valorant at all. So I'm hoping today I'm getting the juices back a little bit.
I mean, it makes sense a bit, right? You actually working with teams again. It's a little bit of a I actually want an off-season vibe.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah. I think it's been a weirdly busy year for me. So. I didn't realize they could walk around like a. It's kind of cool. I don't watch League enough to know this like arena very well, but this is the first time I've seen a team like walk around the edge like this.
Yeah, it's pretty sick.
Absolutely, and you saw what Daiki said. They told me that you guys were unstoppable, and they lied. That was amazing to hear from somebody who has
post a stream after, yeah, of course, yeah.
As a fantastic leader on a Brazilian team like this.
They don't do this for the league players. I presume they would for like finals or something. When they do something, I don't know. Who do you think's winning?
I have TL winning, honestly. I didn't even have SR making final.
I didn't have. I had MIBR making the final.
Yep, same.
We haven't seen Dota play on this map with them, right? Because I don't think they've played it in the entire year. Yeah, exactly. So that is definitely going to be a surprise. I also love the fact that they didn't go straight into it. It can be a curveball. They might not know what to expect, and I love the fact that they leave it until.
SR does have the curse of the run back going for them, so
yeah,
see
yeah.
how well they learn.
I mean, yeah, I didn't watch the first game, but it looked like a banger. Dodo stepped up.
Last map is split.
Yes. What do they say, Mimi?
All bangers end on split.
That is right. All bangers end on split, or something like that. A great man once said. But we have to talk
Would you, if your team Liquid here, would you do the same? Like try and veto the ban for third?
They were actually thinking, okay, maybe the 2-map ban will be exciting for us. It's been a while since we've had a disadvantage like this.
Yeah, saying last year was like a walk in the park.
Liquid pick Haven.
Basically is what she was saying. So I don't know. Maybe that challenge of being down.
Because Haven was a close game last time. I presume everything's close though, to be honest.
Yeah.
They didn't lose a map whatsoever in lifting that trophy in Berlin. This has
They
been a
played
much tougher
Veto.
road for Shopify. Losing a map to KC,
buying last
dropping
time.
down to the lower bracket thanks
Buy
to
0-1 plus
Liquid,
11.
and having to play a long BO5 yesterday against MIBR.
I mean, that would be good
I
though.
think the Haven was a bit on the spaghetti side, though, to be fair. It's like both teams. It's like super weirdly defensive sided for both of them.
Oh, okay.
And so it's probably a case of like TL is fairly confident that they'll be fine with it in the pool.
Oh, okay. Well, from the promo was really good, but the in a weird way, the little bits of game footage they gave me, I was like, they're like really defaulting hard on Haven here. Maybe their attack side's a little bit overcomplicated. Like with this comp, we're presuming you just fucking send it, and then with this comp, you are going to be a bit more attack-sidedly defaulting. But then I guess that's why people play. I mean, I don't love Neon, but like, I presume that's why people play Neon in this comp is because they're just like, we can just turn on the switch and just do some pseudo breach comp running it down.
You've definitely got an extra go button, and it does open up some like funkier plays. Like you can run the old school TSM spot like style B through A link to A hits with it, and that's not really as open to anything else.
Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah, Neon's always good at doing the B stuff, but then I've not thought about it in terms of they are synchronizing. I haven't thought about it in the does the Viper wall help facilitate? I guess a tiny bit, but
like the UCAM wall does, but like
there's a lot of extra just weight
yeah,
coming into this series.
I don't love it honestly.
You don't love the UCAM wall?
Specifically with the neon. Like I don't think it's adding a ton specifically when you're looking at that B stuff.
Turn up Anders a bit. The problem is that he's fully. I've turned him up fully. You might need to turn
Really,
your mic a little.
is my gain that fucking cooked?
It's possibly me. One sec.
They've beaten Shopify to get to this point once, but now they have to do it when it all matters most. So, early contact found towards C-Long.
The next person I talk on Discord with definitely I'm gonna be blowing my ears.
See how she performs here.
You heard Dre speaking about it on the desk. Both neons coming out into this grand finals. We're looking at Dodo.
Wait, how did they insert here without the turret? Did they just smoke top? I guess.
There's a top long smoke, yeah.
I kind of like that as that's cheesy.
I love top long smokes on default, especially with Astra. Like,
because the smoke's higher.
The smoke's higher, and so like you can even default in a way where you can get a lurk off. Like you have to really min-max the smoke placement along, but you can do it where not even a top site player can see over it. Like you can get to pocket, and not even a top site operator will see you.
I think it's a good. It could be a good game plan idea versus this turret though, because you're always this close.
Here, great connection towards Donut. Tip of the spear now blunt. Team Liquid holding comfortably backside. There's no pop to this. Team Liquid comfortable to hold.
How the fuck did they hold that so easy?
Beautiful stopping power. And with that Killjoy Molly,
They only have log side scaling on the exec, so they're literally just having to hold a 2-body with a corridor. Look pretty free, honestly. No plant money on Luckers.
Message sent. Message received as well. I mean, Liquid, their pistol rounds are so clean, Lauren. The thought behind it.
Oh
so
shit.
Behind this, right? You saw those
Neon value.
and this whole jelly just
Yeah.
It's one of those things when I watch like neons, I'm like, if they weren't neon there, they weren't allowed to be neon, they would win the round. I think they win that round if they're not neon.
Yeah. This is something that like every time players have asked me about like how strong Neon would be in a position, they're like, oh, but I can gap close on this guy, and I was like, yeah, and if you don't win that duel, we just lose the round.
Yeah, pretty much.
Because you've just completely sent it. There's zero tradability here.
But it's also like you have to be extremely. In that situation, I don't want to run forward into someone. Like you have to choose your. You have to choose your like spots at running in a way that it's just. You have to be texture to figure it out.
Yeah, she looks so comfortable right now. And yeah, they're already up against pistols.
What time in the round are you at, by the way?
It's Mel and Daiki right now. I can stream if you want, but I don't know if it'd be good for you.
Next round, just let me know your timer and I'll sync up my the thing that I'm watching on.
I think I didn't do. My friend told me, or Cryptics actually told me that like YouTube's always like 14 seconds behind or something, but you can fast forward up to.
You go 2x and it catches live. Yeah, that's what I usually do, just because I hate ads.
I'm on 2 seconds, 1 second, 0 seconds, 1 minute 37. Oh shit! Oh my god, that's fucking cheeky.
So much intention behind every step they take here. Team Liquid already wrapping that one up with a bow, so perfectly done.
They should have given the outload to Issa though.
I'm at 114, 112, 111.
15, 14, 13. Did you see that play?
Yeah, the shrouded step absolutely cooked the lobby player.
Yeah, they're trying to set up Donut again, right? Try and be aggressive in taking that space, posture a little towards that CT side, and they've actually re-aggressed towards Garage. I like this, getting proactive, and it's a reward there. A little unfortunately caught just going for that utility, but Shopify's timing to get proactive again to double down is outstanding. Sarah coming alive, and potentially another follow-up.
Jesus.
Just like live retake percentage banner's kind of cute. Oh, but presumably that's in this event
diffuse.
only.
Oh, bro, you don't want to start digging into the stats. Spike diffuse, but that's not specific to that site.
Yeah, exactly. It's probably specific only to the like generalized map and probably only this event. So like, it's definitely a spaghetti stat, but from like a casual viewer perspective, it's kind of cool.
Yeah, I'm not sure what. Yeah. I mean, all things considering, SRG, yeah. I mean, Sarah had to dig them out of a fucking hole there.
I'm reading your chat, JT, saying that it's not even map specific is terrifying. If that's the case, actually abort. Just
Yeah,
don't
no.
use it.
It's. I'll be honest. Like, I've messaged even Leo about some of these sponsored statistics things, and I was like, it's a weird one where it's like, obviously, when we do unsponsored content with stats and in-game analysis, it's like easy. But then when it's almost more important that like the corporate ones aren't spaghetti. But it's almost like the corporate
you want people
ones.
to care about them and like think it adds value.
Yeah, but it's almost like they add the corporate ones as an afterthought and not as like an actual integrated thing, almost.
In the most memeable ways possible.
Yeah, it's
frequently.
pretty bad. Like, you could make that one actually very relevant, but
oh, very much so. Yeah.
Get that tempo in her side because again, it feels a little bit cold at the moment. She is going to be having to deal with more players.
Like, I think if you did like an actual, I still think the econ report is hilarious. If you sat down an average viewer and asked them, what does this mean? You're gonna get a 0% hit rate.
You ask 2/3 of the pro analysts in the game.
Yeah,
just gonna look
I
at
think
you
it's.
slap.
I don't know what it means, honestly. There's a problem when when I don't know what it means.
Yeah, just without a trade in sight either. A low buy for SRG as well. Noya still trying to gain some ground towards the same main.
Okay, I've not paid attention this round, but I see Dodo Nut is dead in garage.
Yeah.
So
I mean,
there's
they're
been
on
some
like a weird
defaulting.
clunky buy. Noya has to catch a timing for them to really have an out in this round. They could technically cancel to Alexis, which would be really sick, but they need to pull rotates now for
They
her to actually have
baited
a
themselves
window.
into A because they got a timing.
Unlucky.
Alexis has got the kill, but
Alexis
there's two
got her
people.
one. Oh.
Oh, they don't expect Jelly. They should know that. Ugh, it's kind of.
Oh?
Jesus Christ.
Oh? Surely not.
Issa's running though.
Yeah. Holy shit. That's crazy.
How did that happen? That's not a good sign for Team Liquid. What did Bizarro and Jelly do here? How did they both die? Oh, okay.
This round's on Jelly, frankly, for
Pushing up.
contesting plant.
Yeah.
She needs to just wait for the KJ to join.
Yeah. I mean,
if they get plant money, so be it. We'd rather have the round.
In that default, I mean, a little bit of disconnect from Alexis all the way towards that long C, but either way, the fact that Alexis finds that kill opens up the round.
Aggression.
This is a low by aggression.
Yeah, they've got the stun ready as well. They've already got one in towards window with
Jelly has zappy fingers if they find an N. Could get spooky.
this looks soundly stratty.
There's a chance she can. Oh, this is scary.
Should know though.
Oh.
Yeah, really diligent reclear. That's solid. Again, for Liquid, I don't
That
know
looked
this
too
sort of
like
investment
the
right
Team
now.
Liquid have done
One
this
side of the
before
map.
in an eco round.
Pizzera holding it down, got the owl drone to check. You still got the turret on that C side, so you could put some faith that there was this slower default.
I was surprised. Like, okay.
This is a very good read. Now they're looking to reclear.
No, they can't do anything.
Oh, wait, what?
This turret seems to get too much value in pro plays too. Like when I first thought about the Killjoy changes and people were using this turret, I was like, well, surely this ain't gonna last long. And then teams
It just
don't
takes people
default it.
actually getting creative about it again. Like, I mean, we just discussed like long smokes that are cool potentially dealing with. And it's like teams just don't do that shit for whatever reason. It's just not something that teams are willing to default.
The teams are
Probably
obsessed with
partially
smoking,
because
yeah.
they all play Omen and they can't spare the smoke.
Wait, why can't Astra spare the smoke, but Omen can't?
He's mailing it in these days in Shopify. There we are.
Because she can control the flood bottleneck at A if you have to cancel there with something other than a smoke. And have it be persistent stall. She can drop a star and have it be a suck or a stun or whatever, and have layered stall on the bottleneck regardless of that being a smoke.
You mean on the A main default, you don't, it's
yeah,
not a big deal.
exactly.
I mean, even with this wall, like, I'm surprised that people still invest. Like, if you're playing Viper, especially. And then this could just become a dissipate anyway if you're really worried about trying to get out to,
yeah.
Here. All 4 members grouped up towards this A main, but Sarah's gonna hold on to her utility. She's got that Hunter's Fury in her back pocket, and they were just posturing. They needed to give
Yeah, I think the smoke idea is quite cool. I think that's a good idea. Because the C holds with comps not having a Viper in it already are on the fucking ropes.
Yeah.
Not going to be able to push too far. There is the alarm bot there, but still, that's big information. But it does leave Vegeta on a little bit of an island. Isn't going to be shut down on, gets to scale away and find safety. This might be a callback from help from Jelly eventually, but she's still happy here.
And the last time SRG was in this exact scenario, they kind of lost track of Jelly, lost track of the agents coming around. So Jelly was able
the amount of ults is just...
get that flank going. This Killjoy ultimate should give them some space. You can see Bizarro
Killjoy ulting for B is a bit mad.
Yeah.
Looks like SRG, they just want to go
Don't.
and plant in front B.
Can't say I love this.
Dude, checkmated every time. That flank, that little lurk is not working out. And now this
Spike didn't get down, Omen ult's over.
Bro.
Cancelled back towards B. This is going to be breaking the ankles of Liquid trying to get
Jesus Christ.
Stands her ground fine. Sarah breaks back in.
Jelly's doing a good job of creating space.
This is the second round now where she hasn't been been afraid at all to just like force a reverse clear, like holding a main or an extremity, despite there being an exit coming from the different way into the site.
I think,
and she hasn't really been punished for it either time.
The ult usage here was not great. I'm glad, like I used to, I felt like in 2023 and 24 I would think, like I got to the point where I was like in the matrix with like which ults should be like used to, like in which layers and which counters, and now I watch, I'm like, I can't be bothered. Like, there's no teams like even like, I don't think teams really think about the layering of
they don't at all.
Which ults should be going when and shit. And I guess it really helped having Leo on the team, because Leo would like suggest which layers to do.
Potentially could be enough, but I want to see what Shopify do now, as Liquid have already shown such diligence at dealing with that slippery work they were trying to do.
I mean, it's hard when there's 4 versus 4 ults, but
unable to get the map control you're looking for, but that'll open things up.
the solo reclear when Daiki had full util is
in this area before. Mel still holding on to those double TPs and a blind. So SRG finding everything they want here. You can see they're regrouping towards this A main.
they keep changing Killjoy setup though. Isa's changing.
Utility coming out from Isa.
I guess it's because they got Killjoy.
This turret was up last round too, so there's a good chance that it's just a we have KJ ulti. I don't know why the Sova's rotating into drone reclear long though. They have full info short. It's probably supposed to just be the KJ playing super soft retake A with ult. So they just like made the huge B and C gap there.
Yeah, I find it like to me there's like this thing where like people used to do like Killjoy's retake setup, but then like
surely not. What the?
That big circle on the map, this will allow Liquid to potentially get half even. Ooh, gotta speed this up.
They got nothing
to
win this round.
Honestly, yeah, they don't have a smoke alive. Like,
this is the issue. There is a firing squad on long. Bizarro would have to go wild here. Just the shock dart The one way going to come in. This is going to prove near on impossible.
Yeah, it used to be the thing where like people would play like the retake A Killjoy setup, but then because obviously it becomes obvious that like you hear the turret, they're like you're like, oh, it's retake A. Then people started doing the bait. So I feel like that's like an in between what they just done, where it's like it's not quite retake, but it's not quite the like bait of like, hey, come
It's,
into
like,
our
not committed
site.
to any one
Yeah,
plan.
yeah, pretty much.
Opened up the map for Mel. Nice! Let's go! And Dodo Nut. Nice micro, guys. She's warming up into it. Yep. That's my captain right there.
And I've got to say for me as well.
Team Liquid have a more mobile KJ than most Haven defenses have. That's not a great good thing though, in my opinion.
Yeah.
I don't, you shouldn't be Killjoy A very often. Oh god.
Completely blind, sending that through the Viper utility.
SRG's comp is just better.
Yeah.
I'm actually very I'm actually quite happy with how GC's kind of moved on from Breach. I think even pre-nerf, they were a
He
bit,
said with a breach in the lobby.
Yeah, but what I mean, like, is when I would watch GC before, it was like almost a given that they'd play Breach. And Tier 2 in general was like I did Ascension recently for the desk, and it was just like, I didn't have to complain about the amount of Breach usage, basically. Even like halfway through the year, I did one desk for GC and EMEA, and I was like, having to
Don't
talk
worry,
about
it's
it.
just been replaced with KO for this year.
Oh, you think? You know. Fuck.
Yeah.
Oh no.
I have more than just thoughts on this. I have unfortunate information that yep.
Come on, EMEA.
We've just traded the 48% win rate flash initiator in our comps for the other 48% win rate flash initiator.
Okay, we'll talk about this later. Because we're gonna do a bit of prediction of Meta, but like I just presumed that everyone who can play double duelist, I presume just would. Not that maybe they should.
Certainly think so.
Can they activate all players at the same time?
The only reason to do the KO stuff is if you're like NRG.
Yep, and I think that people are failing to adequately weigh why NRG did what they did and are just cheaping it.
Well, I mean, Americans has a history of KO abuse. So when the American team wins, it's like, and then I guess he's the only agent that got a buff, technically, right?
Providing that fault line across the map and completely stopping any funny business towards this B. You can see Liquid on this low buy, they're gamble stacking towards this A and just leaving Daiki all
I mean, I need something to complain about, so if it becomes KO, then it becomes KO.
Came out from Biazera. That shock dart, a little bit of show, and she's been traditionally playing it. So for Shopify, the temptation to work towards it. But there's a 4-play stack. They've shown nothing else. Again, the calls have been great from Liquid. It's one of their strongest suits, and that is worrying. If you see Dodo,
That's like so nice when you're stacking and it's like they've seen nothing but your one player.
Gets there first. Yeah.
Liquid with a chance, but Mel on cleanup duty, keeping things within touching distance. That's enough.
I didn't quite clock that Alexis has been because obviously they've been, when you veer away from Breach, Alexis has to shift wrong, and it hasn't really clocked that like Alexis has been. Guys, like Alexis has been doing well, it looks like, with the lurking so far.
Yeah.
Like I think it's a good role. Like anyone who's smart, support util player, I feel like is probably going to be attuned to that kind of more what's it, cerebral kind of play.
Why you can take a player like Jonah and have him be really naturally in tune with Viper timings.
Yeah, that makes sense. Though it's weird that Leo was like so against the idea of playing Viper. I don't think he's.
He probably would have been insane at it. Like,
I think he just doesn't like lurking. I've never seen him lurk. I've never seen him lurk.
gotta go. She's gonna hear these steps. She swings.
Oh my
She
God.
strikes first. Takes away Issa, but the paranoia comes in right. So, but where's the threat? Where's the follow-up? It's there. Time was close, but she
These
should
rounds have
have
been,
this one.
it's been good.
It may seem a little threatening.
I mean, they've been good, but I mean, Shopify shouldn't be walking into a 4-man stack.
Just getting it done. That stack though, Christine. What a call. What a call.
But watching Alexis play at these
Right
mid-range
off the back of that timeout, Daiki was all alone that entire round, Lauren, but she made it look like she was bigger
Ooh,
than she was.
second shot was
I gotta
nice.
question this entry coming out for Shopify. Dodonut hitting into that A site dry, no utility. You know, I love me a
I don't know why
they
Daiki
know how to be
jumped out
together,
though.
especially on low buys like this. No need to take risks, but Team Liquid, they are always ready to eat it up.
Just theory-wise alone, I do hate contact pieces
Hey,
up
Deluxe.
against an eco. It just makes me so nervous, and you can see why, right? Proof's in the pudding there. By still in play, and Liquid now back in hand.
What a shot!
I mean, Jelly has damn, they hit hard.
These are clean. These are clean, and they're so clean that Liquid are able to just tuck back, reset. This drone should give Team Liquid enough stopping power. And look at this stack. Look at the crossfires.
Yeah, this is good. And
If you know that Killjoy's playing...
Daiki still with a lot to play in. Jelly as well. Georgina. They got all of this. Shopify are going to need someone to do wild amounts of work. And already a glance out there from Jelly. Just checking, showing.
I mean, Team Liquid are gifting A-line every single round, so I presume...
3 players here. The paranoia ready, I'm sure, with Georgina if they need it. No threats
You don't need
yet.
to heavy default air.
It's that slow creep up from Sewer. And he's just tucked waiting. That crossfire swing can come in. Dart towards long, gonna force Neuer's hand. Gives away the game. Confirms they're still coming this way. Dodonut, nice start. We are still against the odds here. 2v4. 30 seconds. Bizarra backside. Eugenia's got her back. Team Liquid fighting as 5. Those crossfires are
People don't like Euro on this map, it seems. And to me, it seems like a almost no-brainer. I don't know why people are like, It's weird that like with a 3s, like, in my head I'm just like, before I even think about the idea of Haven of the map, I'm like, well, it's got 3 bomb sites. Any map with 3 bomb sites usually doesn't mean that you need like some kind of ludicrously hard entry. And so the kind of comps that like I like on this map, I think when I've talked about it with other people, they're like, yeah, but how do you exec? I'm like, well, it's 3 sites. Like, what do you mean, how do you exec?
You play good macro and you walk into the site. That's how.
Yeah. It's like you only need like 1 or 2 things max in the off chance they've kind of like hard stacked you or made the right read or something.
This is a map that's been on my probably primed for no duelist comps list for a very long time.
In a world without Euro, I presume.
Yeah, of course.
Not going to give Shopify the confidence to be able to re-clear this A main.
Like back in 22 during the chamber meta, it's like, did we just go no duelist? Like the triple senti icebox that whipped up right at the same time.
Yeah. I mean, we used to have Dirk on Sage.
Something very similar.
I think the only issue with like no duelist is like it becomes an identity crisis if not managed properly.
Yeah.
Because I've looked at them for fun on Valorant's before, and I'm just like, well, who actually does walk in first? And like, oh, nice push out.
As Alexis, not much to be done here. That is a 1v5 required, and it's not
7-5. Honestly, probably should have been more.
That drone, it all comes down to the drone getting taken out so early. Liquid, they are not leaving any.
I know they won the Sheriff round though, Team Liquid.
No, they've absolutely turned up to play on this first half at 7-5 with a firm lead.
Do you plan to join any teams at Coach this season?
Fantastic, but there is someone who knows a little something about
I'm not 100% sure what I'm doing next year yet. I have a good idea.
Hey guys, we have
Look at him. Stealing the spotlight, isn't he?
Thanks for joining us. The common denominator between you, Jelly, Dodonut is being the new duelist competing in the Champions Grand Finals. How do you manage a big moment like this?
If you laugh, he goes to the Fury rebuild.
I think
Oops.
It's, I think it's
Yikes.
about like the mindset when you are coming to the final. It's like, first of all, I think
Wait,
you
if we
have to,
both
like, think
laugh,
about,
does
like,
that mean?
don't take a pressure, just, going to the server,
Hold up,
having
this
fun.
could cook.
I think enjoying the moment.
I
Maybe
can't do it,
because
Anders.
you might
I
not
can't
even
do it.
be in the final next time. So I think just enjoying the moment, and yeah, just enjoying the game, having fun.
사실 이 세 선수, 도도너 선수, 젤리 선수 그리고
My first like proper experience talking about kayak, we were at the cinema watching Weapons, that like horror movie, and neither of us are very good with horror films, so it was kind of an experience. Like during the trailers, there was like with horror films, it seems like the trailers are more horror specific, and like I was like, bro, like we gotta like lock into the trailers. Oh, yeah, there she is.
Today, do you have a bias?
Wait 1 sec.
They traveled there for
Game Changers
a
win.
soup event already, or?
Yeah, they're there for soup, I
To be
think.
honest, I think I would go for. Oh, I'm rooting for Liquid. I'm rooting for Liquid because I like rooting for underdogs. You know.
Underdogs. Underdogs. Kayak does not know GC if he thinks this is underdog. The real answer was Viva Brazil or something. Just farm Brazil scene right there.
And look, normally I'm on Fnatic's side, as historically I'm known for my biases. I don't think Liquid are the underdogs. They're coming in that first spot basically.
Did you see the Meg stuff? Meg put a tweet out. And she crumbled. She put a tweet out that was like, oh, top 4 All Americas, and it was like a picture of like chicken and rice looking really boring and plain. But then, because she's too nice a person, she ended up replying to everyone, being like, oh no, I didn't mean it, and then ended up deleting the tweet as soon as Brazilians saw it and just started flaming her. I like TM to just like called her out, just being an idiot. But then someone was actually really mean. Like, it was someone I actually kind of knew, like, just being really mean to her. I was just like, it's a joke tweet. Like, I don't get why.
I was gonna say, it's just banter, people.
Yeah,
Chill.
it's just,
The fuck?
like, genuinely, like, talking about what she looked like and stuff.
Funny.
And I was just like, yeah. That part, because I didn't see that part, and I was like flaming Meg, like laughing at her, saying you're such an idiot. And then I saw that part later on, and I was like, oh shit, no, that was kind of out of line what that person was doing.
And it might be Mel on the receiving end early here. Neuer over towards Garage for Jelly. Let's set things up. Georgina actually going to be top site early.
Oh, it's the classic.
Here. Yeah, they are now.
Flooding in.
Where's the trade? Here we go. Finally trying to fight back through this. Taking a pause for thought.
That's a mad flood.
Jelly comes out swinging. Goes in for more. Neuer.
Oh, never mind.
Together. It is still a 3v2. Issa and Biazera still alive. And actually, Biazera's positioning here. Do they think side's clear? No, they wrap back around. Really nice.
Is Neon the best main Judas on this map? It's the...
Hell no.
It's the...
And you gotta appreciate the utility.
I'd probably play it, what, like 4th? Maybe? Wait. Even ISO I might play before Neon.
It might be 5th.
It might be 5th.
Might be 6th even.
It could be. I think I would probably play... Would I play Jet before is the question,
I would probably
basically.
play... I mean, I guess it depends on comp.
Once that B pot doesn't go in your favor, it really becomes a mind game.
Yeah, it does. And
Are you both willing to leak your number 2? Number 2? Yoru would be first.
Yeah, it's just
and then
Yoru first and then Waylay.
Waylay, yeah. But like, I mean, like as a solo Judas, would you play? Would you put Waylay second? I think I would.
Probably not. But that's only because of how poor I feel the flash initiator options are.
Oh, okay.
Like, the way I view Yoru Waylay is like, Waylay is the primary duelist in that setup. The Yoru is more or less an initiator.
Like, supporting the Waylay, that makes sense.
Yeah. And so, like, in that context, like, yeah, I would...
What would your second Judas be? As primary?
As primary?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, yours the best, and then...
It's far from perfect for Shopify as well, obviously, their bonus.
Is it?
It's Neuer who's
It's got to be just Raze.
Yeah,
Honestly.
that was what I was thinking.
It feels bad because of how shit Roomba is on this map nowadays. But
Yeah,
like,
yeah, you can't even clear sewers and stuff.
If people are gonna be back on KJ, being able to just like have exec like air pops to deal with nanos will be nice.
When the next Phoenix?
Phoenix is grossly underrated, to be fair.
Yeah. I like Phoenix. I mean, the problem is with a sentence like "I like Phoenix" is then also I don't like it to the point where like Sadhack was trying to make Casey, you're playing a second duelist like every map,
Yeah.
and then I gotta say I hate Phoenix, but.
Yeah. The key issue with Phoenix isn't that he's not good; it's that Yoru is just the full tier gap better than him.
I think contextually all the other duelists are getting nerfed over time, and Phoenix just stands still. I like Phoenix and Ranked a lot.
Okay, that's yep. Okay.
Wait, you're ahead of me. You're ahead of me.
How ahead of you?
Ahead of me. That was like, what you? Oh, okay. Noya's one. Well, I recognize. The thing is, I know. I recognize everyone in the crowd. Let's try this out. I've never seen Noya and EA in the same room. It's not. I don't know. Who's Shopify's assistant coach?
I have no idea. Oh, is it not Veer?
Veer. Okay.
Yeah, he coach stacks with me all the time.
Ah, okay. 138. Oh shit. 136. 33, 32. Veer. I recognize his name.
I'm at 28, 27,
24, 23, 22, 21.
I'm worried that internal clock is actually out of this thing.
What?
Stunning! What the hell? They found that gap. It was something the desk was talking about. They're really good at finding those.
Oh, they are doing the good wall now.
They've done it again.
It's weird.
Especially on this low buy, and now with that pick, Liquid are going to get into optimal post.
I was gonna ask you about the wall because they used the flat wall and pistol. I think I know that
the Genji
you prefer
wall.
this wall, but
But
I end up having to explain like almost every stream why I don't like the Genji one.
Now you got to see that crunch, that kind of counter swing.
The easiest way that I've found to describe it to people is just think about it in terms of I get to redraw my battle lines with Viper Wall. Why would I draw them closer to the map space that I own at baseline rather than go for deeper control?
Oh my god, Mel, I don't know if you got time for this knife. Oh, she's got it!
Okay, okay. The only counter argument for that explanation though is I think that there are some default walls that draw lines quite passive that become meta. Not necessarily optimal, but like even like bind. I think the bind one I quite like, and that's quite a passive one, right? On B.
Is it though? Like on
I mean,
B
it
it's passive, but the
draws.
showers portion is aggressively forward.
Yeah, that part is aggressively forward. But I think even with that portion of the wall, we'd still see a lot of teams, if not most teams, still run that wall, if that makes sense.
This is grit and determination from Team Liquid. And right back to him! Brilliant! Damage done, and they have to reset.
Would we though? Because we'd literally just be going back to the pre-TP adjustment version of Bind where everyone ran like the half-site retake wall a day. Like the Gambit wall.
Yeah, true. I mean, we could do that too. I guess the better example then is Lotus.
And now there's problems. Bizarra, the one to find Mel. But they still don't know about Noya.
Where like I guess what I'm trying to say is that like there are instances where choke denial walls seem to give value.
Yeah,
and so
it's not a case where like putting your wall for chokes is bad. It's just you never really want your wall to be like its sole purpose to be contested chokes.
Yeah, yeah.
And that's the Genji wall falls into a situation where literally it's only for denying side exit chokes.
Things so well. You love that jiggle playing with her food.
Trying to think what other examples are.
Back into the round to her opponent.
Yeah, I think Low is probably the best
Liquid,
example.
they handle this well, especially considering these shots that
The
there.
bad pearl wall that people threw.
Yeah, I'm gonna say pro, but like I don't want to use that example because it's like, well, it's just bad.
was
You know what I mean? Whereas the Lotus one I quite like, even though like it's, you know, split.
I would argue that like the A space on the Lotus one is also quite forward in the grand scheme of things. Teams have just optimized to make it not feel forward with the way that they.
I know what you mean. It's not like as yeah. But I guess it's like it feels like a natural choke point, if that makes sense. So it's like on Haven there aren't really other naturalish choke points in that A side. Yeah, I don't know. I think I don't know why that you would even prefer that. To me, it's like the B part of the wall does help you flood in if you want it, but who cares about B? And then I think the Viper Orb on A is better than that wall anyway.
Yeah, I would agree.
Difficult thing on Haven. One of the setbacks of Viper on this map is certainly finding more value with this Viper's Pit.
This wall, I will be very blunt. I fucking hate this.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
Hate this.
I prefer the Gen
Literally,
G one to this. Oh, but this is Viper wall strat. This is like a Viper ult strat, so this is forgiven.
No, this is shit though. Why are we not slant the wall so that the C segment is bottom of long and has the garage bottleneck, and just like have strictly better space? Crazy.
I agree with that actually. Yeah.
And gain ground on it. So this time Mel, she doesn't want to rotate. And why should she? All of Alexis's utility is still up. So Team Liquid, they've got a full minute still left on the clock. They haven't really poked and prodded yet.
I think I don't mind this as much in this instance, but I think that when Energy are running this wall as a consistent default wall, it does horrify me a little bit.
Yeah.
But I think that the fact that teams don't play around it properly is like a testament to like when people talk about anti-strats and stuff, I'm like there's this whole thing about people being like blindly just talking about anti-strats. And I see things like this where like Energy use this wall and teams don't know what they're doing or don't change their play pattern around it. I'm just like, well, anti-strat genuinely isn't that big a deal because teams aren't doing it if they're not adjusting to like massively suboptimal potential things, if that makes sense. Like exploitable things, I guess.
In the last 2 years, I've noticed a weird shift in anti-strats where teams are less willing to like fully brew macro adjustments to suboptimal abusable patterns, and they're more so just like picking the already extant parts of their playbook that make the most sense. It's like, oh, this thing we were already doing is incrementally better into this than the other stuff that we normally do, so let's run that. And there's like no actual like fully brewed teched out stuff. Even when there's like free win level abusable things.
I mean, I'd say that was generally how I would do stuff, is your latter option. But I would hope that our playbooks were, if the energy wall became popular, I'd hope that our playbook had an answer for that inside it somewhere.
Yeah.
Without having to just cook up in the and then I usually let Bosa become the kind of like person who'd know if he was happy enough to control something that was a bit different.
There's a 3-2 split. It looks like it's going to be ending towards that C side of the map.
Trying to spam that turret down. Alexis is going to have a lot of traffic coming her way, but this is a great crossfire.
Oh, it's lovely. Oh, it's just gorgeous. Wow. That pinch between the two veterans on the Shopify side in perfect unison.
Nice.
And the plan was
Although I have seen the clips of Noya with this orb, so...
Noya is like my most improved player in global GC over the last year and a half, 2 years.
Yeah,
the globe is kind of fucking insane.
Definitely
kind of tightened up. Things are getting too
Not that she was bad before, but
No.
the visible improvement is a bit staggering.
those trades out of the utility.
Yeah, I'd agree with that, I think.
For Shopify, because
Yeah.
I mean, look at Alexis, just cool, calm, and collected. She doesn't need to be worried about anything else. Liquid, they're gonna be talking to each other about combining these ults. I mean, it's a low buy coming through. These last 2 rounds have been pretty slow paced. It's too obvious after a pause to pick up the pace and go ham, but it's really been what Liquid have been finding success on is rounds just like this, a low buy. Last time around, Eugenia just simply walked up short A, found a flank on Dodo.
The only thing about GC is like we get such a small sample to kind of play with that narratives become like it's almost like I know how exaggerated and hyperbolic we can make narratives for the VCT main circuit, and we get enough tournaments to like maybe not do that, and yet we do it anyway. And so at GCC it's like, well, for the next 7 months, whoever like plays really well at this tournament is de facto kind of like cemented in time. Unless you have a history of, as a player, like if you're SRG, obviously the history is there for you to like like your own samples there, if that makes sense. But for some teams, it just feels like, I don't know, one good or bad tournament here, and it's like for the next 7 months, it's gonna de facto be that you're a good or bad player.
Navigating around it. Smoking towards Sewer from Mel. There's the recheck on the Owl drone. I think Sarah noting there was something here early.
Job done. Team Liquid doing that aggression in the beginning to try to draw out this Owl drone.
Oh, the next first land is 12, not 8.
Baiting Mel into this lull.
Oh, I thought you meant GC, not Masters.
Piazera takes away Mel. And now Jelly wants to try and hunt down Sarah, but stalls there. Noya made it over in time, so they don't get that full pounce they were looking for. But Alexis,
this is beautiful.
Alexis done well here.
She feels like she's got to go forward and take ground.
That is weird. Bye.
Patient for Piazera to catch up with her. Alexis is going to have too many targets.
Why does Georgina know?
Did Georgina see her, or is this just really good knowledge?
I mean, it's just gap awareness, right?
Shot again, Alexis.
I mean, I don't think I've ever seen a player clear it like that if they didn't know.
Trying to make space for the side. Donut disrespecting the dart, but he's already inserted.
Could be an anti.
I think she saw her. Yeah, maybe anti.
Once now in, and Liquid making something out of nothing. This is the round we wanted to see.
That nano swarm is gonna slow things down. Issa's got another one in her pocket.
Good. That's so nice. They know they're coming from this way. They're stacking up on it. Liquid trying to stand together. Donut, the only one to survive now. A 1v2 required. And Liquid have the bodies. They have the numbers. They have the time.
But Zero just needs to chill. Just let one.
So little play. Is she backing from this?
The mind games right now, Lauren. Look at the way Issa's just tucking.
Oh, so paranoid. Donut. Oh my god. Wait a minute.
Oh.
Hold on. Time may be short, but surely not. Piazera.
Huh?
Oh no. This is getting sketchy. Surely this is fine.
No.
Okay.
Okay.
For the kill, but it doesn't matter.
I was gonna say, Issa.
That's very spooky.
It was kind of tough for Bizera because she's 40 HP, and she kind of. If I'm Bizera there, I would just leave Issa to die, but then it feels like kind of hard for Issa to not die. I don't know how to play that optimally, honestly.
In themselves here. I mean, they had all the ground. Their crossfire should have held strong, but the moves coming out for Jelly is just too much. This player, she found what she wanted towards A and was towards that C.
You think the transition from Floor to Dodo has given SRG, particularly Noya and Axis, space to show more individual prowess? I'd agree with that. I mean, they had to. Like, they had to step up, otherwise... There's also a completely different dynamic at play, where it's like, it's not, can we just make sure Floor kills everyone? And probably more of a focus on team play now, honestly.
Success on this re-guess towards A main, but Mel, she's certainly been an anchor on this high ground.
Because Dodo's good, but you can't just util dump for Dodo in the same way they did for Floor.
But Daiki's so aware That was such a good read from Daiki. Couldn't quite get the shot right, but still, that's big information. It kind of proves the paranoia and the worry and the woes are there for Shopify. They wanted to re-clear that space. They double stack up. Lockdown in, forcing them forward. Biazera! Back to back. Ice cold about it too. That site is all theirs. This might be a cancel on a save early. Yeah, Shopify.
Wait, why are Shopify fighting A when they got... Oh, okay. Never mind.
Why would we not fight in front of our Genji wall, though?
I think I was thinking about the Killjoy ult, but then they had Breach and Killjoy ult anyway, so... Killjoy ult versus Breach isn't safe.
Beautiful punishes for them. And Liquid right now, I mean, they should be talking to each other about who they want to set up for this farm. Who should go get these kills? Biazera's got 3.6.
I mean, it's hard to speculate on these things, but having Coach very good play. Oh, Jelly's fucking with it. Like, there is definitely something to like how Fnatic shifted from like with Crashes and Kayak. You know, you would presume that Derka and Leo were like the obvious, you know, better duo there, but there are things that Crashes and Kayak bring to the table, i.e. it feels like there is a more positive lightness to them that makes the team cohesion a little bit easier, it feels like. So it's like with Floor, it's obviously like Floor is clearly the greatest GC player of all time, but you know, there is probably a lightness that Dodo brings.
This time, things are a little bit different. Winning the bonus, they should have had the momentum. And the rounds that they've won have been clean and decisive. So I think for Shopify, their confidence, it should still be there. Alexis with this Killjoy ultimate completely allows the defense to be able to slice the pie. Choose one of the sites that you want to give up, play the retake protocols later on in the round for it, and really put all your eggs into 2 other site baskets here. Yeah, it's a lot on the list though. It's, you know,
Coach was in slot. I would never use the pause function when I was pracking. Some teams got proper serious about it and would start, they would use like timeouts and pracs, but...
You know who does that religiously in Americas?
I'm gonna guess that actually.
It's Bonkar.
Yeah.
Bonkar pauses in pracs, like...
But like
without
actual tap pause?
Yeah,
or...
like the pause function in pracs.
Okay. Yeah,
Which, to be fair, I think more coaches should do that.
I agree.
I think that good tacks are an art form, and it's not only on the coach's side to execute them well, but you almost need to train certain skills in your players to be able to digest a certain amount of front-loaded information in the minute that you have.
Yeah. No, I'd agree. The problem I think we had was that like I think in 2024 Alma did a good job of we would book scrims specifically for the purpose of like we call them red scrims, where like I think it was like our 4th scrim of the day usually became like a red scrim, where I think the way I used to see the 4th scrim of the day was like, this is our we're not gonna practice anything here specifically, we're just kind of like getting reps in on maps that we're like we haven't theoried today. And I think that's probably the best opportunity to also make it into a scrim where you're like playing it like an official. And I think in those scrims is where you should be doing your tap pauses. But like honestly, I never
basically.
I think the problem was that we were so much into using practice for almost like practice and figuring out stuff that it became sometimes we just almost be doing that up until even like the last second of a tournament. And that's usually probably not the best idea. Part of it's just Bosa's anxiety about strats and stuff. I think the attack pulse thing probably would have helped me early on. I don't think my attack pulses are necessarily the greatest of all time or anything, but like I think that I'm a lot more confident nowadays. It was really weird with Paper X though, because I didn't know I didn't know how to speak to them. It's like I know, like, because with Fnatic it'd be like, okay, I know what the problem is. Let's kind of collaborate and figure out how to solve it, and we shared like the language. Whereas like with Paper, it's like I know what this problem is,
JJ,
but
go kill them.
but like,
Attack them.
but like I don't know how you solve these kind of problems. So it's like, what the fuck am I supposed to do here? Like against you guys on Crowd, it was like kind of clear, like what we were struggling with on the right side. I can't even remember the A side.
Yeah.
But it was like with Boaster, I'd be very quick to be like, here's like 2 or 3 options we got. What do we think? Whereas with them, it's like there also is that problem with like the hierarchy not being as clear. So attack timeouts become a bit more of a pain in the ass. Whereas people usually are silent apart from Boaster from majority of attack pools. Fnatic. I mean, your anti-egos are comically bad. I mean, those weren't my anti-egos.
So we should blame Wendler, is what you're saying?
Now we should blame Wendler, yeah. The problem they have is, the biggest issue that they have is they don't practice anti-egos properly. It's not, it's really nothing. They know how to play anti-egos. They probably should have a setup, because they don't really usually have a setup, but the problem is they don't treat them. They should almost like lock into practice on anti-ecos, and then everything else is chill.
Losing track of who actually entered in. But my goodness, the ride or die Alexis stepping up huge, and Dodonut arriving.
There's also a tendency of one player to, well, I would say probably two players to almost purposely overstep.
On a somewhat broken buy, but at least Daiki, she's still rolling with that rolling thunder. Last time Christina went OT between these two on that Haven matchup in that final in Brazil. Does it happen again? Georgina's gonna find Mel off the ring.
What's your thought on this Viper ult?
For that one, but a backfill with 2. Shopify.
There's some lore here from me.
I don't hate it. I don't mind it.
Okay.
I think it's fun.
I think I was like theory, because I was getting really annoyed with all the Viper ults I was seeing. I remember, I don't know if it was a Fnatic game. Did they play Viper? I don't think they played Viper. I just distinctly remember being annoyed by the Viper ults I was seeing. I was like, I'll be honest, like I just said like I'd rather see this ult than like the Viper ults I was seeing. And I remember seeing like, I think it was Fnatic. Then who the fuck was it?
Yeah, I don't know why they were so paranoid about the B. Maybe because the ult still with Daiki.
I had a theory that someone just watched my stream and copied it.
I mean,
I think it was
if,
Fnatic. Yeah, it was Fnatic.
They're going to navigate around.
I think I was playing with Fnatic's Viper ult, and then the next time, and then after that, I remember seeing them do this.
Nice. I think I would like that a lot more if there's a KJ turret on site.
Oh god. Yeah, I think it's almost like there's one way or the other, right? It's like, the problem I have with some of the, oh my god, that's the win. I thought it was OT. Oh my god, I thought that was OT. I'm not locked in at all. I mean, Dodo's had some some mega rounds there.
And I wish we could see the HP from Sarah there. You love the fact that she's got enough aura to just tank that Nana Swarm and get hers. Force the issue, get the trade, and finish strong.
I think Shopify, it might be enough.
I mean, it's the map in the pool where they probably get comp diffed the hardest.
It's true.
So I wouldn't, like...
True.
You can sort of explain it away a little
Yeah,
bit,
yeah.
but I mean...
If that's their first map pick, though. Yeah, I think the thing I was thinking is, like, on Haven, the Viper ult is like... It's like, how much resource allocation do you want? You got 3 sets you need to cover for gaps. The Viper ult, like... I do like the fact that that Viper ult almost covers one of the important sites off completely, right? But the fact that they got nothing with it at all is a bit sus, maybe. Because you could also have your Killjoy play like Garage or center map and then still have 2A.
Yeah,
It's kind of
I'd
greedy
probably do
otherwise,
like
probably.
that ulti,
The turret on
Backside
site.
turret. Yeah,
Is that in
it
case they
watches the
walk through?
from like Link, yeah. And then I probably have my KJ playing to contain garage. See, it's because you definitely you're strong side A with it 100%. And then it becomes a question of, do you want your KJ watching the garage window gap, or do you want your KJ watching front B? And whichever of those they don't cover just gets alarm botted.
Yeah, I think I played 2A with the Link player, and then just have the garage window killjoy.
It's weird though, because you also like don't want them actually contesting garage.
Because you want them to waste time, you mean?
Well, you don't like. They're never gonna have a supported fight in the garage space.
Oh, okay.
And
Yeah,
so,
yeah.
like, you almost want your opponent to get garage so that they're incentivized to take the fights through the Viper pit.
I think
And
a
so you
team
only
just
really
goes.
wanna
I think a team
fight
just
them
goes
from the
garage
window
though, and then the killjoy's in the window with a phantom spraying, and then the team just. I think they leave an insert max or just go B or A. I don't think they ever do anything more than leaving insert, to be honest. Guys, 35% off gifted subs. Ooh. 35% off? And I'll leak something. Yeah, that's true. I could leak stuff. What can I leak right now?
35% off subs.
Oh,
Fuck,
I was
should've
talking about
streamed.
jobs. I did get a
Unlucky.
job offer a couple of days ago. So maybe there could be some leaking there.
Coaching gig?
Almost like coaching coaches almost.
Yeah.
Like more so than like the consulting stuff I did this year was more so aimed at, I guess, like the overall team, almost like assistant coaching, I guess. Whereas like this idea was more like almost very little player contact and more coach contact.
Was it for a team or was it for?
It was
like
for a team, yeah.
Okay. Because I've had a couple things come up this off season that are like coaching coaches, but it's much more like boot camping.
A boot camp, yeah. What do you
Like,
What
put
do you
on
mean?
by- put on by like educational outlets.
Oh, I see. Yeah, yeah.
Like targeted at like collegiate or stuff of that sort.
Yeah.
Standing with Effie's, we meet once again from SRG. Well, you
Bella.
guys are
Bella was very
amazing
nice. I met her in
yet again.
Paris.
And how do you like use your incredible legacy to keep yourself even more composed and more focused when you guys are one up ahead already?
Honestly, it's a good question. I think the loss against Team Liquid in the first time actually gave us a lot of motivation. I think we practiced really hard for this tournament, but it didn't seem like we had that fire in us the first time we played them. We were kind of lazy and just like not super energetic. So we're really using that to like, hey, come on, this could be like a 3P. It's something that's never been done in Valorant. So we might as well just go all in, and we kind of use that for us.
사실 첫 번째 팀 리퀴드를 만났을 때 그때의 SRG와 지금은 조금 다르다고 느꼈다고 얘기를 해줬는데요. 그때는 조금은 동기부여도 적었고 조금은 게으르게 임했던 것 같은데 그때 패배로 인해서 다시 한번 굳건하게 마음을 잡을 수 있었다고 이야기를 해줬습니다. SRG의 피즈 코치님 만나봤습니다. Thank you, Effie's, and best of luck to you.
Thank you so much, guys.
Shopify Rebellion managed to
Do
take
you have any idea what Genji's doing on the roster right now? No. I thought with Munchkin, is Munchkin going to T1, right? I presumed that Munchkin and Solo would just go together to T1 and they'd just build some like Korean dynasty kind of vibe.
Special guest.
Wow,
Thank you so much.
You know what? We'll take it. We'll take it.
We're so lucky to have you here. Of course, lucky enough was the win of Shopify.
Is Ender wearing
saw Dodo.
What is he wearing? What shoes are those?
Yesterday,
I recognize the shoes.
managed to keep it up to date versus a Jelly Ender.
Yeah, I mean, this was a really hype matchup, especially coming off of that series yesterday where she completely took over. And I think, importantly for Dodo Nut, coming in at the end of that second half, the operator fully came online and actually ended up dipping Jelly in a couple of critical rounds.
So I wasn't paying like enough attention like I would if I was about to do a desk segment, but what would I desk here? I guess you kind of got to talk about Dodo Nut is like the obvious opener. It's a grand final, so you can't get too technical, I don't think. But
this last one, with all the no scopes, that was absolutely insane for Dodo, and I really hope this sets the tone for the rest of the
Question.
if it was like a
honestly, I go like almost the opposite direction, and I highlight the extent to which the SR players stepped up and how that converted to the win. Like the huge Sarah clutch, the huge Alexis clutch.
yeah, some of the rounds that shouldn't be won, and then you can almost verbal how the compositional difference was massive in this matchup, and therefore the individual step up had to happen. I think there's something there about Alexis. Like if it was like a mid-season EMEA game, I'd be talking about Alexis's lurking as like a seed plant, so that if she then starts lurking loads and popping off on other maps, you can then bring that back.
See, I'd almost want to do that for the BO5.
For the BO5.
Like, yeah, like what map is next?
I think the problem with doing it right now is that for some reason, for grand finals, it just feels like you're playing with a map with so high narrative stakes. Anything that's game related becomes almost. Even I'm like, do we really care? When there's just like narrative stakes, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
So it's almost like I'm like, I want to hit like a Dodo Nut thing because it's like, well, Dodo Nut go kill is a pretty big one for a grand final. And then anything more technical than that, I'm just like, it's a risk almost. I'd presume in this tournament I would already set up that narrative though, because it's like
Hi guys, I'm
the
Bella
role swap
standing
or
with
whatever.
Team Liquid Visa's Naps. Hello, hello. Familiar opponent again against
Hey, Sammy.
RNG, once again here at GCC. And you know,
I'm good. I was expecting this to be harder to wake up for, honestly.
talk just before going into map 2.
I guess at the end of the map, our approach was kind of wrong to the map to close out the game, but it was something that we really talked in the backstage. So I guess we can fix it to this game, and it will be a better game for us.
이제 1맵 끝 후반부에서 놓친 부분들이 상당히 많았는데 끝나자마자 이렇게 이야기를 해서 바로 2맵부터 보완을 할 수 있을 것 같다고.
Yinter always says that I was good at not saying like, we'll just play our game kind of answer. But I can't remember what answers I'd give, to be honest. I knew I was thinking a lot about how to like diplomatically say what I'm about to say.
What are we thinking here for Team Liquid?
So I do feel like I didn't give too much away, but
mind games have been going back and forth on all of these maps through the past
10 a.m. It's 9 a.m. But I've been waking up at like 11:30. It's 4 a.m. for you.
It's 4:14 in the morning, baby.
You're on DJ hours, man.
Yeah,
Oh my
I've been waking up at like 3 p.m. and just not sleeping for the last week. Great.
And a lot of learnings as well, right? Like that cannot be your win condition in these situations when you've made it to the grand
Okay, I
final.
got another job offer. this one I've been waiting for, obviously, though.
Oh, okay. I know. I assume I know what it is based off of other conversations I've had.
Okay, so I need to sort that. Deadline was supposed to be tomorrow to sign this, by the way. So it's nice to get the email today.
Yeah.
Because you know these teams, they are playing those
And I was supposed to get that in September, but we don't complain too much.
Teho on the Pearl. Of course, that catches everybody's eye, but we have seen Dodonut's Waylay, which has been very, very impressive.
I don't know your thoughts on that.
I want to see if on defense Jelly will be playing Rotator more with Yoru. They were basically playing Bianca last time. On Pearl, honestly, that was the one. That was like the biggest impact I think I had with Paper Rex, was basically coming in and being like, Ilya's playing Yoru like a jet and just sitting on B long every round. Just like, that's not really the point of this agent. And they were on Pearl. They're obsessed with fighting A main, man. Like every single round, it was like that's what they thought the map was, for just fighting A main. I was just like, this isn't. We're fighting A main, and we have a Yoru who can TP across the map, and you're not putting the Yoru on the point to fight with the people on.
Oh, definitely, because you know, you have all these players that.
Okay, what are your thoughts on the comps here? Because these are comps.
Heavily biased for TL's comp. Even like with that said, though, I think this is one of the more excusable maps to play KO.
But what about the Waylay combination?
I like it. I don't love it. I don't think Waylay's entry routes are particularly good on this map.
No, I even saw. I think one argument for. I saw this, like, I obviously didn't watch like too much, but I watched enough of this tournament to be like noticing that SRM was struggling on Waylay, and I was looking at the stats, and I was just like, look at SRM's stats on Waylay compared to the other fucking like agents. It's literally like half. And one of them was Pro, where like SRM was just like dashing into A sites and just getting owned.
Reminds me of? Reminds me of fucking Jet on a scent attack.
Yeah.
Very reminiscent of that shit.
That makes sense.
Quietly towards that top of the board, but obviously, eyes again for me. It's looking at Jelly. How does she find impact here? She's been exceptional in my mind. One of the highlight players. So very much.
If you were playing KO, that I presume the problem is you get inefficiency with the Yoru plus KO, but it's just Yoru's too good, so you just end up doing that anyway, I presume, right?
So you run a good initiator.
Yeah, it's like that's the problem. Is like, yeah, it's Teo. It was Teo in your proposed comps for now for Pro. Is that what you'd be playing? No, it was you're Viper, right? Viper.
Yeah.
Single initiative fade.
No, I literally just have this comp, right?
Oh, is this comp?
I literally just have this comp with Veto.
Instead of Killjoy.
Yeah. Because this is one of the only maps where I think you actually need double initiator. Like you actually can't get away with single initiator volume.
Is that because of?
It's because of Belong.
Belong, yeah.
Like Fade's volume covers the majority of the pool, but she just straight up doesn't function for taking Belong on this map.
Here's the weird thing about this map is like, I feel so awkward playing it in ranked, but then even like when I'm watching it for pro games, I'm like, I kind of appreciated that teams couldn't just take Belong every round because of the util volume they had, but like at the same time I was like, you can't just leave Belong the entire game fucking open.
Yeah.
Clotheslining her and taking her out. I gotta say, this move from Dodonut towards A main was a little overzealous. I would have really preferred to see her use that dash all the way, maybe in spawn, right as she pushed that long B to try to buy herself some time.
Do you think that a Viper wall could help? If you like allocate a Viper wall on B on attack? Yeah.
I would just use Poison Cloud. If I was gonna try and cheat Belong control, I'd just do a Poison Cloud top long, and then use like a Dissipate top screen and use that to get out, and then I would be able to Prowler close, and that at that point, like Fade's volume's relevant enough because I only have to clear like Pillar and the mid-long cubby. I don't have to deal with all the deep line shit. Actually, no, because even with the new on-site box, that doesn't even function. You literally like have to just have a drone.
I think that was just catching maybe some timing in middle, it looks like. But now down to the final two, Noya did get an upgrade, but it's not really much. Like if it was a Guardian or something, you might be a
a little bit more on board, but 2 players sat towards backside, 1 down towards long. Really gonna be hard to break these crossfires. Still got util as well in the hands of Daiki, so could maybe ration that out. There it is, gonna confirm that maybe Noise slipped sight, and it's very well done. Contact on the Prowler, no problems. Fine stability after a little bit of a shaky start there, but all good in the end.
And 2 rounds in a row now where Liquid are just keeping it straight to the point.
Wait, Dodo's got the I think the Forsaken mouse.
Power in numbers, 4 wanting
That's a thing?
And you talked about it,
Yeah, Forsaken made a mouse with his brother. The Sasanto Pulsar. Sasanto or something. I'm using Jason's right now because well, I would say, but he gave me it basically.
Nice.
I actually prefer it to I preferred it to the G Pro, to be honest.
I converted to Baby Bay's mouse after using it in Paris.
What does he use?
It's just a G Pro Dex.
Okay.
So the Ergo one.
I was just using a super light that a friend gave me, but it's a good mouse. I just, for some reason, this Pulsar was just really small, and it just fits my hand nicer. I have a Wu-Ting keyboard as well. I should probably use, but
I'm still waiting for a custom keyboard company to produce friggin' magnetic switch PCBs. None of them have done it.
I forgot you're on a different level.
And I was like, guys, you will literally print money by being the one to have first mover on these PCBs. I fucking promise. And there's been literally no movement.
What is this? I'm so noob with keyboards.
So like, the whole point of the Wu-Ting is that it has the magnetic switches. Like that's the analog keyboard movement is like the whole thing behind it. And there are no high-end customs with analog compatible circuit boards.
So you have to use their keys.
So you have to use like Wu-Tings, which I'll be honest, feel like shit for someone who's into the bougie shit like I am.
Maybe I was a little too caught up in map one to forget what you can do. That is lovely stuff.
Someday, one of these brands, like Mode or whatever, is going to put out an analog PCB, and they're just going to immediately corner the market for high-end customs that have that new switch tech.
So Team Liquid, they were able to swarm into the site, but this right here, I'm not sure how.
What are your thoughts on new Pro?
So much ground, but Issa was such low HP.
I guess it's just B-side change, wasn't it? Right.
All the control. Noya just eating it up, and she's rewarded with a Killjoy ultimate in her back pocket as well. Definitely going to help things out.
Anders?
For Shopify because
What's up?
Right now,
what's your thoughts on the new Pro?
Has been really
I like it. I like it a lot. I think that the boxes on B were like a step away from what I actually would have wanted them to do there, and I think that A actually needed a little bit more help. But
boxes on B. I think what you were saying earlier about the B-long control.
You have to invest like 3 different elements of utility in order to take that space now. It's pretty ridiculous.
Yeah, the box doesn't help. I like the fact that the angle you have to commit your body a tiny bit at least to. I mean, if the box didn't exist to stand on top of, you would have to commit your body a little bit to actually get a line, and it does dissuade yeah, it does dissuade you just sitting backside jail, jump peeking the entire round. I agree. The problem on A though is I think teams are just. I think it's one of the worst played bomb sites in the game when I'm watching. Like I don't pretend that I'm an expert around the art stuff. Like art feels weird, but like. The amount of times I see people sat on the site just dying.
In stage 2, there was actually like a good 2-week stint where I was just losing my marbles trying to get the guys to play this side a specific way. I had to I mapped it out very explicitly. I was like, here are the natural battle lines of this site. We should not be fighting between these battle lines because they don't make sense. Now, which of these battle lines are we supported on by each other? These are the ones that we should be prioritizing, because we were just dying in the stupidest ways.
I mean, Paper X, I was like, yeah, I can't remember what I tried to suggest, because they're not, they have a different, they have such a distinct style that means that their capabilities of doing certain things passively just aren't there in the same way. So there's some ways with Fnatic that I would probably just be like, hey, you can just fucking, you don't have to sit on the site, you could just fucking be safe. Would probably be the way that I would just tell Fnatic naturally and they'd get it. Whereas with Paper it's harder to do that. But yeah, I think I watched enough of the crew game, the crew versus I think it was MIBR. They were playing like strong side A every round, and then just getting killed like all over that side.
They're getting so up close and personal, and you can see right now it's all on Alexis and Donut. Sarah will be arriving in time, and Alexis got 2
It impresses me how old this map is now, and how bad the map theory is on it for most teams still.
Yeah.
To take the fight towards long, they find some safety, considering popping the ult just out of panic, slow the roll down, but Daiki's managed to slip back sight. And does have that Guardian. It's easily
Yeah, I think it is one of the. I think.
Like Abyss map theory has matured at a faster pace than Pearls has, by like a very significant margin.
What a shot. That's a shot and a half. I don't know if you can even jump spot this on this HP.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. Don't you think Abyss is slightly more simple though?
Yeah, sure. I could agree with that. I don't think that there's many maps in the game anymore that have a problem to solve that's as big as Pearls B.
But you love to see it. I mean, Donut hasn't been able to warm up on this defense side yet, and it's all about this KO. I talked about Alexis.
I think this is the same with a lot of the newer maps. I think Sunset's slowly getting there. I feel like it's improved a bit. Like we do see Sage and top mid splits a bit more.
Yeah, people have started using the entire map finally.
And people don't just play 3A every round and fight for ramps every single round.
Yeah.
They're going back to what's been working for them, A main control.
But I like there's some established.
Yeah, I mean, I probably have a biased perspective because I mainly watched our games on it. But like, I enjoyed most Pearl games this past year.
Most Pro games this year.
Or,
EBA
most,
was rough.
Sunset games rather. Sunset games.
Oh, Sunset. Okay. Yeah, I was gonna say Pro. I was
Pearl.
not.
Holy
I just
hell. No.
the problem was is that obviously I was casting at the start of the year and trying to get used to the idea of casting as someone who's not a caster, and at the same time, also for the first time watching the game from a perspective that I'm not used to, i.e., fucking like not inside the server, right? And so I was getting like I was watching like Pro games where I'm like, well, the analysis I want to give here is this is fucking shit.
I was gonna say this is dog shit.
So, but like, how do and then I get really like, there's like one thing that I'll notice. I'm like, well, they've lost this game because they're not doing X, and then I can't get away from this concept because I'm like, well, until they fixed X. And so, like, Pansy's doing a really good job. I'm just like, well, they've not done X still. Like, what am I supposed to... And then I get into this route where I'm like, well, am I actually doing any analysis here? Because I'm just like, well...
This is a problem that I find when I watch Party. Because I'll hone in very quickly on, like, a catastrophic failure in map theory, and I'll be like, yup, this actually just fucks the map for them.
Yeah.
And then I'll try to watch and like continue analyzing it, but I'm like, nope, there's still that fundamental flaw that overrides anything else I could be talking about.
Yeah. Oh.
Ooh. No time? Oh shit.
It was that, and then also the first game I had to do was KC versus Na'Vi. So both
Yikes.
teams with the most mental comps ever. It's a bind comp with no Viper on at all. And this was when KC were doing the interesting Teo deadlock stuff. But having to do that as your first ever cast, it was like, oh fuck my life. It was so bad.
Keeping the money tight, but it is SRG now that are on the broken buy. Just Sheriffs in their back pocket. You can see Mel trying to do her damnedest to waste time, waste some utility forward. And Liquid, I mean, they've been.
I remember your rant on Alpha during kickoff. That's good because I think that that was one of the few highlights during kickoff. I think was the Alpha run. Billy was saying if I was able to do that kind of thing with every player, it would be very good. But the problem is obviously Alpha. I'm very comfortable at flaming.
To be fair, that's the sort of thing that I think we're missing a lot of. When people talk about like how softball Val broadcast is compared to TS, I think that is specifically what people are talking about most of the time.
Like player specific?
Yeah, like player specific criticisms.
Hmm. The thing is, I'm usually more... I'm happier to... It's hard on the desk to get critical about a player with the way that desks are built. And then also, I can see, yeah. I would be interested to talk to Steel about how he wanted to do some things when he was desking, because it's like... The idea of suggesting a topic being a negative topic, specifically about a player, it feels like something that, like, yeah, would be difficult. I think sometimes we just need to stop segmenting it so much and just talk. And then naturally, when I were verbal that this player's not playing good enough, and it's not, you know, they're doing X, Y, and Z.
It's not a whole ass talking point that feels like it's having a flag planted on it.
Yeah, I guess the other thing is that I'm usually far more coming from the coach lens, whereas almost like I'm insulting coaches a lot more than I am players. And if a player's making a mistake, I'm almost like, it's probably wrong, because I think Valorant... I mean, there's two things, right? It's like Riot is a little bit more softer about criticism of players, but the other thing they're doing is star building. So like, coaches don't matter to them as much as players do. Like, they're gonna put a player on a promo piece 100 times out of 100 over a coach. And so because I'm coach focused, it's like, it's probably, yeah, that's probably even a criticism of my style anyway, is I probably should focus on player more. But yeah, making it negative sometimes probably a good idea. I basically excuse players a lot of the time because I'm like, well, I almost have such a low regard for players sometimes. I'm like, they're just pawns anyway, which is probably not a good attitude to have, especially as an analyst.
Maybe that's like a cheeky way to get around criticizing players.
Mm-hmm.
You can more so put it in like
Yeah, that's true, yeah.
Like they've been set up really poorly to do this repeatedly type of thing. Like they're continually doing this, but they don't have the right support for it type thing.
Yeah, I do think that. Yeah. Yeah. I hate that get out of jail card free card of like when people say that, where it's like, oh, this player is just.
I'm just trying to think of how I could finagle it so that
I think this coach is so crap when they were such a good player that they deserve a better protocol system or something. I don't know. Their decision, there's no fundamental strategy or macro behind their decision making. It's, you know, you'd obviously not say it is brutal as I'm saying. But that's something I was kind of thinking about in general recently. Is like, I think it's like a difficult concept, but like there's some coaches that can't do certain things, and therefore the team can't play certain styles, if that makes sense. So it's like, I don't know why we think a lot in terms of like what a player can do and what their comfort is and the roles and agents and stuff. But I think there's actually this other perspective that's like, well, sometimes like some coaches genuinely aren't either capable of or have a different expertise or something. And that's very difficult to get into because I guess not everyone knows what every coach is doing. But I think there's enough coaches with some history that you can be like, well, of course this team's not going to play like this in this meta because of this coach or whatever. It's like, I don't know, I hold teams to quite a high standard strategically, right? But it's like, I'm just like, well, they're never if I can't come here every week and say this because they're never going to be able to do it. So like, what's the point?
Yeah.
Like,
They've gone a lot of map control close up towards this A main, and Sarah, she's lacking any sort of information utility after this owl drone goes down. Yeah, it clears through A. I don't think she's gonna see anything. They were sat pretty deep.
time to flame power the second I lose a game. Of course I'm going to be flaming power the second I lose a game. The weakest region with the weakest teams, and he's consolidated a super team.
The third, Biazera, the one to try and carry on. So now Sarah's split, right? Does she go forward? That Prowler would have caught. No. She takes her time. Goes back for seconds. She's been feeling the pressure. The jump on
What the fuck?
I mean, Daiki, I don't know how you get away with it, but you do. There's no escaping there. They can't send the Prowler.
Right, let's lock in a little bit.
She does arrive in time. Pops that null command. It's gonna make
What's your round time?
Or
20. Well, I planted. Just planted.
I'm a bit ahead then.
So he's a Palace, like coming from Sue's football team. No, I know nothing about Crystal Palace.
On the operator, hard to play clear with. Georgina, nice shot. She's back in the game now. Daiki's still here with that 1-2. Nice shots, good follow-up.
Chicino was very good last year.
I'm curious if Mel runs the same setup for art layers, because if so, I strongly dislike it. This, like, that smoke
That
directly
smoke
on
is
the,
bad, yeah. The smoke that you guys were doing on the box at top art is too good.
Yeah, well, exactly. Like, she's playing, like, the deep A link pivot, playing off of that, like, hard bottleneck smoke, rather than taking, like, a forward art line and then using the one-way as a second layer. Just, like...
I think if you're trying to
giving
hold
up.
art, like, if you're trying to hold art, like, a ranked game from, like, here and here, you're probably fucked. Like, I don't know how you're supposed to play this area with this smoke,
I don't
to
know
be
which
honest with
area
you.
it is.
Oh, sorry.
Are you epic
The
pinning what?
pivot art with the close smoke just feels ass. And I think it always has done.
Yes.
The solution at the start of the Pro was play KO there and pray pop flashes work, but the problem is that you just get overwhelmed so quickly.
Yeah, you just get run over.
And you never see players understand the protocol of like how to get out of that position.
So this is when I said that I had to pull out my hair fixing like battle line issues. This is exactly what I was fixing.
Okay. Yeah. That is some of the stuff that with Paper X I was like, I wasn't sure how to explain it to them, because if I explained it to them in a way that was like just very generic and like let's just, it's almost like the way that you want to play that side of the map is not suitable for how they want to play the game. So it's like it was an issue that I didn't really bother trying to solve. And it felt like they were doing okay on that side of the map.
There we are. That gives you a lot more confidence. That gives you that stability working into this. Because again, it felt like they were being a little outdone. But that's it. That's the timeout time to hit back in, buy back in play. And for Shopify, what would you be doing in their position now, right? You've seen this adjustment from Liquid. Is there a clear plan in mind, or is there anything you're seeing that you'd be exploiting already?
Yeah, I think we got to shift Dodonut over towards this A main. We've only seen her towards that B all half long. I think we've seen her once in middle. But this A main fight, it hasn't gone in SRG's favor, whether it's the beginning of the round or whether it's in the mid round. And even with Mel holding down the fort, finding those kills,
See, I'm not being locked in, but I'm gonna presume what Potter's saying here is almost a symptom of what we're kind of saying a little bit, where it's like this idea that A main is like. The problem to me is people don't hold the A site correctly, and then people seem to think that, oh, we're losing A main control, and we're losing A site. That means that we need to go fight A main. Seems like a fairly common response that I don't agree with necessarily. I think if there's a huge gap on A main to exploit, then you should exploit it. But
I think it's very comp dependent. You have to be able to efficiently contest that A space.
I don't think is there like I can't think of a comp on defense that wins that fight in a head on
From attack?
from
The attack
defense
side?
from defense.
Oh, you just go Teo Astra and it's free.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean,
You
I
just
guess
invest
Teo.
a missile on open and a deep, like the same deep star that SR just threw with a missile, and like
Yeah,
no
yeah.
team beating you for that control.
Okay.
They're gonna have to go second.
But that's the problem I have though, is the second part. I think even with that situation, it's like it doesn't something about it doesn't feel comfortable to me. The idea that you're kind of like, well, do we now leave? How many people do we now leave? Because if the other team does just brute force us back and we don't have enough people,
You just vary what you have. Like, did we insert a Yoru with an op there? Do we have
I mean,
Arteo playing a stun lineup that just smushes them in that bottleneck if they try to force it with a flash? Do we set a second star and have like Suck and someone else playing close that can punish?
I think the Yoru makes it a lot more convincing to me. That like that.
Yeah, well,
that can be
the Yoru is the best in slot solution, but like the other one is like we need to have
Shit.
more than just always putting the Yoru there.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
Yes, she does. Daiki knows it all. This is a dream come true. Until then, Alexis found some form on the side, and Noya started the
what?
defuse. Wait, Zera's got the missiles though, and Daiki doesn't get a shot. Now she's gonna be held back. Just toyed with a little bit here.
Is it worth contesting it versus Teo to make them invest more?
I don't think Noya gets it if she doesn't. There's that post.
Wait, what do you mean, Joe Lover?
There's that Teo util. It's been a minute, but it
The
was
deeper line bot A main line is nice, but you shouldn't be getting that line that often.
reactions coming out of Liquid that entire time. Shopify found the picks, they got the control, and that
To answer Dan's question, you should always go second in that situation. You have to push.
With who's
the
who's
Teo,
who's
Joe Lover.
Well, I'm confused
like-
what they mean.
So he's saying like, is it worth contesting the Teo off of that open to try and make the defensive team invest more?
Oh, I
And
see.
the answer is like
They're
unequivocally
not going to
yes.
invest more though.
Exactly. It's not a matter of you making them invest more. It's you have to dispel the fog of war that they're putting in place. You have to put a question mark back on A main, or you're not allowed to play the map.
ready for Biazera as well. And Dodonut just tried to go for a recall play off that waylay kit in middle, finding nothing.
Yeah, Teo does make A main a lot better.
Rather, giving enough information over towards SRG. They want to fall back. And Team Liquid, this A main control has been there.
I think this year I saw.
The Teo drone gets taken off, but I like this from Dodonut. There wasn't a follow-up on it, so she's going to reaggress towards this mid. It should give Shopify.
That's what happened at the start of the year a little bit, was just Teo versus Teo warfare, I think.
Because you could invest double missile on open and make it literally impossible. Like not even Neon, like full sprint slide out was gonna beat the timing is actually fucked.
Spike now drop. Dodonut, can she live? Can she escape? It's got to be telling they were coming towards this B side of the map. So the call gets made. But do they even consider that Jelly slipped this far forward? The discipline right now. Mel is not going to give Jelly anything. This crossfire from Noya and Mel, it's so
Yeah, the presumption, Joe, is that we were talking about the idea that the defensive Teo takes the A main space at the start of the round, right?
and it's worked out wonderfully of the information found. Dodonut's work in middle, feeling brave to do it, and an unfortunate piece of timing as Daiki crossed back
No
over.
mid control.
It gave away the plan.
There's the problem with having like any kind of strategic talk that doesn't involve, or even if we had Valorplant right now, like it's kind of hard with Twitch chat.
Yeah.
Right back to 6 apiece, and a beautiful double kill to just
What is
secure
that?
things off in this first half. Send a message over that we're keeping it clean for the second. They certainly are. We'll be back in just a moment's time. 6-6, so close between these two. First map, I think it was 7-5.
SpongeBob, maybe, I don't know.
Somehow. But who breaks ahead? We have to wait and see for just after this. Don't go anywhere.
I was a fan with the sign, but I don't know what the fuck the sign was doing.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Do I need to run ads? I forgot.
Can I help you, sir? Here's the bill from the dealership
True.
where I got my
Make that money.
and I'd like you to beat it with a
It's not about money. It's about trying to stop people getting ads.
Yeah, not spamming people with ads mid map.
Yeah. I don't think I'm making much money right now.
That sweet 20 cents per 8 hours stream. It's a bit concerning that Teal only got 6 on their attack with this comp.
TL, what, the Teo comp?
Yeah. It's not that their defense is bad, they should still do quite well, but in general, I'd consider it an attack-sided comp.
Mm-hmm. You think pro is pretty even, but comp dependent?
Yeah. I think it's like a very, very minor defensive bias.
Mm-hmm.
And I wanted nothing less than this sort of form from both sides. Tied as close as possible at 6 to both. We're checking in on the Coinbase econ report here. We'll look towards Mel.
It'd be interesting to see how they play this. I've not watched, so I don't know.
I would love to see Jelly finding a little bit more success as well.
But they have enough interesting tools to do interesting things on defense.
She's one of the players that can command the spotlight incredibly well. And I guess somewhat similar as well for Donut. Let's see if she can activate too.
100%. I think what
Be long tail.
is exactly what we're going to see. Jelly on this Yoru on the defense side of things. We saw multiple times for Donut.
Oh, are they going for a drone cancel? They're probably my guess is that it's a hard read and they're going for a drone cancel. It's the only reason to start him here on pistol.
Providing her own flashes for that reaggress and refight. So
Doesn't have missile out, but is full util.
Jelly to be involved, get in the mix early on in these halves. And
oh, what's this recon?
SRG, they want to get this top B control. A different lineup than what I've seen with this Sova utility. Sarah?
Interesting. We go full util.
I don't use any util.
We don't use any util.
I think we'll retake B. Yeah. Why is our fade? They're playing like what John QT almost. Like, why is our fade in?
Kill me. I hate this. I hate this so much.
This is where you spawn, guys.
What? All right, I'm just gonna not talk for this.
Yeah, the Yoru's not taking TP.
Our Yoru is playing a hella passive art line. Our Fade is playing spawn float. Yep.
Yeah, this isn't good.
We have a turret contacting their B long walkout, and our Teo's still jiggling it.
We've inserted 2 people B long. Is kind of interesting, but I don't know why we've not drone. Oh, we have drone.
We did drone. We droned at like 108, 110 ish, which is like that. I agree with the drone timing for what it's worth. But once you had confirmation that people were there, like we should have had one aggressively rotating in. Or Teo should have gotten out.
Bro,
they'd have
I saw this round. SR just did like some double fake thing I saw on Reddit, but
yeah,
they shouldn't be allowed to do what they shouldn't have this map control to do what
yeah,
they're doing.
there should have been a map collapse where they just die and rotate.
I think the team that could have lost this map.
I mean, if that round is a sign of the protocols to come, they're about to get absolutely walked over.
Thank you, OC10. Thank you for the sub, I appreciate it. Yeah, I'm not. I don't think they know how to play pro. I don't think that. Yeah. I like when people say like EMEA can't play pro and stuff, and I'm like, I don't think EMEA is good at pro. And then some people flame me a little bit, that like make a joke out of it. But I genuinely think if I was like head coaching a pro team right now, it wouldn't be bad because people are so bad.
The bar is
low.
The
bar is low enough for me. Like I just accept as at this point that I must be shit if my teams can't win a cent, but pro I don't accept.
Does have a sheriff hit, so actually a bit more of a fair fight than any of the other approaches. Prowler going to go through. Nothing. They might start taking a little
They
bit
did
of
the
a look
double
here.
fake
Middle.
NB for some bar, did the double fake
Cross.
A for
Never
some
see it.
bar.
Sadly, it's not even Prius. I can't even flame him. It's difficult
Euro
to
ISO was
spell,
cooking on
but
a
I
cent.
just, you know,
I
misinformation.
don't think it was. I think we were terrible. There's some protocols, basic protocols I didn't even know back then, honestly.
They haven't really felt much resilience anywhere.
Yeah, I think testing the waters is exactly
Was
right.
that
Donut's got
before or
the
after
muscle in her
Waylay?
hands. She wants to farm
Before
up
Waylay.
these kills. You saw Sarah collecting the orb for herself, really close to these orbs.
Huh? Okay, Yusa.
This should be a farm fest for Donut.
Great for the ult, right? Build it up, build that confidence. Little eco Cobra moment.
I think my problem on Ascent was on defense, mostly with the Ascent defense in prac is annoying because like you just randomly just win games because it's just Ascent defense, and so you don't get to learn much. But then I don't know, it's just some basic protocols. I didn't like. We were way too static. I feel like we were too scared to re-clear space like we would on other maps. I feel like if I just got Fnatic to just like treat like 3 scrums in a row, just re-clear every time at like a certain timing, and then we'd
like
feel out what would
2024 EDG and just immediately walk back in
Yeah,
full space all
almost.
the time.
But then like after doing that, like we'd feel out which ones would like. I think on theory, like I know what ones work and don't work, and like what timings work and don't work. But like just do it and just feel, just get a feel for it. Because it was just so unnatural. We just played too bunkered.
Some weird outcomes. Again, Neuer just full on sleepwalking through. Didn't check that close corner.
Hey Mari, how you doing?
Mel there to make up for it. So no sweat in the end.
Nice, guys. Nice round, Mel. Let's go.
Very nice round, Mel. Yeah, you know what? It's this small gaps, these small punishes coming out.
I think I've ever spoke to Sarah. I've DM'd her before because Sarah's got some degen funniness. There was something that Sarah tweeted that made me laugh so hard that I DM'd her, but Sarah was getting like flamed for it for some reason.
She's holding back Sarah as Zera's already got Donut down. They are making sure they are fighting for this space on A main this time, setting that bar. This is not for free. You'll have to fight for this. Good shock dart. So Georgina has to come back around and does. Lovely. That is one side of the approach completely handled. And they reset a touch here. So Shopify, yeah,
One for a small break.
Yeah, and Team Liquid are going to feel really good.
Her no strip is too high.
Start. Okay, there it is.
Jeez. Where Shopify are all stuck on. Shopify, they've just got to slow things down. I love that they're inserting and leaving Neuer to her own devices. She's expected to punish any sort of re-aggress for information. She's got to LOS that drone. She does have to force break it. But look at this. There's Alexis and Mel. Oh, that's great. That timing is unfortunate.
Okay, I need to watch.
Know everything. I love that from Liquid as well. Just didn't
What
like
time in rounds are you?
22, 21, 20.
Perfectly timed. So there's nothing left to chance it. It's down to the guns in hand. It is
I think I'm within a second of you now. I had to
Like
pause
this
for a
kind of
second.
formation here from Team Liquid.
10 seconds. Wait, Neuer?
Like
It's great.
Not impossible. 7 seconds though. Spike was
yeah.
Like the way it would have been great if
Fair play.
they actually had
Jelly on the other side of that
no like
flash.
that. I think that's fine.
That's the player up.
They have
I'm-
Church player.
I'm-
They have someone playing far pivot for art. They should have a 2-point crossfire regardless of whatever. Yeah, like
I think the close player always loses to art though, right? Like if someone goes
they're not
art, they're
taking first
dead.
contact. Yeah, the art. So the issue with the way that they played it is that their contacts are incorrect. The person playing the pivot towards pit is the art contact, and nobody plays it that way.
But how do they take contact before the person can like? I can't explain it without Valorant, but like the person in the corner of sight there is just always sunk Khosra. Like they're always getting cleared before someone could see. Like no one can see art before that person dies. If that makes sense.
See art before that person dies.
As in,
No, if I can Val plant it,
Okay,
it would
okay.
make a lot more sense. Here, just send it to you.
like, I don't mind someone playing backside, but it feels weird that there's 2 people just stood on backside there.
Absolutely. Liquid, they're already just going to have to tuck tail and save. Bizarra might sniff around. try to do some damage, but my goodness, Issa had no chance in that round. As soon as she shot at that drone, you saw Dodona just poised and ready.
I don't know. There's something about that side that just feels so easy to play soft.
Get this Vandal and survive.
That'd be lovely, yeah. That's enough.
Yeah, it is an actually retakey site for sure.
Soft as in like, sorry, I don't mean like you need to play weak. I just mean like you can just sit back and just you get kind of gifted kills almost. You could spray through walls and shit.
Once we get into the thick of things, I'm a bit nervous though, because that's when it feels like the pendulum's swinging a touch, right? We're starting to see Shopify build up nicely here.
From Egypt with love.
Finances will be starting to look good. Ults will be coming through as well. We obviously saw the
Oh my god, these jump peaks, man. I hate this meta, people jumping around corners to bait.
So again, with that in the back pocket, half expecting maybe a timeout soon, but again, in this sort of bind, maybe not the case yet for Liquid. Still feel they've got a good idea of how they want to handle this, but it will still be a shaky buy.
Shaky indeed. It'll be a perfect opportunity for Liquid to kind of change things up, stay dynamic.
Did you see Frankenstein yet? No.
It was even last round that Jelly still maintained towards that top.
Not yet.
So we're seeing both teams on the defense really expecting things to slow down in this round.
I haven't been to the cinema for a couple of weeks.
Lower buys, things have been pretty straightforward. Not a lot of mid-rounding coming out here. Wherever Liquid are opening, or rather Shopify are opening, they are generally ending. So right now they've got that top B control. I'm expecting Shopify to just end B once again.
On Netflix?
It feels like you get the red carpet.
It's on Netflix now? It's already out of the cinema.
She's gonna go.
Hello. Yeah, nicely handled. Neuer.
I guess it has been out for a while.
So that's another Vandal that can be kind of passed over. Eugene is now going to get that, if anything, Spurs on this B site take. So Plant's going to be in. What do we have for the post-plant?
I've watched quite a lot of films recently on cinema. I need to... I'm waiting for the... what am I waiting for now? I guess the Timothy Chalamet film is probably the next one I'll see.
Almost even footing. It's almost just unfortunate that Daiki's only got that Sheriff. Looking to try and pressure towards Dodonut. Takes it. Lovely synergy. That's the teamwork that you dream of. But now Alexis and Mel.
It's the teamwork that makes the dream work.
The vintage duo.
Oh god. Yeah, Shopify one.
Alexis greets him with a smile.
Untouched as well, 150 HP, just doing work with that Vandal.
I don't think there's anything else out right now.
I mean, I thought for sure Liquid had everything they needed to make that retake work with that low buy as well. I mean,
yeah, I think that if you're gonna jump around a corner, I think the jump around corner is a specific mechanic used in like 5v1s, not in like 1v2s, if that makes sense. I think in like a 2v1 you should be trying to probably first person like pop in swings and then has the opportunity to kill that person still, and the other person just like slow peaks. No, he's doing, there's a film about ping pong by one of the people that did Uncut Gems. What are they called? One of the Safdies? I don't know how to say that name.
That was lovely, but hey, that individual aspect from Alexis was there. So, this map,
I think the Safdies, I think they fell out. I think, and then one of them's making a film. One of them's making like a boxing kind of film, martial arts for UFC film, and one of them's making a ping pong film with Timothy Chalamet. Marty Supreme. Yeah.
It's all teeing up Liquid. I feel like this one
I should watch the UFC film actually. I'm not. I'm obviously into it. So.
Win conditions are going to be coming into this one. Bizarre just one orb away from this Teo ultimate. Definitely would make the retake a lot easier. And Liquid, they want to find an opening pick. Aggression in middle.
Why is Georgina peeking out middle there with no smoke?
It's crazy. This space. They have no worries about the red carpet rollout towards the A site. Daiki's been
Tyler Crater's in which film? In the ping pong one, or the Smashing Machine. That's the kind of A play I'm talking about. Just dog shit off angle, gifted kills.
It's Mel
against the...
Oh my god, Mel, you're feeling a little techie about this one. I like it. Mel, show me what you're made of. Can't handle it as Team Liquid find
The
four.
ping pong
In
one.
my mind, that was Daiki keeping great space. Jelly diving in. That's the teamwork. That's the chemistry we're waiting to see.
And we'll see it again in this replay. The off angle's just holding so strong. It's unfortunate that flash we just saw setting up Jujina didn't hit a single soul. But this off angle right here, Daiki getting the one, tucking back in, and just making that retrade so damn difficult for Sarah's side of things. And the perimeter holding strong for Liquid. Issa able to just secure
The
it for the side of
perimeter.
Liquid there.
That was a must-win round for Liquid. They've got it. Back on track, but do we see the same sort of slam coming out from Shopify? This time no ult there for Dodonut though to bank on, but it feels very direct, very almost simplistic in approach. Just the out drone coming in. That's gonna force a little bit more respect coming
Ooh.
up, but Dodonut right to work, straight towards site.
Did Panzer just say donut off to work? Not donut, donut.
But right now, a lot of lacking util for Dodonut. She's got to get these kills, and there
Jujina is playing this defense very weirdly. In what sense? I need to go back and watch that actually.
Jelly still with ult. Daiki, good utility. And Biazera, similar situation. But can they break that back line?
How did they get so owned there? Was it just the
hardest thing to deal with. And I think Liquid now know that.
I mean, he didn't use
They
Whaley
want
ult.
to start things off. Force some of that hand, force some of that util. You
That
can
is a
see what
dirty
they're going
plan.
for. That's now burnt. But can they still disrupt?
You can defuse off the edge though.
And there's a
Oh, they've
corner
lost.
away from.
They've
That's
lost.
really nice here. There's nothing left in the tank though. Diffuse still going. They can't stop it. That is unbelievable. Brilliant.
I was trying to make that plan into something that sounded good for no reason. I could see the edges being like, this is this looks sus.
Like that, planting the spike, not allowing for their
If you're gonna plant there, like the best plant's just in front of the box, I think.
all game long, but what a mistake. That one's gonna burn. And for Liquid, I mean,
That's
Daiki
crazy
just
to
finding
plant
the
there.
moment to stick it fully there.
And Noya knew it. You saw her spamming that wall, desperate to deny that diffuse. Wasn't happening.
Planting on the corner of a wall.
Yeah, that was mental.
It is quite literally the worst conceivable place you could plant.
Yeah. If you're planting there, you might as well just plant. Like you could the
Literally
front of
planting
the
in the open to the right is better.
yeah. The only problem with that is you can be spammed from flowers. Like I think in front of that metal box is like if you're clear from art, I think front metal box is like the one I just do every ranked game.
This time they cannot make a mistake.
They don't want the same thing to happen again. Daiki in a power position.
Oh, Georgina getting owned.
Oh, that's good. Taking away Alexis. Sarah gonna find Issa down to 2. Jelly on that. Outlaw has to be big.
I don't know if that is their coach. I think it might be performance. Maybe it's performance coach. I recognize her for sure. I think I've spoken to her in EMEA. I don't know who she is, to be honest.
That timing just slipping away, and Sarah, the only one to really show. And she's the one with the sheriff, so why not? She can take that bit more of a gamble. And again, roll that one back. Shopify ignoring all. When you had someone so close by, Dodonut was, I think, one
Is Georgina getting farmed on A?
I'm sure was there.
Hey, it's Achilles.
Yeah, Mitch is there too. Wait, I was sat next to her at Champs. I can't remember her name.
Beautiful work from Mel and crew. And you love to see it, especially considering how the previous round went. It could definitely shake your confidence just a little bit, make you start doubting that game plan slightly. But SRG
Was I sat next to
doubling
her?
down
No, I
on
wasn't sat
it,
next to her.
going once again back towards that A main, keeping things very simple. And you love it, right? You're talking to each other, saying that was our round, W round, it's all good, and shaking it off. Keeping
Shake
things
it
very
off.
simple, and the money right now for Liquid
Okay,
is just
so they're struggling on
not seeing
A.
operator on any of these
What's the
players'
solution?
hands on Liquid, and once
Play
again,
for A.
no operator, but at least an outlaw. Full armor though, full HP for SRG.
Insert in the Yoru.
Jelly
Ah, deep line Yoru, I like it.
Shouldn't TL be fine for A main with their comp?
control over this.
I mean,
Do you like the change coming through for Liquid?
given what Anders was saying,
SRG,
yes.
gonna work the map slowly
Yeah.
dissect on this low buy.
Yeah, the only real saving grace in this round is going to be Jelly with that outlaw, but sadly, it is up against full shields.
Okay, we
Biazera
Prowler
keeping
cleared
that
mid.
balance.
There's no.
That's all they've
We
really
cheat
got. Biazera's
rotates.
couple
We
of
cheat
ults, but
rotates.
again, when you've got
I don't know why our fade is our lean rotate over our tail, but all good.
snowball that. So Alexis just waiting.
feeling like
They just need to get to B. I don't know why they're fucking around. This Teo does nothing.
Now it's uncomfortable because our Teo should be our fade and should be using second Prowler for the mid re-clear.
I think on Eco, I'm happy to just not do that though. I think I just stack. I don't care. Like Teo, just go.
No, they're here. And Shopify might have a horrible surprise. 4 players from Liquid in the right place at the right time.
Oh god, she went for it through the. Okay. That's a beautiful seeds.
TL's owned it, yeah.
I don't reveal there. I fucking reveal. I get my reveal ready for when they go for smoke. Ah! Nice.
All good. All good.
Okay. Shopify.
And we've been talking about both.
I do think Shopify's anti-ecos have been not the best. Hey, that's Vermilia, the redhead Team Liquid fan. I talked to her at GCC.
None of the members bit down on that, and the crossfires. I mean, everything landing a little bit disconnected. I gotta say, Donut dashing in there so early on her own, and that's one of the worst things that can happen to you on a low buy round just like this.
Yeah, SRG's anti-ecos has not been great. They've not really protocoled out like they just need. I think like I would just do what Heretics do, just have Alexis be Benji, and then if one side of the map feels like you're not sure what's happening, just have your Sentinel just.
Why are we playing in as a solo? What?
Georgina's been owned on A like every round now. I think that she just like lost like confidence in like playing how she was and just went for some dumb play. But to be honest, like they've lost every round on A, and she's got no help. I mean, Shopify have read this Killjoy ult like a book.
Yeah, that's frustrating. Maybe Liquid reading into those previous post plants where they were sitting deeper, but this time Daiki finds it. Issa towards Sarah.
They don't expect 2 people in the pit.
That was an awful Waylay ulti. Unlucky.
I mean, that was probably a pretty high level round until the fuck up. Well, the mid round was pretty high level.
I mean, the crossfires held strong, but the process of the nation, Team Liquid, communications coming through strong. They're able to just layer their utility back towards this.
Oh, she got drone ping.
Even though Donut found such a beautiful entry, Daiki with the information, the decisive call to just press the issue, get this retake going. And look at both members of Shopify. They're just corralled into this pit area, not landing the shots. What a beautiful retake coming through here for Liquid.
And it's panic stations for Shopify. Held at 11, timeout in. You're looking at the buy, it's going to be good. And you were talking about that operator we hadn't seen the whole time. Finally, we get to see Jelly with that. So that's going to be in play. The ults
what
didn't
ults
get burnt either.
are available? Do you remember?
Jellies. On the other side, a shaky purchase, Sheriffs, Guardians, odds and ends. Obviously, they still want another go of things.
I'm not sure.
Be happening this time around.
Classic no scoreboard timeouts. Single tear rolling down my face.
Like that you should hear. Yeah, I luckily in EMEA. I think EMEA. I think luckily we have. I think Pansy really pushes for.
I know Kim really pushes for it as well.
Yeah, Kim for sure. Yeah.
Dare I say Shopify getting a little too comfortable in some of these rounds because things started off so easily. So for SRG, she's got that hero rifle in her hands. And it's really been off the back of Sarah's
Fade
utility
Yoru combo.
Fade
That's
Yoru.
pretty fucking savage.
But now you see Shopify, they're
It's
trying to
tough.
go back to those kind of mind games. Alexis spread apart here. And the last time Alexis was Corze main, she threw late utility.
Rotational TP rather than a re-anchor one.
They're trying to insert Mel in this area, and that operator in Jelly's hands.
Yeah, that's strange. Well, I think it's because they've been owned at A every round.
Oh my god.
That was pretty bad.
It felt so right for a second, right? That play up, the nice time.
Jelly 12 to 16, not having the best game.
Didn't expect Donut on that line. Oh man, okay, they can freeze.
Thank you, Nugget. Thank you for the sub.
Yeah, another opening for Donut. I mean, just.
Yeah, I don't know if Kim's working this. I presume he is in some capacity. I've not spoke to Kim in a little bit.
but they couldn't recover that weapon this time.
Unfortunately, Kim has become a little bit of a emotional baggage punching bag for me, where like I just complained about shit to him. So I appreciate him putting up with my nonsense.
See her. This is unthinkable.
Bro, what even is that?
That's attack Astro.
Sarah with a Hunter's Fury. It's a 2v2.
That's a little bit awkward, that
Slide
Astro.
not down though. Time not on their side just yet. Divide gonna drop. Recovery of one weapon. Just that Guardian again. Still no Vandal in hand. Sarah gonna get one. Might have spotted the barrel. Not sure.
Terrified of the con gap.
Gonna need this. Daiki, does she get the spam
Probably
right?
rightfully so, to be fair.
Oh, it's too easy to spam, man.
Team Liquid. They are back in the lead, but it took
That wall is too broken.
hour to do it. 23rd
Yeah.
round, they're up to 12.
The final hour indeed. Daiki doing so much work in the back of sight, using
What are
every
your
piece of
thoughts
utility
if they
to
took
her
the metal
advantage, and this
box
was all off the back of Jelly
on
just to
site
pick
and
off.
put it in the
That was
center
Shopify
of
Rebellion
that
being
little
up
thing
5
instead
to 4,
of
but this
left biased?
repositioning from Georgina, we saw
So that
it
there
Yeah,
was
I like
there
that,
was an
actually.
unspammable left side to it and an
Yeah.
unspammable right side to it, so that you could play for like a secret flip anti-art,
Yeah.
or you could plan for art anti-pit.
It makes the
Literally
problem
just
is
move it
teams
one
play that
block to the right.
site kind of badly as it is, and aren't happy to sometimes just do stuff like what Daiki's just done. And so until teams get better, I'm just like, I don't want to give I don't want to give them the satisfaction of yeah. The only problem is it feels slightly too strong. I don't know why. It feels slightly too strong, but nah, I like it. I like it. I'd do that for sure.
If they walk in towards A without clearing this, trying to go maybe for those contact plays, they're dead. Nice knife. Brilliant. That should be a
Because in that situation, they can't. I don't think they can win that 2v2 unless they do something. You know, it's kind of unfair that they can't. They're not allowed to do anything.
You have to plant in some like wild no man's land and just pray for no spam. They're out.
Doesn't feel like good gameplay.
The defenders in Liquid, they've rotated, but there's still players here. There's still problems we had. Georgina, run it back again. She sits on the side of the smokes like there's nothing to be worried about. 15 seconds. 3v3.
Nice forced reverse clear this
Oh.
Georgina again.
Yeah, this is savage.
Breaking the back of Shopify. They need a plan, and I don't think they're going to get it here. Noya doing what she can. Team Liquid.
Very, very nice.
Nice. See, if I was being critical of this game, you would highlight Georgina's A-Horde. But I mean, you just go A-Hole in general, and then Verbal. But they won the game. They won the map, so it's like, who cares? Like, I guess.
And I mean, this is a perfect example of what you're saying, how like scoreboard makes her look like she was performing awfully, but in reality, like, why is she still solo A? Like 4 rounds later, getting fucking waylaid.
It's one of those things
with a
where it's
drone
like,
with no one to shoot it for her. Like,
I wouldn't ever be isolating her. It'd be like, the team does not understand this part. It'd be like A holds question mark, and then an analysis of like their overall macro and what they're set up on A, I guess. I have to run an ad now again. Feels like I only just ran an ad.
ready, set, Adge. Banger series so far, though, have to say.
It's very tight.
Back-to-back 11-13s, getting our money's worth.
I feel like we've not had a bad grand final in a long time.
If you remove domestic ones, I agree.
Oh, yeah. I mean, like, yeah.
Yeah, like internationals. Real grand finals.
I think the last
as it
bad
were.
one was, like, Tokyo?
It's more than a game. It's a world shaped by you, the fans. And our mission is to elevate that world by building technology that creates moments that last forever. That's why we're joining forces with
I can't remember
our
Madrid, to be honest, though.
to transform how fans experience live events.
Let's put my heating on.
Stage.
freezing.
You said it's freezing?
Yeah. Heating on at 10 a.m. Yeah, it's cold. It's freezing. So I live in Brighton, which is near the sea, and then the houses are built like crap, and there's so much moisture in the air that, like, I don't explain it. It's like none of my clothes dry, and then my flat's like my flat is really, really, really cold in the winter, and then really, really, really hot in the summer, which is hashtag UK housing. I pay a ludicrous amount of money for
I can
this.
mostly relate.
Yes.
At least it's kind of cool here in the summer, but it's like 80% humidity here and below freezing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you near the sea? Maine is.
I'm literally less than 10 minutes from 5 different beaches. So.
I knew it was Lobster Town.
Yeah.
It's not even heating either. It's electric radiator, which is ludicrously expensive.
I've been meaning to get a heat pump installed for the last like 3 years because of how god awful heating is here, price wise.
Hardly.
Oh, guys, we knew this was going to be a very, very close series, and Team Liquid, they answer back on Pearl. We're welcoming back Mimi on the desk. I looked at her, and she did her like her mind trick thing, and I lost my words.
My mind trick?
Yes, yeah. I blame that on you. But Team Liquid, they managed to take Pearl, but this was such a close map. It was back and forth all the time, and I'm not even sure who really had the momentum, other than towards the end when Team Liquid managed to make that comeback.
Yeah, right at the end, a couple mistakes from Shopify, not clearing to Gina in 2 different rounds, get the better of them. But I want to talk a little about that first half and some of the big win conditions coming online for Liquid. The first one of those is Daiki, who, similar to the last time these teams played on Pearl, did a great job of proactively putting herself in positions where she is expecting a gap in her head, and she's the one to follow it up. Look all the utils she has there. Prowlers, a Haunt still available, and she's the one, while her team is executing a site, full flanking through into this B post plant, expecting that gap in street that she exploited last time. And Dre, you pair that up with this composition that, once they got that spike down, was so good in the post plants. Those were the rounds that were critical for Liquid to push this over the edge.
Yeah, that's the win condition for Liquid's composition, and you see it right here. 6 out of 8 post plants won. Once you get that spike planted, that tail.
Holy shit.
As ever.
Dropping a map with fucking 16 to 8 FKFD, that is...
Wait, what?
It's throwing away advantage.
SR was up 16 to 8 FKFD and lost that map.
Oh yeah, Dodo was +6 and Mel was +3. That's rough. That was A. I think that's the story of this game. Again, you could tie that into the A hold stuff. Like, they were consistently getting those first kills on A side of the map and then still losing.
I believe lost this map, but not to say that they didn't.
Like
perform
Shopify
well.
had.
Let's take a look at this HyperX reflex moment of the day.
It was Shopify losing through attack side that lost in the game. And then the rounds they win are fucking rounds like this.
Alexis is just one of those that you can always rely on.
Yeah, you're in a 2v3, and this is one of the rounds where you're in the disadvantage, and Alexis just steps it up, and honestly, just pops off here, gets the KO for the following round as well. It kind of allows you to snowball a little bit, and yeah, these were some of the highlights that really mattered when it came down to SIG.
The other thing is, like, what are the implications then for... If you're going to make a point on the desk about something, like, what are the implications for future...
She had maybe a slower start and is often the player who I think it's the most.
I guess what they're doing here doesn't really imply anything. It's just like, hey, Alexis got a clutch.
And now we move over to map number 3. We are going into Bind, and this was the map that, when the map veto came up, this was the one that we knew was going to catch.
Guess the comp. What comp are we playing here?
Yeah, they run the veto there on Bizarra.
Which map?
Shopify's Bind.
Because of the fact that
Fine.
They were playing at the start of the year. At end of 2024, they played Cypher.
with those scenarios. She's so calm with it. She oftentimes gets multi-kill.
Surely not.
And honestly,
I don't think they play Cypher. No.
Using that interceptor to kind of break that orb.
I mean, they'll still be on a Viper comp, surely.
I think they'll just play a standard.
I think they'll just be like Brim Rays,
But what does Alexis
Viper.
play?
I don't think they go Breach.
I got a weird feeling it's Sky plus Fade or something, but that's...
Yeah, double initiator would make sense.
Oh, nice. Chamber. Noya Chamber, of course. I just had Sky in my head.
I like it.
Yeah, I like it.
So excited to see them go.
I mean,
I
I wouldn't
love
run
Sky.
it, but I like it.
Strong on this map right now, and Noya, I mean, she's been having an excellent tournament. She would be the player to pilot it to great success.
Absolutely.
Do you think they have to go Sky here because of the Rays?
She's been admitting that, like, hey, she still needs to warm up a bit,
And
but
Brim, I
think
guess.
now is the best time more than ever in this grand final. Of course,
Well, actually,
we're
Brim
seeing
doesn't matter.
Becerra,
Yeah,
Vito.
like
We were talking
they-
about Becerra earlier, and she is feeling it also.
They
She
can't
is the one who
go,
is standing up
like-
on the stage and really
Would you
shouting
still
at
play
top
Sky the
players
same
like,
way on
who's the
defense,
very
like the
best
B long?
against them. Dre, what about you? What are your thoughts on this comp?
Yeah, I mean,
No.
Becerra was popping off on the last
Definitely
map,
not.
so I think it's a
You
question
like need it A-leaned as your showers to be clear.
like kind of pseudo mirror matchup where you have the chamber. And
That's the thing, is like, I feel like the thing with Sky is it's been completely neutered as a B-long agent. Like, you can't... teams will just take B-long from you, and then you can't re-clear anything because they're just... You're just infoing into space that you know they're there.
Yep. It's the classic, yup, they're still there.
Yeah.
Playing bind. It's not been in their map pool for
It's almost like sometimes you want to be...
outside of that, though, we are seeing the chamber coming into effect, and also the veto as well. Where do you land on this too?
I'm gonna lock in a little bit more because I need to watch this veto.
In your mind, how do you see this agent?
I think Vito
Who's been the best veto so far? I know it's not looked great in general, I don't think, but
earlier on in this tournament when we first saw the Vito being busted
if you watched any veto and you thought, okay, well they're not, it's not, you know, it's not great, but it's not bad.
Honestly, not really.
Okay.
Like, to the standard I expect the agent to be played, I wouldn't even say I've seen a good one yet.
Mm-hmm.
on the extremities, going for the lurks, but with Becerra's kit, she can certainly all of a sudden turn into that second duelist space.
Someone on Haven has a veto Haven idea.
Providing that trophy to
Yeah,
I mean, we'll talk about this later, but I don't know what that is.
Someone linked it in my Discord. It's like a video where they're looking at like a macro strategic approach to Haven where it's like very concertedly anti-flood, where they're using both Harbor and Veto, and what they
Oh,
end
I
up
saw
doing
that.
is just
Yeah.
grossly overcomplicating, doing the exact same thing with a Viper comp.
I saw that. Yeah. I my thought was, why is Viper not
the momentum definitely shifting.
The other thing is I'll talk about that later, but
Shopify gonna be having nightmares with those mistakes that
I don't
happen to
think
them towards the tail end of things. And
I mean, it makes, yeah, it makes more sense what they're doing. If I see, there's something about the A stuff that I'm not convinced by with what I saw there. This double fake. What? Like he's just running out with you two.
Why are you burning headhunter bullets on a pistol on a sky dog coming up short on you?
It's stunning. This is high level work from them, but it's still a 4v4.
Especially when you're on tower, like that dog's not doing jack.
And get some security to allow for the plant, but Noya's position is a nuisance. It's the 1v1 that breaks out now. Jelly goes digging deeper, which I think was
This
the right
round,
idea.
Shopify shot their way out a little bit.
Almost. This post plant's weird and uncomfortable.
But you love the mobility coming out for Jelly. She did push spawn quickly.
Weirdly uncomfortable forced side flip. Oh, that's a problem.
That's unlucky from Jelly.
Look at the HP. Noya's down low. So's Mel. Donut finally getting involved.
This
Has to kill this CT player. No, just done.
You had no right.
Absolutely not. Team Liquid coming out
Damn.
on top with the strategy side of things. They were everywhere. Definitely Sarah getting caught with her pants down there. I mean, just didn't even get much damage. Team Liquid, 3 members holding strong, finding the opening pick.
But my goodness, I mean, it was really the work of this kill right here. Mel, the
Yeah,
fact that
Mel's
she's
kill
able
was
to
massive
come
there.
out on top of that frag really just stopped any sort of retake there.
Maybe she just needs to play like the boomer agents more. It suits Mel. You know what I mean? The old iPad out. Just love and life. Now, Purchase coming back through. Obviously, how many judges do we have with this team? Only one. Okay, fair enough. 3 Bulldogs. And now we're actually quite invested, right? So you don't want to see them lose too
Skyflash
many players
showers.
here. Taking a bit of an investment on this front. So you're looking at the other side only with the Sheriff on Biazera. But Sarah's going to have a work cut out
I
here.
think Sky, yeah, Sky's just too. Everything about Sky from when it was first played as a B-Long agent is just not good anymore, I feel like. Fighting with the Sky Flashes feels crap. The info feels crap.
Oh, this is sketchy as hell.
People are going to use that Viper Orb at the top of Long B to try and compensate to help the Sky, but it's just you end up just not. I just don't think it does anything.
I mean, the reason to run... Literally, if you're running that orb, it's because you're trying to make it easier for things other than Sky to play that.
And thankfully for SRG, they're able to stabilize.
At least that should be why you're running it. You use it so that your Prowler gets far enough down long so that it actually constitutes a re-clear.
I think people just, I think most people use it as a fucking B long is hard to hold. This orb gives us a potential hold or a re-clear. As in like person re-clear, not even Prowler re-clear.
Yeah.
Who ends up playing B long? I think Chamber can play there, but obviously you're not gonna play there every single round. Is it just Brimstone? Oh, I mean Brim. You don't. You got. Yeah. Who does play B long? Because you don't have cross map with Brim.
It's just the Viper.
Just the Viper.
Yeah. You just have the Viper play with her own util there.
That's something we can say about this Liquid side. Even in the losses, they are very much focused in.
Well, keep an eye out on Noya's chamber, as you mentioned.
Smoker like hooker.
Teeing up Dodonut in that corner with that
or float, yeah.
Contact, she'll just TP away. This bird information from Alexis. He's gonna delay things, or at the very least.
Makes sense. I think B-Long's changed, and people are adapting.
And remember, Noya, she's got Sarah. She's got that.
It's not like a place you hold anymore.
Yeah. Well, and like the comp that I would advocate for on the map is on Veto, and so like you can have B-Long.
Yeah.
Like feel free investing util on your B-Long take, and then trying to exec B high committal, hold your TP cancel. Doesn't matter. You're not going to get out showers. Good luck.
Liquid had the weaponry. They had the kind of, I guess, bulldozer.
Did Meg work the event? No, Meg was
scaling up issues. The spacing and the
Meg was there for Fnatic.
Noya with the Outlaw and Donut with that judge. Limited availability to close down on some of these kills. Stacked up towards backside, couple towards long. They know where they are. This should be a comfortable crossfire. Very little.
Jesus Christ.
Oh yeah, all right. Still going to go down swinging, but still. I feel like Liquid needed a bit of that too. Just a nice reminder of some confidence there.
For sure. You got to respect it too for SRG at the end there. You saw Dodonut trying to isolate any sort of fight. You got to love the start for SRG, but Team Liquid keeping it very simple. Jelly a little lucky to get away with the entry that she did, especially considering she missed that initial satchel. But I mean, I wish that we would have seen a bird come out from the back of Alexis layered on top of that Molly landing. Maybe then it could have gotten a lot more chaotic, but either way, Liquid, they handle it well. Coming to the next one, Jelly, she's been farming, Lauren. Showstopper already online.
Hold on, 3 players. They're facing this Sarah, I think, fine to go on the corner. How far do they fight? Deep flash? They're still going.
I mean, it is literally, yeah.
What are we doing?
I think it's... You know what's happened?
Wait, Alexis with an opportunity of a lifetime. Flash ready, paint shell in, fight back, take the space.
What's happening?
I think what's happened is like, oh god, no. Like we were just discussing about the B-Long stuff. Like, they're not comfortable with the idea that the team is taking B-Long from them because, and so like they just over allocated 3 people there. I kind of get it in a sense. Like, if you're gonna run like a trap or something to be like, hey, we're gonna fuck you up and B-Long. But it's funny that it's kind of like an extension of what we're just talking about almost.
Yeah. I don't know why Mel decided to go down short there. I understand the desire to like collapse the map a bit, but we literally just got the entire kit of their util at B-Long in that skirmish. They're not getting out if we just entrench.
I think there's that tendency sometimes for experienced players to make plays like that in situations.
Doing the macro strategically correct thing from like a map control perspective and not contextualizing it with what actually happened in the round preceding. Yeah.
I think it's also the case where on A there you have your chamber setup showers, you're a brimstone, you have delay, like you have 3 on B, you're fine. Like
yeah. And they have no util left. Like,
yeah. Even if they had some util, I'm like, well, it's kind of fine. So also short push is kind of hard. Unless there's an anti that they just know that it's a weak spot. I don't know.
It doesn't. Just missing out on that one shot. It was down to basically a second. I got nervous. I get nervous. Don't do that to me.
I was nervous from the start of the
just
round.
Because I mean, I guess what I was saying with the push thing is like,
she didn't even pop her showstopper to start
it's
with,
like
and that bait
it's not just because it's like
Alexis a double kill as
sending a
well
bunch
to
of
start things
defense
off.
players to a position in which you think you might get some kills is obviously a good idea.
And react here. Daiki aware
Minnie,
as
were you
ever.
offered the position of
Just
assistant
not
coach
letting
of
any sort of
Rex?
thing happen to her.
Not formally, but informally. Yeah. Like there was a reason why I think some of their staff members were like tweeting at me like vegetarian recipes in Korea and stuff. But no, they knew I wasn't interested. And like I'm not like part of the reason is would be my yeah. We didn't go into any foremost discussions because they knew how expensive I was.
Is holding the fort down at shower. You can see the movements coming through because
But yeah, I think the main reason was I wasn't interested in
Donut has so much work with this.
I'm already interested in doing that.
Really good opportunity for it as well. Actually, Jelly gonna go down. Not really a recoverable weapon yet. There's not enough.
I love British food too much. No, I just like being able to eat food. Korea's not a good place for me.
Korea's got such good food though.
Yeah, but not for vegetarians.
Not for vegetarians. Everything has fucking fermented fish something in it.
Yeah. Korea was slightly easier than Japan, but Japan has Koko Ichibanya, which has a vegan curry. So at least like every corner you've got a vegan curry available.
I mean, the observer's giving me an absolute headache here. Bloody hell, 13 seconds. It's all down to a 2v2.
So if you're saying it's a food with a good food, you consider? No.
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 Really show where she still is. 3 more bullets and only 2 targets.
I like Brian.
Sound good when you're thinking of Neuer. But on the other side, Diligence is in play. Daiki still alive, holding the cross.
Ah! That's exactly the situation I was explaining that you shouldn't.
Job done. They make it out of there.
Things got hectic.
Oh, it's Baby. She just texted me.
Report. I love this though, seeing the other teams coming out here, making sure they're all in support. But Christine, what the hell were we watching at the end, man? I was lost.
Things definitely got dicey.
How many does
but, I mean,
SR
this
want
is
this
definitely
half?
What these low buy rounds, we're used to it at this point
With
in
a
this
chamber
series, right? It happened on
comp?
map 1, happened on map 2, and it's certainly going to happen here on map 3. Daiki,
It's weird because it's still
SRG, it was just
an inherently
that hero
attack-sided
op on the
map.
back of Noya, almost making things work. I love the proactivity, right?
They're fine with 6, I guess. Like they don't feel worried at 6.
What was the question?
How many rounds does SR want this half?
SR is on defense, right?
Yeah. It's like they can trust the attack-sidedness of the map, but they're also a deep-sided comp, so it's
yeah.
it kind of just neutralizes.
That's not yeah. I think there's a few maps where like you're like it's 8. nowadays.
But for Shopify, let's see
Yeah.
what they can achieve.
It's like 6 or 7.
It's not like they don't have a play bind.
Or 5, 6 or 7.
Play, but have that level of capability.
6, 7.
Team like Liquid, who are- I mean, they're so
Oh, God.
close. First map 13-11, second map 13-11. The difference
I actually quite like that meme.
massive factor here.
And especially considering
I like that
all
I'm
the
like
Liquid are
I'm like
bust out
too
here
old
round
for it
6.
and
Love
I'm
the
behind
build
the
online
curve on it.
attack side of things.
Yeah.
We're talking about
That it
all
makes
those
it funnier to me.
combinations that they can go through with. Noya wants to find an
You've
open
reached
pick.
your dad joke era of meme enjoyment where you
Yeah.
just like it strictly on the basis of you can make people cringe by
Yeah,
saying
yeah,
it.
it's partly that. Yeah.
Expecting that Vito ultimate to be popped here.
Noya, how long does she stay? Time to go. Pulls it at the right time.
I was gonna say that trip is kind of crap.
Actually, a lot of ults coming through. It's about to get incredibly
Most
messy.
trips are
Jelly
crap
gonna
on
try and
this
skip
map,
ahead, though.
unfortunately. It's why I like Veto relative to the other.
I like the short one, the passive ones.
Stay in hand. Plants in. Viper's Pit is up.
And that dog does connect to Daiki. She's able
Like
to
the one at the
dovetail
end of cart.
right in that Viper's Pit, though.
The either like outside lamps or underneath the near shore, I guess. I think deeper ones I really don't like, but those ones I think are okay. Or like if you, it's hard to do, but if you end up tripping showers mid round, I don't hate it.
Serious. 4 alive from all that chaos. They win the round.
But it's like hard because like you can't just be a chambered running to showers
Was
mid
that
round.
Dodo Nut? I don't know how Shopify were able to get through. Mel finding some sort of gap, killing 2 inside
Thank you,
the Viper's
Jupiter.
Pit, and this quick switch coming out here for Noya.
Thank you for
I
the
mean,
raid.
that was jelly all day long.
What are these
looking for
little
that entry,
emojis?
and there it is, the double
What
spam on
animal is
top of
that?
the
That was a
brimstone
cat?
ult to trap them in.
My eyesight's so bad, or it's a rabbit.
Okay, Sarah was not on top
It's
of
a
the box.
bunny.
It was, in fact, Dodo Nut. But the
Why
togetherness
does that one
from
look like a cat?
SRG, that explosion coming through.
The one with the bunny ears is obviously a bunny, but the one with the heart I thought was a cat.
Wild. So good.
I don't have my glasses on though, so I can't fucking see shit.
Quite really early for showers. And Noya's been on patrol here though. This has kind of been her.
I forgot how much I swore yesterday. I went bouldering, and I was just shouting, "How do I fucking get up this part off the bouldering wall around like a bunch of 10-year-olds or 6-year-olds, whatever?" I was just like, "Oh shit, I forgot I swear." a lot."
That's me every single time I go to like my LGS, my local gaming store, to play cards.
There's just a bunch of
They'll-
Pokemon
they'll-
kids.
There's just a bunch of like Yu-Gi-Oh or Pokemon 12-year-olds, and
Yeah.
I'm like, I need to censor myself.
Yeah. But I was literally on the wall, like halfway up. I'm like, I don't know where I'm going. I need some help. But just screaming off the side of it. Noticing that there's like a 6-year-old scaling past me. Who are we supporting?
Good Valorant. That's who I'm
I don't
supporting.
really. In the nicest way possible, I don't care who wins.
Yep. Agree. I have like very minor bias for SR because Vera's a homie. That's the extent.
Oh,
to
that's
which I
very
go.
control.
And now Daiki and Biazera. That is a window of chance. But who stands in their way?
I think it's it'd be nice for Team Liquid to be kind of, they deserve a win, I think. But it's kind of a cool story that Shopify are able to like do this without fluorescent.
Yeah.
You had G2 win in Pick'ems? Yeah, you've you fucked up.
I'm a Drew Spark simp, and I still wouldn't have. I didn't even have them top 3.
I think I had them 4th.
Yeah, I had them going out where they went out.
But I had Shopify 3rd, I think. I gotta log into my Valorant and see my pick'ems. APAC absolutely fucked me over in the pick'ems. Not because I had them too high, but like I had them high enough that
I had Zipto going out 2 rounds later than they did, and
Yeah.
it completely fucked my otherwise perfect pick'em.
that is definitely, yeah. Zipto was the one who fucked me over. I just presume Zipto. I was slightly lower on EMEA than they actually did, just slightly, and I was slightly higher on APAC than they did.
Yep. Relatable.
They've generally come out pretty good from their timeouts. still, this is maybe a little bit of a new conundrum because look, as much as
Off
we're walking into the
off
unknown,
topic,
right,
do you think
Shopify
Teo
don't
better than
completely
Sova on
contest
Pro?
them here. But
In isolation, like one-on-one? Are we talking about one-on-one or double? See you in a bit, Jupiter. Do you think either way it's better?
It's like extremely comp contextual.
Okay. I would say that solo I'd prefer Sova, and then
Yeah, like if
double.
I'm in a ranked lobby and it's you have to choose the drone initiator on
Yeah,
Pearl,
yeah.
I'm locking a Sova. But if I'm in the coach stack and I know that Josh RT is playing Yoru for me, I'm probably going Teo.
So for Liquid, they've got to get loose in this low buy round, kind of take more risks, and that's exactly what they're doing. They're going to proc the Q orb from Issa, get up close and personal, and all of a sudden Sarah might be all on her loan.
Yeah, Sarah does go down as
Be
well.
long,
Crowd so
bro. I
close.
called it early.
She was pretty easy to pick up
The
what's going on.
discussion, the theory discussion, has led into a bunch of B-long nonsense.
I think they even got info on Alexis on the rotate too. This is big. This should be a plot comfortably.
100%, and Jelly is one off the orb as well. Showstopper might come into play here. Oh, she doesn't get the play
I can
down,
see
but
everything.
Liquid, they have so much control.
Okay, but Mel's removed a little bit of that. Again, back into position for her.
Oh shit, is it still up on the screen? Sorry. On my screen it wasn't up.
And now Liquid gonna have to try and make this count with only 3.
What?
Donut, step by step, break it down, Liquid.
What is going on with my... I don't know how to get this off.
Tried to save
Oh, I
the
had
source
game
in OBS.
capture open.
Oh my
I'm
god.
sorry.
If Bizarra had a second teammate on that side, definitely
I have
things
so
would've
many
got
like
dicey. You love the
I've
speed of
become
that
really
sneaker
lazy in my
reload
OBS
coming into play.
that I just have a
Yeah.
bunch of stuff just like there. I have loads of layers.
Pouncing onto Sarah's
Oh,
face, but
see, I just have
Jelly
like
right here,
way
being
more
already
scenes than
low
I'll ever
HP and
use.
Dodo Nut just throwing Kobe's across
What's
the
this
board.
If
noise?
anything, my OBS is like way over optimized.
I'll be honest.
Taking
There's
it to
I have an image here and I have a media source and I wanna see what they are, but I don't know if I do wanna know what they are. One sec. Wait.
They're not quite sure of how they want to apply it yet. And look, as much as Sarah got
I'm
let
not
down
gonna risk it. I'm not gonna risk it.
I was gonna say that.
Oh, there we go. That's just boasted twerking. That's fine.
Oh, okay.
What's this? Oh, that was okay. That was just like an overlay.
But Donut's confidence getting higher and higher, and Jelly, we haven't seen Jelly have that same level of form that I think she can hit here. Zera going to be checked on early. Keep their attention too.
Yeah,
Wait, what are my pick'ems?
Push Bizarra back, make her use that TP and break.
Okay, when we get to an eco, we'll look at my pick'ems.
So now Bizarra is
Oh, top 1%.
towards the short A.
I'll take
I should
that.
look at mine. I haven't seen.
That they're looking for. There is a shower orb
I'm top
still up,
1%.
and Daiki, she's
I'm top
kinda
1%. What rank are you?
now. Those seekers will certainly help give
6862.
Liquid that oomph, especially with this showstopper still in
I'm
Jelly's back.
8,575.
Oh no.
That is
Ah,
Sarah
feeling
going
good.
for a swing.
Zipto.
Now back in towards A. The problem is the noise here, as is Mel.
Zipto absolutely bamboozled me.
No, you can't give her that level.
Zipto and then MIBR at the end.
That up. Good flash actually, a chance to swing on it.
Zipto, man. If Zipto won, then I'd have like almost perfect.
Having fun with it, too much freedom to be found, and Daiki falls. Shopify starting to find too much freedom in my mind, Christine.
Huge control, huge picks. I wonder what the call was for Liquid to speed up towards that short A, because Daiki was right there ready to go towards that shower and make this hit a little bit more stronger. You can see Jelly just dry
Fucking
peeking
Zipto,
into
man.
Mel. It was an easy kill for her, followed up with the second. So for Liquid, they got to be better about this togetherness. That 3-2-1 count
Mini
has to go,
ADHD
or
kicking in.
Jelly needs a flash
See,
to go
there's a
and
small
take those
chance I
sides.
do have something like that, but I don't want to know. I don't know. Like, I don't want to know.
Jelly has been one of the heavy hitting
I'm in a
players.
similar boat.
Not seeing that today, not completely
I'm just
quite
like,
the same height.
Is it highly probable? Absolutely. Have I gone my entire life okay despite it? Yup. So I'm just gonna keep
it's like I
trying.
don't want an excuse.
Don't give me the
for,
excuse. Yeah, 100%.
Just let me feel like shit that I'm just sometimes a bit, you know, all over the place.
Mel gonna pick up the slack though, takes away Biazera. Mel going wild, finding two, and keeping this still within touching distance. A 3v3. Liquid do have the sight, but disrespect. Donut doesn't care.
No fear found anymore as Issa, the last one alive. It's
I mean,
all
Dodo's
too
been
easy now.
dodoing. Or
Unreal,
as Yunsu would say, Dodo's. No, I'm not gonna say it. I think Yunsu gets away with that one.
Noya, I mean, it was a little bit confusing, but you could see that she wanted to not take that TP until she's able to get Jelly's ultimate out, right? Try to tank that and get max value before she gets out. Well played from Jelly to just really
It's a big
punish
play
her
from Mel.
on those shenanigans, but either way, SRG, they were never going to give up this ace.
That's not a crosshair though. I don't accept this as crosshair.
This is a new step. A confident Shopify taking fights like that.
Top 1%.
You got to bring them back into heal. You got to command that space. Liquid are lethal, but right now they are looking a little less than. Sarah. And she has help. That's why she doesn't need to back away. All of those small opportunities the Liquid might have had before are suddenly not looking like they're there.
Things are definitely
SRG playing confident.
Liquid, you've got to try to look ahead.
Yeah,
to the
yeah,
next round.
it's true.
Potentially, well, the last round of this half. Try to collect an orb.
I'd imagine that SR should win this map.
Yeah, this is yeah. It's kind of funny it's a promo ban.
Well, like that's almost why I think that they should win it.
Yeah.
Because it's like if
I want to see more fucking veto defense though.
Yeah. For me, it's like if TL couldn't have prepped this map, like it goes to the lowest common denominator of which team has like the better IGL to mid round and audible through the map itself. And I trust SR's veterancy more there.
A comfort almost in the best of 5. That little mid-round lull by not knowing.
I'd also I don't know. There's something about it that maybe Team Liquid just aren't also. They could just not be amazing as well. Wait, why are they putting Interceptor there? That's a bold decision. Just for the Razor.
Go ahead, use one of these smokes to buy herself some time.
Forgive me for being stupid, but that means Interceptor's now fucked, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Just a bad Interceptor, honestly.
You can take it back, Minnie. Wait, what? I'm being a noob? Can you take it back and reuse it?
Like withdraw the ability?
What's the cooldown on it?
Prohibitive. Like it's, I think it's standard. Like.
Okay. I thought that was a CD, but then the other day I convinced myself that there wasn't.
I think it's like KJ turrety.
Oh, okay.
It's one of those things where like if you pull it back, it might as well be gone. You maybe have it for post.
I think that's probably okay if it's a hard anti-shot. Although a hard anti-shot, you just don't play there. Although it's a free kill, I guess.
I want to sanity check myself now.
Do you think SRG can compete in tier 1 and do relatively well? Ugh. It's like not the time to have that discussion. Because my answer is not super positive.
Unbelievable scenes. I mean, really, this last round is a perfect example of it. You see Dodo not just arrive.
Yeah, 45 seconds.
45 seconds.
Even though you think that Liquid are going to dodge that showstopper, it lands, and SRG, they're able to just make it.
So there are instances in which you can definitely on attack side. If there's some cheese on defense, maybe, but attack side, maybe.
Okay, so bind, Bizarra on veto is something that really defines Team Liquid's bind coming into this.
Trying to think if there's any high value use cases that aren't specifically anti-ulti.
I was wondering if there's a case where it's like a team uses like 10 pieces of utility to take part of the map or something, and you know that might happen. But I don't know what that is.
Because we played against Ninetales, they play with Veto. And I actually thought that it was gonna be difficult, but it was actually easy. But I think that Bizarra has a good veto, so
Oh, it's 30-second cooldown?
No, it's 45.
먼저
I specifically
이제
looked it
이번
up.
대회 타격대 여러 가지를 했던 SRN 선수인데요. 팀 리퀴드의
Unless
바인드 가장 큰 특징
the wiki is currently incorrect, then it is
I could
45
just
seconds.
open the game up.
생각하냐고 물어봤는데 타격대 입장에서 원래 나인테일
Do you have an EU account?
만났을 때도 그렇고 어려울 줄
I think I do. I do not recall the credentials of it, but I'm pretty sure I made one when I was
충분히 상대할 수 있다고 얘기를
over in London back in 2021.
모르겠지만 바인드에서
Maybe for later it might be worth having a look, because maybe we can throw some utility trials sometime.
비제라 선수의 비토는 좀 다르기
If it's
때문에
relevant.
리퀴드가 이번 공주전환 이후에 좀 승리를 가져갈 수 있지 않을까라고 얘기를 해줬습니다. 자, 그러면 9대3 여기서 충분히 승리를 가져가기에 충분한 스코어 라인이라고 보시는지도 물어보도록 하겠습니다. 9-3, you think that's enough?
That's not enough, but they could win this. Like, it's a pretty good defense.
Look at them over there,
As I said,
thinking they're
they
gonna
got
go
Vero.
home with a win.
It's a pretty good Asian.
Nah,
playing
my
defense.
ult is ready.
So yeah.
9대3 좀
Setting watcher.
아쉽기는 하지만 그래도 비제라
Wait,
선수의
how do I-
비토를 믿어보면 충분히 승리할 수 있지 않을까, 역전할 수 있지 않을까라고 생각한다.
30 seconds left.
이렇게 해서
They are getting ready.
Okay, thank you, SRN.
Thank you so much.
Let's get back into the game.
I love
No
30
ego,
seconds left.
no pride.
It's fine, and then Prestilovo's like, but 9-3 is rough. No, it's not enough, but maybe it can happen. Faith in the veto, but
Oh shit, because I'm using it pre-round timer, that's why it's not giving me a fucking cooldown.
I mean, take your pick at this point. Like, where's their Shopify been? Why aren't they playing Bind, man? They've been sandbagging their vetoes until the final. Is that?
Yeah, you know,
For real?
heating up right in the nick of time is SRG right now. Going on to SRN's point about this veto, sure, it's definitely more of a defense side.
Yeah, it's 30 seconds.
Than traditionally.
It's 30
That's
seconds,
gotta
that's
be
pretty good.
45 if it's destroyed.
Yeah, probably. Pullback is 30. Maybe if you use it, it's done, right?
I would presume so, yeah. I don't think it gets another cooldown. That'd be fucking insane.
She's not going to have the breathing room that I think she's expecting coming to this defense.
Let's find out. 9-3, the strongest half we've seen thus far. Shopify. Hell, if they get this pistol, I mean, they're within touching distance. But for Liquid, it's a must-have, a need.
There's very few use cases where you throw it. Oh, it's 45
Yeah.
second cooldown if you use it.
Yeah.
It's 30 second if you pull. Okay. Ah, okay. I think that's
We live
kinda-
in a world of 45-second cooldowns now.
Oh shit.
Pretty far away. This is
Wait, what's 45 now?
two players found for free near.
Got killed your turret.
The weakness of Chamber, no buddy system in sight, and doesn't have enough bullets in her gun to break that dog. And now,
Hey,
I mean,
Drow.
SRG, they have so much on their plate. Look at their HP.
Wait, what are they doing? Snaky.
Yeah, they're getting
Oh my-
absolutely melted. This should
Ah.
be the best start they could hope for. Mel can do nothing but
Okay.
watch. This is exactly what the doctor ordered. 4 alive, confident.
So Interceptor in ranked was annoying when we were going up A, but I feel like we have no Viper.
For sure for SRG, if
Yeah.
Jujina doesn't
Whereas
find
like with a
the
Viper, I
goal
feel like you just
kill
walk up
right
and
here
just
on
like,
Sarah,
well,
this entire
GG.
round looks different.
I feel like B,
But for
it's like very
Noya, she's gonna
useful.
wanna
I felt like on A, it's like
learn going forward in this
I can't
map that
really
she's gotta
see it.
force break that
You know,
dog or have a
is
buddy
it just the
with her.
case that you just be using a B like
Too easy for Daiki to
consistently?
find that kill.
Defense?
Mm.
I prefer it A out of the two.
Oh really?
I promise you they'll be
Yeah.
right through it. They are too good to let this slip away. It's the perfect
Would you have
This is the
to
start they would have hoped for.
stop people contacting up with the Viper wall though? I guess. Because I think if I knew the Interceptor was A, I just my gut feeling would just be like, okay, we just contact up.
Careful about it. So Noya with the headhunter.
There's a trip and someone playing in
Oh yeah, the trip is pretty good actually.
in U, yeah.
Got a beautiful line right now, but Noya
The
feels
trip does help.
pretty good about the fact that
And
Daiki
like
no longer has
it's
that dog,
it's
but
one of the better
Jelly
use
with the
cases for the
beautiful
trip
clean
because
shot.
the Seas is actually
Take that one with
abusable if
easy,
they
and for
walk into
SRG
it
now,
there.
They just got to
Mhm.
change their plan. If they can get this spike down, that's a round win for them.
Yeah, you take that, but Issa would love to stop that one from even coming through, but can be warded away. That pain shell. And they're going to try and overpush, right? Dodo not going to find Biazera. No. You're not meant to get any more. That was meant to be like maybe one at most. Jelly having to pop off here. Georgina comes back in. And they keep control. 3 alive, but that got dangerous.
Definitely dangerous. And I wish SRG doubled down on that kind of togetherness and really overwhelmed the backside. But you could see half of them wanted to go spawn, half of them wanted to push onto that triple. A little bit disconnected, but either way, a beautiful
Okay, right. Real round.
They will be happy with that for
Trip
sure.
on short.
The bonus now, it lacks a lot of that unless they invest behind it a bit more.
TP Cubby.
It's meant to be that bonus round. So we do have 2 rifles,
Interceptor B.
an outlaw, and then the pistols. That's all they got.
Issa just has a classic.
But now they're pushing down B long.
What?
Surely, if you're gonna design a B long push, you have your fucking Vito on the other side of the map. I presume.
Yeah.
Still has 2 smokes.
There's some argument to be made that you want the veto with the push, and they have like daisy chain TPs so that they can fast rotate back to the other half of the map if you low roll the stack. But I think that's too cute and not actually good.
Yeah.
Pretty much the one to try and keep this in hand. That's a big player to spot though. That's a problem. Can she do any more here? Trying to thread the needle bit on Tribox. Sarah takes space, good flash, eats it. Now they don't know that. They don't know that she turned back around.
I mean, I guess Hardstall. Viper is probably the best.
But it's what it is. 3 still alive. This is the minimum that
Viper and or Brim.
Alive in this sort of round. Donut on patrol. That timing is hilarious. It's hilarious, the timing we're seeing. And Issa going to find Donut. This is where it gets costly. This is where it gets dangerous. Now we're down to the thick of things. Sarah, position noted, goes for the swing.
About that TP. If you're playing Vito playing A, you can map teleport from A to hooker. Yeah, I know.
Cut off that rotate. She knows she's low.
God, Issa! Heroics needed and heroics found. Liquid still alive and keeping themselves going here. Up to 6.
What an unbelievable round. I think that was a 2 versus 3 retake, but this kill right here, Noya getting taken out on that extremity all by her lonesome, just made SRG's lives so much more difficult. With the Viper utility on the site to buy them time, Team Liquid just dissected their opponents there.
Red Bull clutch and a half. That brings the game back to a real possibility. 9-6, we are seeing that value in Liquid, that capability now to build up, get these ults going. Yeah, Georgina's got hers. You want to be looking at maybe getting Jelly's online. Maybe getting Issa's going. Loads of options here. Sheriff's on the other side. Headhunter with Noya. And Stinger with Mel. Jelly again. Such great control with this outlaw.
They're using it as fast TP.
Been generally going that way this half.
Yeah, they're using like the rotational ones.
Try to gain some space towards this hookah.
On A site, is there any?
Really well. This synergy between Issa and Daiki is fantastic. But Issa,
When I look at the site, there's nothing too cute. I think. I mean, you could play. It means that you could just play. You could play verticality more, which is good. But in terms of escaping, you don't really want to turn around. Like turning around to TP out. Like. You're playing very, very passive. You're trying to TP out to heaven.
Sadly, not much left to be seen. But now, Liquid, they're getting back into the game, Christine.
One round at a time.
The verticality doesn't interest me though.
About those small mistakes catching SRG from the map.
8 cubby, A site, back site. 8 cubby is kind of cool. Yeah, that's kind of nice. Being able to play cubby sometimes is cool. Playing Shroud, like I call it Shroud. Like you could play the Shroud vertical box, and then TP out, which is cool.
Has just been fantastic. I mean, I talked about the fact that Issa was running out of gas. Things could really turn this
fucking map never exists.
Effie
is pointing at the map.
And slow down the hit coming out from SRG.
I'm talking about the box side showers in this corner. You could play there and then TP out, which is kind of cool.
I also call it Shroud. I don't know if that's a pretty universal call out for it or not, but
That
might just be for now. I just know that we have, like, I like that with our coolets we had like a word that could be applied to like multiple maps.
Multiple maps.
Yeah.
It's like this archetypal position is
Yeah.
this on 3 maps type thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, looking at the finances coming through for Shopify,
I don't agree with calling Cubby Get right, but
so again, you've got Donut
A short double hooker could be good as well. A short to double
key components to fight with.
to double.
Feels like a linchpin round.
What's double?
It absolutely is gonna be as well. Jelly, she's posturing towards this shower area, operator in hand. And
You can't put the
one
TP
orb
through the
away
TP,
from the
can you?
shell
You can't
stopper.
put the node through it.
Bet your booty that Team Liquid want this orb, and they're
Like
gonna
you can't
set up
put
Jelly
the you
for
can't
it.
stand here and put this
Shopify, they know.
into the
They
TP,
know
right?
the win con from the
It was
defense.
TP?
All three members
Yeah.
towards this shower.
The
No,
V-
it functions similar to a shrouded step.
Okay.
Mostly Jelly winning out this fight. The Flash is forced. Them off the
This
angle
is
of
the interceptor lamp.
Scrap for it early. Jelly
Doesn't
holding
look
and
right to
waiting.
me.
All for this old orb, pretty much. The Boombot has to come in. And actually gets played in again. Broken on the other side by Georgina. Flashed away, still comes back in. They're burning so much utility and they still haven't
A
forced
lamps
Jelly off.
interceptor? Did I miss it?
It was in between. It was here. Like it was like instead of it being in the corner of lamps, as in like it was like in the door. It was like just near the doorway. It looked like.
Weird.
So it would get you to flying out. Well, it wouldn't get you to flying out short because people with the wall would be up. So I don't
Yeah.
know.
Oh, this timing.
And the guy, oh, that snap! What a flick from Issa to correct towards Sarah first. And that's the spike now down. This is red alert. This is worried. Neuer, you're not going to go through that. There's no way in hell you do. So you pause. The Seeker's going to come down, find the players, spam it out. Where does the spike go? It's been collected.
30 seconds
Do they
left.
go towards a 3-player stack on A?
They feel like they have to because those Seekers all went towards A. You saw that Mel, she wasn't confident getting ground. 20 seconds left.
Oh,
Right
unlucky.
here, great stall, and she's got Daiki by her side. This is going to be brutal. If they try and go ahead, they've got 10 seconds. And again, Biazera.
See there,
Throws
there.
him out
Yeah.
of the sky. Yes, straight to here. But look,
Maybe we're about to see why Shopify banned this map.
cancels that lurk attempt. Almost wanted to get involved, and
Uh-oh.
still does. Alexis Curiosity gets her
She's won a lot of clutches this tournament.
alive on
Oh.
14,
Oof.
can't stand. Daiki finding
Ult for Daiki.
brilliance, and Team Liquid finding another round.
Well played, 2 versus 2 there from Liquid. Issa's re-aggression towards that hookah was everything. You even saw Alexis in this post plant. She felt like she was going to get flanked at any second, forcing the fight backside. And that just makes this 2v2 unsynergized for SRG. And Daiki is just there to eat it up. What a beautifully well-played round coming out here for Liquid.
And maybe SRN was on to something with that interview, right? Speaking how good they would be on this half. And they aren't wrong.
Right here.
The thing is, didn't take many ults here, right? You still got Isas, you got Jelly. One off from Biazera. Shopify starting to run a little low on steam. That outplay, that comfort is here. Okay, investment in this round, Jelly. Now needs to be cautious.
Op being spotted here at A is gonna give Noya the information that she needs Alexis's util to get back on the line. Jelly has this showstopper. If Noya's able to draw out this utility, absorb some of it, if her teammates give her some space, we're really gonna see a lot more value coming out
Where's
of
the
this
third?
chamber.
Oh, okay.
Dodo Nut, she's
Where's the
afraid of this
interceptor?
flank.
I
She
can't
does
see it.
not want
Is it
Issa
on the map?
to gain any ground. If Sarah's able to get a
That's the
It's
trap.
not placed currently.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
she's got it in
still
there.
in pocket, still in pocket.
Jelly, she's just not missing.
No, and Jelly didn't feel the need to be forced off from this either. Can still control the angles. Sarah gets the reaction on the other side of the map, though. Does that cancel things? Alexis could be caught on the way.
Do you think that's going to be part of the thing? Is like having ones that are like not pre-placed?
Yeah. Similar to the evolution that's happened with Poison Cloud in the last year. I think a huge part of Interceptor is going to be that same sort of play.
The solution has not been here yet for Shopify, Christine. They can't find a way to break into this A site.
And these last couple of rounds have been dominant.
Are you going to
for
watch any
Liquid. They are
off-season
certainly
events?
making these rounds look easy for
I don't.
themselves.
I don't really want to co-stream anything live, but I might VOD review stuff.
Bizarra feeling like she can completely control the fort, even spraying her entire clip down into the short A, but feeling confident.
The crossfire is holding strong. Jujina's always going to be there to slow down any sort of hit coming out.
What's your thoughts on Sky versus Faye Converse solo initiator this patch? I mean, we'll get to it later. We'll talk about that stuff later. I can pre-warn you that both of us are gonna say Fade though.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I do think there's some interesting conversations though, but I don't think Sky is it. In a world like Euro, like potentially, but this world's got Euro in it, so I don't know.
Any inkling that there's a posturing towards this hookah, could be an easy opening.
Sky is good on this patch, man. Oi.
Right now, they're gonna leave Noya inserted in this long B area.
Has anyone come up with a good name for Interceptor? That's a good. Yeah, that's annoying because Interceptor's long.
Trophy.
Trophy?
I just call it Trophy because it's a trophy system in every other game where that type of utility exists.
What do you mean? I'm unfamiliar.
It's a trophy system. Like the in real life technology of a trophy system is something like that shoots anti-tank shells out of the air. It was developed by the Israelis. Has been in use since like the mid-early 2000s.
Okay.
Gun in hand. Trade comes out. It's messy on the side. Flank on the way. Noy still focused. Still looking towards Lambs. Dips in towards the ult. Trying to find some safety.
It was the speed phase.
This ain't meant to be the round.
I might call it Scepter.
They're finding these kills in these moments. But man, Issa ain't having it just yet. Any more in the tank, Issa. Alexis to the left. Sarah to the right. Spike still taking it. She's gonna make a go of it. Here's the bullets. Looking for the swing. Oh, nice try. Couldn't quite get it. Shopify keep the lead.
And each team kind of just eating up any of these small mistakes that might be coming their way. You saw that Jelly had a checkmate reaction, right? That paint shell landing towards that shower. Shoulda, woulda, coulda been an easy one, but losing track of the agents. And my goodness, what a hold though coming out. I mean, Shopify, they did not look comfortable in this hit. It was Bizarra holding down the fort towards U-Haul, absorbing so much of that utility.
Okay, they got there first. They got there first. Noya Operator. Is this the crutch they need?
But either way, able to absorb so much pressure.
Jelly still over the side though, but a little bit of a deeper look. Caution here. They still clear as diligently. Sky's not here, right? Alexis is on the other side of the map, so there's a little bit more play actually. Daiki reconfirming they are still here. Jelly, Barrel, Scene.
Both
and this
teams
is crowd
aware.
time. To live events, sending in Noya to try and deal with Jelly, but Jelly unmoved. Let's not go out of the game to show crowd members. Although, luckily, we missed nothing yet, but Sarah got the right angle for it. Issa holding that well.
You guys will think Lauren's like a really nice person, but when people piss her off, like she knows what she wants, you know. Like she knows her shit.
Tremendously for Dodonut. Look at the space that Mel has.
There's a chance, but Biazera still holding ground at Jelly, making it perfectly in time, cutting off the cavalry, allowing for that security to be in.
But she'll admit though, like she chooses her fights. Like she don't just complain about everything. It's when something's important, she'll hold her ground. Which I think is good, a good way to act.
Two easy openings for themselves, and those kinds of mistakes they cannot afford to let it go anymore in this half. Round 21 now, and this operator on the back of Jelly is just been getting heating up more and more.
Shotgun campers at Battlefield. I can't believe that's what she does, man. Abuses the most broken gun in the game.
No boom bot. There it is.
Yeah. They gotta tighten this one up. I mean, you're falling. I don't say for basics, but just a well-positioned Jelly. Now, actually outdone on the corner. No, that's a classic. You're not meant to be. Oh my god.
Oh no.
They're getting away with daylight robbery at times, but it's.
They're just about to pick up an operator, and then Noya peeks.
I mean, throw Biazera in the mix. Jelly when she rotates over. They're just not getting much done there. They're really struggling.
Yeah, they really have to depend on Team Liquid to overextend, and linger a little bit too long.
Thank you,
That's
dude.
exactly what
Dude,
Jelly
Kev.
does, but with this low buy,
Thank you for the sub. I appreciate
it's
it.
gonna be tough. I mean, Mel, she was able to collect that
Oh,
offer here.
Georgina.
The timing here between Georgina and Shopify is gonna be crazy. The sound cues.
It's just wait, Sarah still hits a banger.
Okay,
on the shot. It
Vandal.
ain't over, but it's giving the info, right? And look at the rotations. They're coming over now.
Isa's done.
forward
Oh,
right time, right? Put body on
off
the line,
angle.
to the corner. Sarah's got another hit, another
Okay.
whirl. It ain't gonna happen this time.
That off angle was good, but
Isa again,
who was it?
backbone on the A side, not letting anyone get too close. They take the lead in the 22nd round.
And you know it's a telltale sign when Liquid get the kills, but they don't even collect the off. That's how much the money has shifted. Liquid have plenty of it to close things out for these last few rounds, and Shopify, they're gonna purchase one of their own into Noya's hands, and this is where Shopify, they really got to slow things down. They got to take advantage of the Seekers in the back pocket of Alexis. Once they gain a little bit of control, get Noya nice and comfortable, they should give themselves a lot more oomph coming into round 22.
Most American chant I've ever heard. Regina's still with that ult in hand. Let's see what else they have. Again, it's a little far away from the others. They've been kind of cycling these very nicely, actually, from the Liquid side. A little bit more silence across the board. Not giving away too much.
You can see Georgina just being extra mobile in spawn right now, keeping her arm out, keeping that iPad ready to just proc that ultimate if SRG decide to speed things up. What an off angle for Jelly. That's good information. And a huge smoke for Georgina. Slowing things down once again.
They're not finding much elsewhere, and the problem is you look at Shower, they've still got that really deep positioning coming up from the Azera. And that's with the operator. Seeker's going to come down. I don't think he can really identify how many are here, but the spike is leaning away from B. So it's Isa again, who was exceptional at being that anchor on A. Now showing what she can do on the B side. There is no easy access. I say that. How's Noya here? Noya slipped the net. This gets a bit weird now. 20 seconds. I think they might rotate on it, yeah. But the problem is there's a player in between. Biazera still towards Showers. They don't quite know about it. Jelly here as well. There's the operator. They're walking into the dark. They had no clue. The monster's on the other side. Mel gonna try and fight forward, but the paint shot from the grave puts Liquid up to 12.
The checkmate, just salt in the wound there for Mel to finish things off. A lot of indecisiveness coming out here for Shopify. Nothing can get past Team Liquid's defenses. This hookah is a problem.
This hookah, like hookah's been dry contacted like 4 rounds straight.
You saw earlier that SRG used utility to gain that control, but
I'm surprised by Zera's opening and then has no TP. Like they've just put TP and spawn every round with no thought.
Shopify right now, they don't have a solution.
No, they're getting absolutely battered at the moment. Shopify, this is the difference. Yeah, you look good on one half, you have no depth on the second. Absolutely outdone, tagged up from the start. Unless they can get a heal. Wait, Mel, that was kind of nice to backfill that space. Keeps at least Eugenio away, and that's one of the ults gone. So a play to the good. Early fight. They carry on this way. Oh my god, they absolutely do. Here come the ults. Look who's waiting though. Isa has been. Oh, it's an anime battle! And Liquid come out on top. It's clean stuff from Daiki. This has been an absolute
I don't think Team Liquid had to do too much there. I don't feel like.
No.
4v2, Mel and Noya.
Shopify's attack side bind, so that was the reason they banned it, I guess.
Right now, Liquid against the odds. That halftime scoreline feels like a lifetime away. Isa will not let you in.
It feels like I never had. I don't know. They never just like defaulted B long into like just a standard round or just burst shore or something.
They didn't do much of anything.
They're just like
to
walking around the
facilitate
map.
the chamber.
Yeah, that too. I feel like the main idea was just Noya walk short.
Yeah, exactly. It was like chamber contact something and hope.
Okay, let's run an ad.
Do I crack another energy drink now? That's the question.
Oh, fuck. Sunset. Did they both play Sage? Team Liquid plays Sage.
Gives you wings.
Team Liquid smashed them last time. Chamber Sage. Viper Sage. Neon. Neon though. Jelly did well though. Jelly was farming. Oh yeah, I remember watching this. I was watching Sue's stream, and Daiki had 3 Sage Hots 1/2, and Alexis didn't use 1, I think. Oh, there's violent reactions with C's. It's because I got DOMs in my abs from bouldering. I think I was using the wrong muscles, but I have like very tender abdomen. So when I sneezed, I fucking hurt. The fuck is my phone? Oh, here it is.
Welcome back to the analyst desk. We have an inaugural GCC champion joining us. Let's welcome Mary to the desk. Mary!
Welcome, welcome.
Thank you so much for joining us.
I didn't recognize Mary for a second.
Very exciting map. We knew that Bind was going to be the map that was going to take most of our attention in this series so far. What are your thoughts on that map?
I don't know. Actually, to be honest, I knew the comeback was going to happen anyways.
Really?
You always believed?
Of course. It's never over till it's over, right?
Yes, exactly.
That is absolutely true. And because you do have some experience playing against Daiki, right? And you know how she can.
Are you
lead that team into
interesting to coach GC team? I'm not against the idea. It's just
Actually, this entire series, and we have this kind
in
of
all reality,
as well, but Jelly definitely performed so well on this operator.
Absolutely, especially when
I don't love how GC is formatted as a competition, and I think that if I was like seriously interested in coaching, it would be off-putting to only be able to qualify to one tournament in a year.
You know, every time Noya is swinging into an angle, Jelly is just waiting.
I think that they were struggling because we see the veto, right, and the effect that it was having. So you have to be extremely cautious on when you put your utility and what you're going to use it for. But there's layers to this. So
it feels like a lot more boring. That in terms of like a year job.
It was very difficult for Shopify to find a pace and actually get onto side. We also see them that the one.
And then like the economic incentives are far worse. Unless you're coaching like, there's like probably 2 or 3 teams.
They were like, no, that veto's gonna get complicated.
Yeah,
it got really
they can maybe match some VCT salaries.
You know, we heard from Noya, back then about how she was very new to the chamber, and of course, you know a little something about this agent. You know a little something about this. How would you rate her chamber so far?
It's really good. It's really good. Honestly, I think she didn't have the chances probably in Bind, but if I see her on another map, I'm sure she's gonna rock it.
Another map like Sunset? Do you like Chamber and Sunset?
Of course.
Okay.
I think that, going into this, next map, it's going to be really exciting to see how Noya is going to adapt. But of course, we brought up Visera earlier and the veto, and it's really unique because we have, one of these teams that really own the veto place. And as we can see her, Kakuka, oh my gosh, what's happening?
It's been a long week.
That's what's happening. That's what's happening.
Does that intercept?
As I was saying, it was very difficult. I think that we saw in many rounds how difficult it was for Shopify Rebellion to get onto the side. It's not about the interceptor and eating the utility. It's actually that first tether, that DK. We saw it even in the pistol round. Was such a cool idea that Shopify were having, just putting the smoke.
Yeah, that trip actually hit them.
You see the impact that it has and how much it limits.
Do you want blood money, buddy?
Especially because Shopify are playing all these slow rounds.
I mean, all money's blood money, but I'd prefer it not to be too stained.
And then you're getting permanently stalled out by this utility and quick rotate as well. That's another thing you can do with the veto. Bizarre's got the double teleports in spawn to be able to quickly react and have 3-person.
Yeah, but those double TPs came into, there was 0 usage of them.
And it's also Bizarre, so she can shoot.
Yes,
pretty well.
They all can shoot.
They can all shoot. What are your thoughts on the veto?
Honestly, I feel like he could probably be worked at the attack side more, because I feel like on attack you can't really maximize Beto as much, but on defense I feel like he's so good.
Is it worth it? Like, is he good enough for you to put in a
personally think on Bind, yes. On a tight small map like this, it really catches you off guard, and especially because it's a new agent, you still have to adapt and really understand how the agent really works.
Just joined. Did T-Liquid use veto on attack well? I didn't actually see much. Oh, ult. Honestly, I don't remember a single ult. I don't know if there's like a really, I don't think it's that complicated to use. There might be some micro to it and some like little ideas, but I presume it is just... Oh wait, on attack side you could just...
Shopify were talking a lot about how sometimes the rounds that slip away from them, it's usually because the comms get too muddled, and this is where it boils down to the IGLs really reigning in their team. And Ender,
you think he's better on attack than defense?
About this kind of face-off throughout the series.
Yeah, I want to go way back in time to Haven, where there was an absolutely insane round, my favorite round on the day, just perfectly showing how well these two IGLs understand each other.
I don't know. I think Mario is just saying that he's harder to use on attack.
After this, the main idea from Shopify in this round is they want to set up for 2 lurkers right off the rip. So
wait, why are we
early A main control, just putting down, you know,
Tyler's trying a
smoke
Haven
pattern.
round.
You can see here, smoke's coming out from this side. They have the Viper wall too, and they want to get the Viper up into the cubby. Pretty simple
I am
stuff, and then they can
confusion.
move back into mid and go for the clear. You're going to see Jelly take some face down long, but keep your attention on Shopify for now as they set up inside Garage to use the drone and actually get a player up into Garage. And what they want to do is set up these...
I've always wanted to do telestrators for the next game. Like, if Sunset's coming up, I want to do a Sunset tele, especially because they've already played that map.
Yeah.
But Kakuka's always like the only problem with it is that like some people are stupid and just think that you're telestrating like the map before.
Mel has so many options for how to play the round. The first one is teleport on to B.
But I think a Sunset telestrator would be really relevant. I don't really understand. I guess the only thing is talking about lurks.
On the other side of things, there are big ultimates to be able to cancel out.
Yeah, I'm a bit confused because we didn't even it wasn't even bind.
I just lost my entire thing. Okay, we're back. We're back. Technology was struggling.
I think Ender is one of the best analysts, but I think that this seems confused to me in terms of
then all of a sudden,
a concept
with these lurks activating, Mel can choose to activate
for
into either
this
side.
series.
So as the spike plant goes down, all of a sudden, it's now time for the lurk to activate towards A. It's time for these players to start working.
I think you can use other maps to make points about gameplay specifically, but it's always best to have the map be the map that is going to be played. Like if your overall point is about setting up lurks, then obviously we want to see that probably on Sunset next. Like from a previous game. But
I want to go back to where Daiki is able to perfectly shut all of this down, and it comes at the exact start of the Killjoy lockdown. We're going to go all the way back
I'm a
to
bit
the
confused.
because for a while, no one on Liquid was moving, but because they have this forward line from the Neon, and they have positions here over on the A site, they know that there can only be so many places Shopify are in. Either they are in front of B or they are on A long. So as the lockdown comes in, all of a sudden, 3 players are all going to step forward. You're going to see it in Garage first with the Omen. You're going to see it down long A as well.
I got cucked so high with telestrators this year. So many tech issues.
Hoping that all of a sudden they can figure out exactly what the round looks like. So as the A player goes down, it becomes very easy now to read this. The ult comes out from Daiki. No one on C rotates. They stick around on the site, are able to teleport in, cancel it, and of course, down long, you still have Jelly there to take the op shot and force this play back onto the B site.
I did a telestrator once that had no telestrator tool. The telestrator stopped working, so I just started having to speak over B-roll basically. Both Dracos and Kukuka are looking at me like I was like a fucking idiot. I was like, bruh, the telestrator stopped working.
I now see why this is your favorite round.
It's ridiculous.
I see why. I see why. And I think it sums up both Mel and Daiki's, styles so well. And like we were talking with Jen earlier, how they how they've been facing off against each other. They respect each other so much. It kind of sums it up perfectly, what they are doing against each other in this entire series. And Mary, I want to get your thoughts on how this is going to go, because this is the 4th map now. It's a best.
Yeah, Dracos did a couple of weeks at EMEA.
What is going through your mind as you come, if you're in the shoes of South
Dracos hasn't hosted before, I don't think, but he's
I mean, obviously, always try to put the score aside.
Yeah.
Just play the game. Like you try to as much as you can.
He was very good. He was helping me a lot. He reached out
I think that
he reached out quite early in the season to ask me if I wanted any help.
So I think I'll just ignore the score, play my game, play how I practice,
And he wanted to know about Valorant.
keep it simple. Always keep it simple. Despite
We got on well. He was a very good coach, to be honest, in terms of like coaching for talent.
At the end of that first half, because for the entirety of the match, we have been seeing that the biggest difference in the score has been of 3 rounds. But in that last map, we saw Shopify getting that momentum. So try and, yes, that map slip away. At the end of the day, is a map that you hadn't played in the entire year. So I think that is a pretty good score.
chamber pick.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
We're gonna
recognize it.
we're gonna
You see it from this distance. Your eyes went immediately to it. We are about to jump into Agent Select for this Sunset, and we do know that Noya does run that chamber. And we have to reiterate again, this could be the final map. This could be the final map if this goes the way of Team Liquid. And this is going to be history made on the Game Changer stage, if that is the case. We're bringing out the Agent Select right now. I want to get Mary's thoughts first on what we're seeing right now.
Did Anders fall asleep? Anders.
Who do you think
Anders.
is the star of the final map?
Is he dead?
I think Daiki.
Daiki's the star of
Oh wait, he
Daiki is the
She
star
has
of
to.
every map.
I mean, it's the hunger that's in them as well, you know? Like, imagine losing in a
Anders.
best of 5 grand finals 2 years ago. So he's really
Yeah, it's 2 years in the making for
Imagine.
Liquid to come back and end
He,
up
I think
winning.
he's dead.
Can't do it on home soil, but
There might not be a chat happening.
It's always the fire. and the passion that
I'm battling on phone. Oh, okay.
I love both teams, I can't lie, but Team Liquid really deserves this
There's
one.
something else, right? There's something else in the water
Yeah,
today.
100%.
Yeah,
for sure.
Yeah. What about you guys? What are your thoughts on this agent comps?
I mean, I would say I like both. I like seeing a lot of the Sage, and I think that when I say this, I look at Alexis. Noya had a very, very good bind. I think that she is really finding that redemption. I really like Alexis. I think that she's also one of the reasons why we're seeing this go the distance.
I think the main thing I need to see is Noya beat the A main on Team Liquid's attack. You have to be able to get in front of the Viper smokes and be able to challenge in that space. It's something that Shopify have been struggling with.
Can we get to a map 5, or is this it and Team Liquid Visa takes the trophy? We're gonna find out and send it back to Pansy and Potter for the call.
We'll do our best to find out for you. There is still very much a chance that either team could walk away with this, Christine. I mean, yes, there's a slight advantage on one side. Yes, you could argue there are some things now starting to line up, but Bind was always a weird one. It was that middle of the veto sort of strange occurrence that I didn't really expect at this point, and it kind of...
Anders will say yes, he likes the SR comp, but why are they playing Neon?
It really is, and I gotta hop onto Mary's point there, is everyone just needs to be goldfish right now. Reset,
okay.
Don't forget everything, don't look at the score line, don't think of it as a best of 5. This is just a nice little reset. It's only Sunset in front of you, because for a
G2 ran it, but I don't think they ran Neon, did they?
got to come out the gate swinging. We've got to have Noya playing with full confidence, and Ender mentioned he wants to see Chamber up in front.
Pansy fucking loves Pansy's always begging for chairs for casts. She's in her element right now. It was Neon, oh, okay. I mean, Jorg is good at Neon.
Makes her push and take that TP.
And this is where I will bring up the conversation about the repeatable success on something that starts getting red. For now, Liquid are going to be in towards that B site. Noya backside can be stunned up. Can't
I think Sunset is probably
an assassination on Noya and
Neon's
a categoric
best.
and clinical force back on the site. Plants in 5v4.
Is casting on chairs comfortable? I've only done it once, and it was with a tri-cast with Pansy and Hypok, and I didn't realize that they were, and I was kind of stood up, and then they started sitting down, and I was just like, I wasn't sure if I should sit down or not.
Good trades with Biazera. Still unforced away is Donut. Actually, the ones who look a little bit more deadly, but Daiki's waiting on the shot. Back of the hand.
I think it's for someone like Pansy doing EMEA mid-season, like I think she generally I think she started casting sitting down, so I think she just likes, oh my god, that's sick. I think she just prefers it.
Does she have time?
I mean, that was close. I don't think she's got the time.
Breeze is Neo's best.
What is that?
What did she do?
Sorry, I doubted you. A Red Bull clutch like that is unreal.
And I feel like everyone on Shopify were holding their breath except for Donut. She looked so cool and confident in that.
I mean, I saw
camera.
the clutch, but
But man, what a round to win. What a retake coming out for Shopify. Team Liquid had everything they needed to make this post plant work. Bizarra putting in those hours. But Donut, man, these shots that she landed. Look at her. Nothing is phasing her.
Look, doesn't even watch. Chilling.
Oh man.
Oh, that's wild. Oh, man, you gotta be
was the spin timing intentional? No. I didn't realize we were on camera. Like, I'm so bad at broadcast that I didn't realize I was on camera. And then I just kind of looked at Mike, I was like, they've been quiet, and I realized that he'd spun around. I was like, oh shit, I guess we're on. It was lucky that I span around in the timing I did. I mean, this is the thing about Neon. It is an agent that when you heat up, that you just can't take over. I feel like it's a very good takeover type champ.
Decisions to make. I mean, she can have so many options at her table. Huge double kill for Sarah, and again, this willingness to get in there, ride or die, slide in there, and get involved. You love to see it from Dodo Nut.
And I'm so happy to see an ult coming through this early as well for either side. We feel like these bonuses, they become so much different when you can invest those ultimates. Again, gets to spread the wealth, hand over a
Okay,
previous weapon.
Recon smoke middle.
So for Liquid, I think they've got to be a little bit careful now, not to let Donut get the ball rolling, because I thought it was like a generational game she played before. And we've
Daiki
seen
just disrespecting.
something like Neuer doing okay, and then there's that drop off of like form there, a little bit of diminishing returns.
Honestly,
Liquid look good though on this map. I like Liquid here. So
I would
this is going to be Donut on
okay.
display at Mel. It hit the shot.
That was with the Bulldog.
Why are they playing like split macro, like a 1-3-1 with the extremities? Like
no trade in sight for Liquid, and that's an initiator down with a double sentinel setup. On the attack side makes things much more difficult, but with this Viper in play, Issa able to cut the line, cut the site in half, trying to bait out the
TP
shot.
position is going to be.
Liquid, they know.
Oh, that was mental.
My wrist is sore, and I'm only watching. How she snapped like that? Oh, Liquid are down to 3. They're just trying to scale towards the site.
Huh?
Neuer, you can't ignore him. I mean, Neuer, I like the ambition, but now there's going to be this coming in. That's where it gets sketchy. This is the one that can outweigh. Snap back. Donut goes down. And Issa was excellent on bind.
Okay, I'm going to curse her. I haven't seen Issa win a clutch.
You can kind of work out where Alexis is. You're starting to put it together. Trying to get ahead of it, though. This is nice. But Mel now needs some support here. Needs Alexis to get a bit closer here. You don't allow an isolated 1v1. And they don't. Mel there to finish it off.
Do you prefer Viper Wall over the Gen... Do you prefer this Viper Wall over the Gen GB one?
Let's take a look at it. I mean,
What's the Gen GB one? Are you talking about the attack wall that goes through B main? Oh shit. Like that. Because the one that goes through B main on attack is awful.
It seemed like it, but Dodo Nut with that ultimate on the bonus round, just showing up and arriving. And you love to see it.
Like the wall like this. Yeah, this is terrible. It doesn't do anything.
In that last map, definitely a deflator on the momentum side of
Against the way most teams play B main, like it doesn't do anything. Because like they're not there.
The defense wall.
No attack wall.
I know. It's a
it's a
defense wall.
Yeah, it's a defense wall. Yeah, totally.
That's what I'm saying.
Where has this come from?
Dominant.
I think I'd only do. Actually, no. I think there's probably walls on B that have been underexplored. But I think it's just A otherwise. Like, I don't hate the A walls.
I think the best attack walls are on B, but
nobody uses them though.
Shopify, not only are they just beaming with money, they can hot potato this off. I mean, when you look at this comp of SRG, it could be Dodo Nut with that Noya, Alexis on top of a wall. It can even be the Omen going for some weird top of the stage wall type plays. So many cooks with this composition on this side. But
would you separate Orb to A still?
They've got the better comp in
Would you hold?
Definitely.
This Viper in their back pocket, especially on the attack side of things, they really should be able to slow things down now. I mean, it's been SRG just holding down the fort on either side, and Liquid haven't been able to find any picks. I mean, we even saw Mel with a Bulldog dry in mid, right? So really, Liquid.
I think there's some nice walls on B. I don't know why people don't try them.
I think they can get that. They've got the snowball round on the horizon. 2 away from Biazera's ult, 1 away from Daiki's, 2 away from Jelly's. They're gonna have that nice round in hand.
Nats does a B wall deeper into the site. Oh, okay. It's probably closer to what I hate this wall.
That's quite nice and early for her. Again, though, are we getting
Well, they just threw the like A lobby to quad one.
I mean, I think I like it more than the B one, but
a lot of the ideas of this wall are cool. They're throwing a bad version of it, like they fucked it up. It's supposed to go from the other corner of lobby so that you can walk up tiles into an isolated pocket behind your wall and then drop it and have like a slightly advantaged challenge into the market guy. But a lot of the concepts of this wall are actually pretty cool in so far as how it facilitates like boba splits. But there's just like better ways of achieving a lot of what it does.
Yeah. I mean, the pressure, like if you're playing against it for the first time, I feel like the pressure must feel kind of like question marky and annoying. But it's
If
just
your
one of those
opponent
rules.
1-3-1s every round with this, you're gonna be like, what do?
Yeah.
Unfortunately, she misses.
Yeah, now down to the final two. It's Messi.
Oh
It's not
my.
landing, man. Where have these shots just gone? Suddenly Liquid given the VIP access. Sight's all theirs. First round, they've been able to break through, and they do it.
I don't want to play Astral. I mean that, yeah, true.
Definitely with
Yep,
ease. It
true.
turned out that way anyway.
Real
I
and
did
accurate.
love the confidence coming out for Shopify. Noya holding her ground. Dodo Nut looking for an aggressive forward peak. But all of their plans, all of their gimmicks do not work out. I mean, even Noya standing in B main, even though she's getting Aldroned. I mean, I like it. I like the risk.
Oh,
She
excuse
just
me.
didn't land any of the shots.
I know, that's the funny part, isn't it? Because again,
Wait, Pat's just said really British there, and part. That part.
Overly confident plays. That time didn't work out. That's fine, but that's quite indicative of maybe what's happened in between that previous map and this. Take higher risks, take a chance, be aggressive, back yourself, go for the fight.
I was gonna say that's
nice,
risky.
This time rewarded.
Yeah, she is not backing down. It doesn't
It's
matter.
very early Sage
Missed her
Wars from
shots last
Alexis.
round, that confidence beaming
Yeah.
through, rewarded for it.
Not a big
Now,
fan.
the smoke should be disappearing in a couple
It's almost
seconds
like
here.
if the wall just went B right now,
Equalizer from Issa.
the chamber just reposition would be
The
good.
deeper they get into this best of 5, she's finding more and more value. Mel decided to get out of there, but the problem is Jelly's close. Jelly is really
How did
Whoa.
Jelly know?
slides in, takes away Mel and leaves us looking very vulnerable. Dodonut could be surrounded here.
All by her lonesome. She does have a full kit though, in a power position, and because she's got so much control, her teammates can take their time, but that Viper's pit.
Oh, that cuts it off, man. You just gonna
The problem I have is I always say Viper spit for the tox for the
Snake
fucking
bite?
molly, yeah.
Jelly already watching this way.
And then it sounds like Viper pit.
Similar things.
Yep.
For this final corner. If anyone tries to make it in, slipping in.
There might be a boast of things called it spit. I don't know.
She was fully
It
aware
definitely
of it,
is,
down
but
for
it's
it.
been pretty widely
Noya
adopted at
removes it,
this point.
drops the pit. Back to a 2v3 here. Piazera holds the angle. No trades. Liquid. Stability made.
Wow, Bizarra having some sort of plot armor right there.
Yeah.
Definitely looked like Alexis had enough to take her out, but
Yeah, Daiki is the
alive,
IGL
and
for
that
Team
was
Liquid.
off the back of this opening pick for Noya as well. But Issa, I mean, we've been talking about her all series long. Just the timing that
She's been fragging a lot, and she's also very comfortable
equalizers, giving
lurking on
a
agents that probably shouldn't be
consistent chance
lurking.
back into things. And Bizarra is just able to close things out. That was definitely a defense that SRG had opportunities in. I mean, we talked about Dodo Nut being ready.
Most of this A wall can be.
That Viper's pit.
Oh my
here's
god.
the play, Lauren. Sage wall up.
Oh, look at this. It won't get rewarded. That's almost the sad factor of it, but it is what it is. I like that.
We have to see that again from Shopify later in this half. I hope so. Gonna keep my eye on that one.
I mean, I guess the biggest opportunity cost of using the wall on B is having the orb A and then not having it for post. But yeah, most of what the orb on A does is similar to the wall. But for some reason, some teams even use wall and orb A, as in for the ramp. That was one of the things I was telling PaperX to stop doing.
Be a good stall out. Is Noya finding Daiki? Wait, Georgina tries
Ooh.
to get involved now. Where's the trade? There it is. Alexis back through, diving forward. Jelly gets into the action. Down to 2v2. Noya the one with the, overkill on the weaponry, but couldn't even bring it in. And now it's all gone wrong. Shopify
close
put
game.
so much behind it and walk away with nothing.
And they had everything they needed. Such huge kills for Noya. You love the patience, and she gets rewarded for it. But the aggression, Jelly.
Why
showing
Noya
up
not
and doubling
holding
up
back sight?
to flip the site and press the issue towards that spawn.
I
You
didn't
gotta
see.
love the fundamentals as well. I mean, we saw Georgina holding out that blind that entire time, and as soon as she gets that Q, as soon as Mel releases hers, just trading blind for blind.
I mean, you have to give up sight if it was weak. Let me have a look.
This timeout, I really want to bring attention to Issa. Noya gonna catch
Why did Noya not hold back sight?
Gina tries to get action. Down to 2v2. Noya the one with the overkill on the weaponry, but couldn't even bring it in. And now it's all
Yeah, I see what you mean. Okay. Mel Smoke was pretty bad, to be honest with you.
safe. We know that Liquid want this more than anything. This isn't just a normal final. This is revenge.
It was like
they lost on home
she wanted to get close to the smoke, I think, to go and help Mel, because there's an inevitability of them rushing that smoke, I think. But the Mel's smoke was kind of bad, but she didn't need to.
You can expect Liquid will have no problem finding skirmishes, making things chaotic. All 4 members very much grouped towards this B main.
Oh, we're going for a biff. We're going for a brawl. It's going to get messy from the very word go. Prowler connects. They got to know now. Noya, get your gun out. Oh, no. Late to the party, mate. Jelly going to make it look too easy, too simple. Little out of sorts there. That was a big investment on Noya.
Yeah, that all drone kind of making Noya react with a deer in the headlights type moment. That Viper's wall cutting off behind her, utility behind her feet as well. Decides to take a risk, not TP, and gets punished for it. Now Mel with the high ground. Definitely a chance to find herself an equalizer, but Team Liquid are doing so well. Just cutting noise, trying to punish any sort of re-aggress. Oh, but the little feetsies.
Steps heard.
Excuse me.
Not in. Oh, absolutely.
Oh.
And look at this, the toying with the meal at the end of the day. It's only Sarah.
Toying with the meal. That's a very conservative Sage up.
Sarah left with just a haunt in hand. Smoke coming up. Crowd feeling the change of tempo. They know what's happening. Some part of Shopify has to know as well.
Yeah, and Sarah now is just rethinking things, thinking no one's gonna give me a pick. But she's still lingering around. She feels like she's gotta at least get some damage, maybe an ult orb for herself, but Liquid are so disciplined, not giving her any sort of chances in that one. And that was just so simple. I mean, it wasn't Aldrone that got this opening. We see it here, Noya with that operator in hand. And just the crosshair displacement, the togetherness coming out here for Liquid. I mean, 5v4, Jelly's there in the market area, just using her speed to full advantage and making Mel's life so difficult.
This looks like the turning of the guard. Look at these rounds, 4 back-to-back. Timeout came in from Effie's. They didn't find the solution they needed. But up we go. Oh! Catch him one off guard. And there's be a recovered rifle and a
Sage res.
They're putting a lot of faith behind this.
It's a lot of fucking ults. What?
Oh, Daiki, and goodbye. Sarah waiting and watching.
I think that's a nice use of the Sage ult. You can actually plan that a little bit.
What?
As in, like, it's hard to like plan a round around a Sage ult, right? But
oh yeah.
if you do an aggressive push like that, it's a good.
Yeah, it's all about like insulated proactivity, so that the person who's getting active is resible.
Yeah. That shot was nasty. That was a nice round from Shopify.
The classic Paper Rex B main wall.
And Noya trying once again to try to find that A main pick.
Was that at Toronto? It was, wasn't
it?
I never.
So, yeah.
I didn't know they. I didn't know stuff enough to know they knew what that was. Like I didn't. I don't think I. I think I had zero like impact on the sunset. I don't think I talked to them about it at all. Oh no, I did because the Viper stuff, I guess. I don't know if they're playing Viper at that stage.
Now you can see the Shopify having to prod a little bit, poke a little bit towards middle. Can't overstay, can't overdo it. Once that wall does decay, they need to have a good idea in their mind that that becomes available.
Yeah, Alexis should have a pretty good idea of when her wall is going to be going back down. I love this call coming out for Liquid. They got to make this entry count. Find an equalizer, huge utility from Shopify.
Jelly isolated on her own and falls, no support.
Oh, Georgina held that.
Go for 3v2, not gonna happen. Mel locks it down for market. A 6-4 Shopify. Finding a little bit of that.
Who was that? I recognized her.
And they're
GC player.
creating their own magic, right? I mean, Sarah, she was so committed to this flood, just going all in for that Omen ultimate as well.
That was Shirazi. Oh, okay.
But it's her squad showing up. Mel just ponging to the ping perfectly.
The camera Yeah, they really cool.
That's a beautiful thing. Yeah, that little slow off of Alexis, isolating Jelly, making it that little bit more manageable, bite size. They've read the pop right, but this time, Neuer, are you ready? You got more than one. It's not just Issa. You got the squad of Liquid coming your way.
Looks too easy, man.
And Issa finally getting checkmate. Daiki. Oh, how done!
Yeah, I think this is going fifth.
Switch here, shifting up. Jelly, Biazera,
Comp is more defense-sided though.
having to pump the brakes a little, try and rework the map.
Liquid right now, they're talking to each other about the fact that 3 rounds in a row now, Chamber has
High no content on Patreon.
murder towards this A. No trades in sight. And at least this time, you can see the adjustment coming.
Siggy sent me videos yesterday, so there'll be something coming soon.
I do like the change.
Ultimately, I don't feel too bad about not having a post for like a month, because the price we charge is very low. So part of what you're paying for is the fact that there's a bunch of shit there. You know? So I apologize, but at the same time, we should be charging it like double.
Locked in, Donut on the spray. Maybe a little too much. Okay, but no, not again. Whoa, what are we doing?
Oh.
Calm it down, calm it down. Again, we've learned this lesson. For Shopify, you can't give chance to Liquid. 4 rounds is more than they had in the last map. And they still got one to play for here. Don't think it's secure yet.
Cannot get comfortable, cannot afford it. Again, Noya is just unstoppable right now with that operator. I mean, Liquid, they got to be talking to each other about it. They've got to bring Bizarra's utility over to try to.
I never spoke to Bastarda, but she did quote me once, so I'll take that as a W.
SRG staying dynamic, and now Noya is going for a mid pick.
Noya looking to try and get involved. This time looking towards tiles. Let's see if they try and scale that side. No one did, but it's a double stack over towards A as well. Keeping good space on this. They force that out drone early again. Do they try and do it through that one way? Yes. Mel gonna have to back away.
What is the TMV oil up meme? I don't really understand. Like, apart from, is that it, or is there more context?
That is the meme.
Oh, that's it. There's no like he should have oiled up and then didn't. Like,
Double operator out. Didn't even see it with Dodo Nut. We're seeing it there. Look at it. That angle locked down. The rest of the map. But what a shot from Jelly! A gift from the gods to create a chance. Top mid open. But they don't have B main access. They don't have A main access. Do they go market? Do they go top middle?
Fnatic have flirted with the idea of GC teams, but ultimately the business isn't the best. So
Slow down, Donut finally rattles off the shot. They didn't know about it. Now they do. Alexis controls the space as well as Liquid being herded here.
And Issa's gonna regroup with the rest of her squad. Liquid, plenty of time to re-wrap back towards A, and they definitely have a gap, and you can see that's exactly where they want to go. Right now, Sarah, she can't do anything, but at least for Shopify, they'll be A-okay with this. They've got every tool they need to make this retake work.
And I like they're leaving Issa here, right? You've got to take a risk on something like this. She's be left just a little bit out of
there was, Colin told me a team that he'd approached very early on, and the salaries that they asked for were like probably a lot higher than what Fnatic were probably willing to invest. And to be honest, they were right to not with the salaries I heard.
The two have played together so long. But how can you checkmate that? Util in. They go for the fight. Issa backs away.
Issa
can't do it. Time will be on their side. Shopify get to keep their lead. Going into the second half.
Just got banned from 6 chats so far. Will I get banned from this chat if I say?
Coming out from Alexis. Shopify needed her to step up, and she absolutely did.
This is
6 chats. Let's make it 7. 6, 7. Whee. I'm not even gonna do the emote. I'm not even gonna do it in the tone that you should do it. But 6, 7. I'm 31 actually. I can't wait to be 67. Sign Juliana and build 1 year for like legacy brand. there's a chance that Giuliano's been out too long at this point, and like, cause Giuliano was playing the first year of GC, right? I think it might.
Yeah.
I don't think it could. It might not be a legacy move. It might be a shit move.
Yeah. I feel like the power move would be to come back as a coach.
Giuliano only successful Julius IGL. Well, that's because it was 2021.
I was gonna say, there was also successful duelist IGLs in 2020 and early 2021, who then had to immediately leave the scene when IGLing from duelists ceased to be reasonable.
Yeah, coaching would be good. I don't think she'd coach though, to be honest with you.
I don't. Yeah, I mean,
Okay, 8-4. Coinbase
that wouldn't surprise me.
Look straight towards Dodonut. I mean, their impact initially was outstanding. Big performance upswing from her. Still at the top of the board as well. Big damage, big upswing, tick in the box. But it wasn't a singular effort. It was everyone finding their form when needed. On the other side, BSC.
Yeah, I know Giuliano's been playing Deluxe. Like, CS is dead. They have to come back to Valorant. Otherwise, they don't have a career in playing esports.
Definitely not impossible. Definitely not impossible, especially considering how Shopify looked so shaky the last time they swapped over to this attack side. We're looking at Noya to be able to work the map and gain control towards this A main. It has to be either Noya or it has to be Alexis. One of these Sentinels need to be able to control this extremity.
Loving the signs as well. Poor old Roy.
Yeah. I mean, the second name is cool. Yeah, but
let's see if this comes into effect. 8-4.
Yeah, it kind of
This does mean a great deal.
It really does, and this wall coming out from Itza is definitely a newer wall. I don't think Shopify are going to be as used to it. Generally, you are used to seeing that cutting off this entire mid line. You can see Alexis doesn't want to mess with it. Just
Carter's not game with the sunset wall.
Sitting back and holding the fort. Noya's entire job and focus in this mid is going to be to try to draw out some utility, potentially even knife away at this wall and break it.
Yeah, I love that little ready spot, but actually Shopify seem like they...
Oh, trigger happy on this wall. I really don't get it.
It's just for the boost.
Leave Noya here, and she's got that get out of jail free card, so I wouldn't be surprised if she's
There's still a strong side B with it too.
letting them know that she's in the area, but she's just waiting for an open almost
Jelly.
gets it on Jelly as well.
Yeah, Jelly's got to be careful. That was a really wide...
Hasn't this been the meta defense wall for a while? I wouldn't say meta, but it is one of the now more common ones. People still like flat ones on B.
Alexis is being so patient towards mid though, regrouping with Noya, and they're ready for this punish.
More, I'd say. Luckily, Paper X were using this wall, and I didn't have to tell them off too much.
You certainly don't. The push-pull coming out for Shopify here was fantastic, and now Noya low HP.
I think Patman was very good at playing with this wall, honestly. I think Patman's like, he was very good at playing those kind of positions. Like limit testing.
I like that Liquid tried to get proactive, but man, that just felt like such a fortunate piece of timing.
The timing was
Thoughts on this mid walk down?
like
I think walking down mid in mid rounds is strong, from what I see. Seems like a decent idea. I think Paper X are very good on this map at one point. Well, they are still, but at one point one of the big protocols they had was, well, I don't even know if it was a protocol, but they would just push out mid on timings that seemed very good, and then have flanks.
And this is how they started their defense as well. Noya towards B, and the attack side, Noya towards B.
Simple stuff.
There was one point a chance where we were like the boys were discussing banning Sunset, and I was like, "What are you talking about?"
This time, I don't think you can even consider taking that chance. So, got contact on the Prowler. There was a little bit of a bite to that. So already you can see the reaction coming out from.
Full break the door, leave it 1 HP.
Noya going to show on the other side. Spots out, I think, Issa. Not going to get much more yet.
That's a good question, Anders. What do you think? Full break the door or leave it 1 HP? I think full break.
Yeah, I would always full break.
Can go on these exploration missions.
Just slowly dissecting. I love how
Ooh.
aware Noya is being.
Oh, that's nasty.
It's all good. She goes 1 for 1 and gets an ult orb for Shopify. That's exactly what they want to hear. Speed things up. Jelly, I like this timing.
Oh, it's just gorgeous from Jelly to find that timing. Catching Mel just on the pull out of util. Now there's a problem. Shopify down to 3. Yeah, they got the big guns left, but
They had so many VODs on it? No, it wasn't that.
But Donut bails them out. How's she gone 2 from that? Now Daiki, from all that chance, it feels like it's been just brought to 0.
I mean, partly that. Yeah, partly that, I guess.
Man, I mean, Jelly was so close to throwing that stun out. Things could have been so different in this round. I wonder what stopped Jelly from go ahead and just ripping off that utility. Yeah. That timing would have been just beautiful with her teammates coming through on short A. But Shopify barely crossing the line here on this low buy.
Oh, that was the work coming out from Donut just to get them back. Because I thought they were there.
Whose game was that in low res, man?
Jelly didn't quite get it.
Horrible res.
And I told you
The Dodo, I think.
Not right out Liquid.
Yeah, this is the type of shenanigans we usually see.
They have the buy. No ults to bank on here though.
$4,000
It's ugly.
in her pocket. Trying to be Warren Buffett, gets taken out.
What's Warren Buffett? What's that? Why is
no? That's a Potterism if I've ever heard
why
one.
Is Potter saying Warren Buffett?
Lost control on the rest of the map. That's a scary factor too.
It's like the Among Us vent on Breeze. I don't question it.
Oh, it's market. Oh.
Just crouched under. Really nice awareness.
It's because it's a market. Why not call it market though?
Fucking 4-syllable callouts out here.
No, it's Alexis with the spike. It's still Sarah on the other side, waiting on toward that B side of things. Now drone going to connect. So Alexis will be noted, but it has disrupted a little bit of the stack. Not too much. No big worries yet. Sarah trying to play in. Denied initially and caught. Great work from Daiki. It's a bit worried she didn't quite consider that someone had slipped up. No, she's good on that. This is 4 alive. She's got to be a bit careful just because she has no shield at this point. You'd like to keep her standing, keep those.
Is it a penny pinching star name like he's saving? I didn't hear how she used it. I presume that she was just referencing a part of the map. So I'll be honest, I don't really know how what she was even saying.
Is just such a nuisance from both sides. The defenders.
She could have been talking about how someone had loads of money.
So much value. Alexis would like
Like
to
a
get
good
away with
economy.
any sort of kill, maybe a spike.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Team Liquid,
That
they are
makes
playing
sense.
this round to perfection.
I thought she was calling part of the map Warren Buffett.
Guns into the next, building up that economy, building up that bank, and for Shopify, it all started with Noya, right? In this beginning portion of the map, she definitely tried to get away with murder. But you're really starting to see the power of Viper and the power of Sage together with their stopping power, that delay. If Shopify and Rebellion aren't able to force this trade or get that opening pick cleanly in their favor, they're always going to get stalled out.
That's what I want to see actually happen at this point. Push to their limits. Can they find quick problem-solving answers?
Walk down middle.
Look at the castle. Look at this mid-walk. Mel, you are on a chopping board.
Oh!
Yeah, tagged up. She's going to be calling in the cavalry, asking for help here. Disconnected from the others. Do they continue forward or do they turn and fight? At this point, a bit disconnected. This is now getting tricky. Noya comes back around because the spike's over on this side, actually. This could be an issue. They got to fight for this.
Yeah, Dodo Nuts wondering what the heck should I do? Should
I
I
don't
go
think I'd
help
even
my team
smoke
get
that,
the
to be
spike,
honest
or
with
should
you.
I go forward? She decides to go forward, and that's a huge punish from Sarah.
Yeah, and this is just to make sure the site's available. It is. Go, go, go will be the signal. Get on site.
Those would be very neon means you could smoke a bit more liberally.
Trying to be a little bit slippery to pin down. Jelly in the right place. Got here early. Played in a little by the contact towards top side spawn. Perfect. Jelly! That is the damage that she can do. And Alexis feeling the crunch from the other side. They're now being surrounded. This feels hard to handle. Quick adjustment. They know that the pressure's coming in through CT. Mel, too many targets. Can't get away in time. Slowed down tap on the spike. They have to react to that. They have to decide if this is real. Now they go. Issa constricting the map.
Beautiful.
Team Liquid taking matters into their own hands. It's 6
We are back in business.
And we talked about this Sage utility.
Trying to play offsite against a Sage seems like a bit of a stupid decision though.
Yeah. It's
Her team needs to get that
not exactly a valid
and
game
things
plan.
were so hectic this round, Lauren. Just the back and forth going around in A main. People were flanking. The spike was down. I mean, Donut, she didn't know whether to go forward or backwards for about 20 seconds. So Liquid completely taking advantage of just wreaking chaos. And that all started with 5 people pushing into mid.
Yeah, doing that when you're set on 5 to 10 in what could be your closeout map in a grand final. That takes guts. And it works for them. It works very well. That puts Shopify on notice. You're not going to have your way of things. No matter the scoreline, we are still in this. Big contact here towards Regina. Gonna get checked on, comes out swinging, does well. Donut set up.
I guess we'll talk about it later, but reconning there start around on defense feels a bit sus to me.
And they're putting everything to this.
Jelly, I can't believe she's still alive.
Huh?
She's barely seeing an elbow. Smoke goes down, gives her a little bit of cover. And right now, Issa hot on the flank.
It's the Jogamo, Bucky.
Sketchy though, Jelly gonna try and keep them at least pinned towards the site, but it feels
Airplane one.
Yeah. What comp do you prefer this game?
The second. Yeah, what do you do now? Daiki has to dig
Oh,
deep. It ain't
what's going on? What?
happening. We missed it.
I think I slightly prefer the Chamber, but I do really like Viper.
Bloody hell, that was wild.
After Team Liquid finally stabilized, finally starting to look like they're gonna make that comeback happen in this second half, and it's just Shopify responding with that straightforward hit. Mel, you gotta love it. The captain setting up her duelist for a freebie. And that ride or die certainly pays off for the side of Shopify. I thought things were gonna get dicey, especially when Noya got taken out, holding that flank. Issa doing so well to make something happen on this round, but Shopify, they are being decisive right now.
And this would be the map that they'd lose on, right? If they just took their foot off the pedal. They would be kicking themselves. But Liquid, that last time out coming in now. Time to talk, time to give it whatever you can.
They can't rush B.
But do you want to go to Split? But the famous knowing that Split is the be-all and all roads lead to Split.
I mean, they can.
Shout out to you. I paid a lot for
just
that sign. I paid
through
a lot.
top
But still, in my mind, I want to see Split. I don't care.
There's some stuff like that could be just a stock line that Pazzy's got now, but like that's even if it is, that's good. I wasn't sure how she'd react to that.
Like this on Sunset. The fact that Liquid are able to pick themselves up on bind like that.
What are you saying? Sorry. Is Mini French? Someone's just asked me.
What?
Is there anything left in the
No.
tank? We have a bite. We have an operator. Show me what you
Je
can
suis
do.
anglais. Sorry, yeah. What were you saying?
Just the smallest of margins. Noya left that
Like
one.
they can go fast B, but it has to be through top mid.
Yeah, yeah. I
Which
just
can
mean
still
I
be
presume.
a fast B, but
Yeah. In my head, a fast B means B main exec, but they just can't do that against a Sage Viper.
no, you just
Top mid splits are probably are very good against them because Viper. I feel like a Viper Sage is probably not used to having a team top mid split behind them, and they probably get into bad habits because of that.
One of the like systemic issues that most of the teams that run double Senti have is as soon as you attack them on like abnormal exec axes and routes, like they just crumple. It's like, wait, they're behind all of my entrenchment? How do I play the game?
You're counting Viper as pseudo Senti, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I guess that's
anything
like
that
a
has
Sen when I
front-loaded
saw
entrenchment util.
I saw you guys running at Garden a lot more. Was that part of the idea?
Yeah. It's how you win. It's how you won Chamber Vice Mirrors on Ascent. Is you just start pressuring their spawn, and you do like barrels to fucking A splits where you're wrapping Garden in heaven, and teams just literally don't know.
That's
what you're
one thing
doing.
I was thinking a lot about recently with I think I even suggested it to Alex at one point. I was like, teams were beating us being bunkered on B and Gel and stuff, and I was like, well, maybe we could explore deeper on middle.
just Issa. A 1v4, and Neuer sends him away. We're going the distance. All roads lead to split. The fifth
Map 5 split is a banger.
between these two giants. We deserve this. They deserve this. Don't go anywhere.
Back of Sarah's eye here.
And it's close, and there's the slide. Not bad. Good trades.
TL versus
Actually, the ones who look a little bit more deadly, but
Shopify is like all time right now.
try and decipher this post plant faster. It's still doing it. Dodo Nut.
Are you kidding me right now?
No!
You have it! Oh my god! You have it! You have it! You're fine! But like, holy let's go, Card! Nice round, bro! Yo, let's get this shit.
Okay, I'll run an advert.
I think this is where the SR fairy tale comes to a rather abrupt end.
They're not good at this map.
No, it's like close to the top of TL's pool and close to the bottom of SR's.
Waylay Breach. I expect a comp change. I expect
Honestly,
the Waylay to
can
change.
only be uphill from here.
Yeah. I'd imagine what does fucking
TL runs your race fade, like the double dive with Viper and Astra, no less. So it's like actual true best version of the comp.
they almost lost to G2 though, but Amy was farming.
They almost lost to G2 in the mirror, right?
Yeah,
Same
yeah.
comps? Yeah.
With double pistol. Dodo's Waylay's been, Jesus Christ. What map's she been playing Waylay on? Pearl, I guess. 37 FK, 17 FD.
What the hell?
Yeah.
In the second grand final between those two squads. Welcome back to the desk.
That might not be. That might have been including some non-champs games.
Let's start by talking about the stakes of this one. Shopify were on the ropes, Christy, but a dominant win here on Sunset.
Yeah, the most stunning victory we've had so far in this tournament. It comes when they're back.
Wait, where's? Wait, what?
As you say, now setting up for
Where did Mika go?
We have been before Shopify and Team Liquid 2 years ago in Sao Paulo.
Surely not switching hosts mid-final.
This time, who knows?
Yeah, I think that from here, anything can happen. The momentum is definitely on Shopify Rebellion's side, but we cannot count Team Liquid out. Last map is going to be split, and we know what they're capable of in there.
Absolutely. Dre, let's talk about Dodo Nut. She had an incredible start to this fourth map. 4K on that pistol round, having a great series.
Yeah, I think Shopify Rebellion's win condition for this map 5 is going to be off the back of Dodo Nut having strong starts like that. I think that was one of the most insane pistol rounds I've seen, and the fact that she's getting off the spike and landing...
It feels weird to me that grand finals of Valorant become a lot more like sub in, sub out analyst desk. To me, it should be the opposite almost, where it's like
win a series. Now she needs one more
I don't
round.
know.
It comes after a great map, a great pistol round. It comes after a great series yesterday as well, carrying the team through that one. Dodo
I guess in League they do the same, where they add a person usually.
possible shoes to fill on Shopify Rebellion, but now Kukuka, she's delivering.
Yeah, absolutely. An MVP performance that I'm seeing, and especially at the beginning of the day, we were speaking about the struggles.
Who do you have MVP for each team so far? In this series, I've not really been...
Today, so definitely looking good.
Let's bring up Noya. We saw Shopify show Bind, which they hadn't played this year. She picks the chamber there, shows it on Sunset as well. Dre, I feel like she is one of the most paramount players to this map 5.
I don't think this final's done a huge thing to convince me of like what we already knew, who might be the who might be the good answers. I think Daiki or Bizera for Team Liquid are fine. Like Daiki, Bizera's probably been playing slightly better, but like Daiki's IGL, so it just feels like I feel like that has to come in part of an MVP award.
This is a player who had to step up massively with the changes to this roster going into this year, and she's continually delivered.
She absolutely has.
I did get them to stop using KDA as a metric in EMEA.
On this Shopify team, and I think that
My goat.
Because this means nothing. What does this mean? It means nothing.
Almost out of nowhere, but as long as she is alive, it's always possible to win.
So we're heading to map 5, split on the cards, and you look at the history this event thus far, and it has been...
I just hate having numbers on a screen that don't mean anything. Like, it's just distracting.
Where Brazil has been winning,
I feel like I do feel like graphics get a bit overused. And if you're gonna use them, they have to be really, really good.
Again, 5-0 currently just in Game Changers Championship, and all of them with
Do you think Paper X could beat Team Liquid? Who's TLV? Oh. What does the V mean in their name? Visa.
I think it's Visa sponsor, yeah.
I think Paper X might be able to beat Team Liquid Visa, yes.
That ended in that bitter heartbreak.
And if you look back to 2 years, yeah, Shopify should be feeling great to be in this position, but so much has changed in those 2 years. Not just the rosters with a Dodo Nut and a Jelly entering into the conversation, but also this Team Liquid team, I feel like has just evolved so much. It is a very different squad. Mel's also no longer locked away in her hotel room. There's so much more at stake now today.
Dre, what's the pressure like as a player going into a map 5 like this?
It's got to be unbelievable, especially because
Is someone trying to clip farm? I don't think it's a very interesting video to have me say that Paper X would beat Team Liquid Visa. That's not exactly a... It's not exactly a...
What a blazing hot take!
Yeah. You're not going to get many views on that.
We're going to not talk about the posture, everybody just taking a moment to breathe, because of course that pressure has to go.
Do you think Paper X beat my granddad's Walking Football League's Sunday League team?
On the other side, we need to
But that just seems like that just seems like you're comparing Team Liquid now to your granddad's Walking Football League Sunday League team.
not making the same mistakes, and going into the last map, we're looking at the leader for Team Liquid to continue with the performance that she's been delivering this event.
Absolutely, and the great thing that she had was yesterday, she got to sit back and watch that best of 5 between Shopify and MIBR, and Shopify got hammered on the second map on Split, a 13-6 finish there. And I think
Okay, this is gonna seem like probably not the best place to discuss it because the grand finals, but like the mini boo boo situation, we got brothers on the team. Like, how does it work if you're partners on the team? Because that would seem tough.
2 years since she played in a final. But
yeah.
They are good in these kinds of games. Their regional final went all
Bro, they're summoning.
This is the pressure they thrive in.
this is how afraid Shopify are of Split. They're trying to summon a demon.
Uh-oh, no comp swap.
You're gonna have to kind of smother Shopify Rebellion, especially when
I'm in danger.
If you can disrupt them, not let them get onto the site, that is your win condition.
That's the thing, Shopify only playing the one duelist, Dodo on the waylay with a double initiator setup behind her. There is so much.
I think I used the word win condition too much, but I think it's
more kills than that, because when Shopify plays,
I think it's kind of valid.
Always ending up separated from the team. If she's having an off game, Shopify don't stand a chance. Dodo has to pop off.
I wonder how aggressive Team Liquid is going to be from this defense, and more importantly, how prepared is Shopify going to be against that?
2 years in a row, Shopify rebelling in
I think the talk should have just been what you said, to be honest. Like, you got a breach fade whaley comp that looked flat as fuck in their last game.
Game Changers trophy, or does Shopify go 4-3? We head into split. Pansy, Potter, take it away.
Oh, the pool, they got timing tech.
29 days.
I think we didn't get this at champs.
Fated moment in Sao Paulo where Shopify shattered Team Liquid's hearts.
So me or breach is not very good. Yeah, breach isn't very good. I had a soft spot for breach on some maps back before all the nerfs, but
yeah, I have nostalgia love for breach. I remember the days of Vision Strikers.
They always go a little wonky. Where do you see this landing now?
Especially when it's on split as well. This one's a tough one to
I feel
call
like
for.
there was a lot of teams who play breach and then not even like on defense they wouldn't re-aggress for space with the stun and stuff, and I felt like even though 2023 breach was still probably a bit iffy, like I felt like when we played it, it was we at least played a good breach.
Yeah, like the Sky breach split was
Yeah, I think our
strong
split
at
was
the
actually
time.
very good.
Yeah,
Very annoying to play against. Oh.
Buries Mel from the get-go. It's a belting shot. And it's such a
But it can't just be like you're using breach for attack stuns to exit site, so then you don't have any thought about anything else. And then some teams would play too trap heavy, where it's like it's kind of hard to trap with breach sometimes. Being proactive, like I don't know, maybe what I'm describing is a trap, but like kind of taking space back and then having the breach being a nice little thing on top was. What is banana protocol? I've heard people say it in high rank, but I have no clue. I don't know what that is.
They're gonna know there's a player up towards rafters. Still no full touch towards where
Banana protocol.
went to, and Jelly doing what you love to see, getting up close and personal. Nothing to deny it.
not gonna lie, that sounds like a weirdly crafted D's Nuts joke.
Yeah.
That's a huge pick,
I
but
mean
Eugene's ready
pineapple.
for it.
I've heard pineapple, but what's pineapple?
On the cross there, Alexis gonna fall on the spike. Slips out of her hands too. Donut and Sarah are gonna have to be on the same page, and it has to be fast. 10 seconds. Donut finds a little bit of freedom. Sarah dives in as well.
Oh, okay.
Making it possible. The time paint shell. It's to the feet. Donut took a lot of damage.
Is that just a don't int call out in post plant?
No, pineapple is kinda. It's like I have a flank.
Oh yeah, it's the
Thing,
don't
yeah.
peek. I have. Yeah.
We had a very specific call out for that. Called, we said tiki taki.
Yeah.
Because the idea was like, if
You
you
still have to
stop,
bait for that
yeah, if you stop making noise when someone is lurking,
They're all gonna turn the fuck
they just turn around.
Yeah.
So like we would basically have people just shoot guns or like throw innocuous utility.
Yeah.
And then
100%. This is a good sign they were able to fight back. They didn't just capitulate on the Shopify side. Liquid now need to kind of keep that balance just
because if someone says I got a timing, like people just stop.
too passive, that perfect balance. Right place here for Biazera, the one who claims
What's
that
Wendy's
front.
protocol? Is that your team eating too much Wendy's?
Cross up towards ramp, that's gonna be heard. Daiki bring them down. Sending out the Prowler, gonna catch.
That was at you, Anders.
I don't know it's Mel, but it will be.
When Wendler asked what Wendy protocol is. Why are they saying oh no? Is this a D's Nuts joke or something?
Probably.
Punish. That's a good wall coming out for Noya though.
Yeah, they're trying to group on this. Let's see if they can overwhelm. Sheriff still stunning in the hands of Daiki here, and it's getting a bit messy. Achisa could be
It's a
overrun.
protocol for Wendy's nuts.
And they just created this
Yeah, it's taking too long. Yeah. It's we'll get there eventually.
Yeah. It's okay. I have an excuse. It's 7:30 in the morning now.
I have no excuse. It's just I don't mind walking into those jokes. Like
But the anchor's standing strong, and these pistol round wins, these low buys, always always get dicey, but good utility coming out here for Liquid.
Right.
And a bonus round
Here we go.
for Liquid, and we're seeing
Oh,
a switch up.
Viper or mid from here?
Bizarra
What?
and Jelly
What?
are doing a high five with each other, just swapping
That's
spots.
kind of interesting.
And Bizarra, she wants that high ground towards the shroud position.
Playing on-site A though without info line? What?
Sure if she got spotted on that then. If they swing this, it's still pretty threatening.
Oh, Spectre, I guess, it's fine.
Forced away. Okay, good initial work coming out from Shopify to battle for that mid control.
It's good mechanics from Liquid as well, wasting a lot of utility, wasting a lot of time, and Shopify, they didn't get much for it. Right now, Liquid, they're okay with giving up this mid area, but Shopify, they don't know.
There's a lot of pre-placed stars for like
That's a problem, but it's handled well.
pre-placing this star when you have the stars. But, yeah.
The deep B, like the bottleneck star at B when you have deep star doesn't make sense.
Yeah, I mean, I'd have this star, and then I wouldn't have this star, and then.
Where's their poison cloud?
Oh, it's middle. It's middle, but I don't know. They throw it from here to middle.
Where's here?
CT spawn.
Okay.
I presume you could find a lineup from A though, to be honest. The idea was they threw it from middle, and then Yoru Fade played middle, and Viper just played A. I'm not entirely sure why you'd need that to happen. It might just be a comfort position thing. The idea of throwing the orb middle from somewhere else is kind of cool though.
Try to regroup here, but Shopify, they're playing this round.
See you, Deluxe.
Not giving any chance. If Mel
Oh.
down, that's not good.
I don't think I don't see what the idea was in that. Maybe too paranoid about CT, but it was smoked up. Have faith in
It's
it.
a
Now it's time to
miscom,
springboard towards the site,
probably.
and it's getting way too
Anytime I see a player making a horrendous mistake, I just presume it's a miscom.
We're talking big picture, Christine. That's scary.
Quite generous of you.
Scary. Liquid are A-okay and happy with how things turned out in that
Like a mistake is like there's no explanation for it, you know?
Yeah. Does not make any rational sense.
They have decisions to make. Do they give another one of those outlaws to Bizarra or Jelly, or just stand strong with the rifles? And it looks like they're just going with the rifles, and kind of a cheer of relief coming out from Mel and the Shopify side of things.
Fast A Heaven Orb. Oh yeah, it's a Fade Breach combo.
Looks like Shopify want to gain this A main control again. You can see Mel has dropped a smoke. Jelly completely cutting off Jelly's line.
Yeah, but okay, Sarah gets that. Bizarra quickly trying to backfill the space.
I wouldn't take that timing if I have two people on A with me.
And now they have to try and recover the spike. This is all going completely wrong. It's such a good start.
So much chaos.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that one.
The issue, but the spike does go down.
Spike's down in the middle of nothing. Fucking Gigina needs to move.
They've got to recover it. At least they've got a full minute left, and Issa is all alone here.
I feel bad for Issa in the spot.
Does have the ult. The HP's low. Sarah's on 31.
She shouldn't be here though if no one's helping.
Feels like a good for one, and the timing didn't feel synergized. And Liquid making it look simple. Funneled in the end.
Non-raise split. I mean, there's a raise, but there was playing raise. Oh, you mean Shopify playing not a raise?
I
mean, raiseless split is fine. You can do solo Yoru.
It's just Waylay's a bit weird.
Yeah.
Because this entry, this opening onto Jelly, that punish was huge. They could have just reset there, paused, recollected themselves, but there was certainly a go coming through from one of them.
I think teams are still a bit obsessed. Like, there are still some thinking of like jet dash vibes.
Either way, Team Liquid, they are not slowing down. They're not really giving Shopify much room to breathe here.
Oh no, they are pressing the issue. Don't get me wrong.
I mean, Waylay and Breach are weird, but I think that like it's one of those things where if you're gonna see Waylay solo, you're probably gonna be seeing it with a Breach in this meta right now. That's at least what we're seeing teams do. But it is doubling down on a very all-in weird thing.
Even on the first one that was converted for Shopify, that was a bonus. You were willing to take that loss for the greater good in the end. Now, what can they do to feel threatening here?
Jujina's doing a really good mechanic right now, not giving away the sound cues on these jump spots. So Shopify, they don't have any information yet. See, Jujina's got that orb down at her feet, gonna drop a smoke, another orb for a gravity well.
Okay, TP in for Mel.
Jujina using the second star deep. She should be using a passive there.
And now an easy catch. Yeah, Liquid unfazed by this. This is not looking like a threat at all. All too easy.
Easy
For
peasy.
Team Liquid, 4-1.
Yeah, not even breaking a sweat in that one, and it
That's I don't know how to say it with Vermelho. It means red in Portuguese.
for Shopify to catch them
I had what's the beer called in Germany? The big cup. I can't remember what it's called. I remember having a beer with her.
Yeah, and then when they smell blood in the water, they will absolutely eat that up. So Shopify, they've got to regain their composure and make a good plan because they've got 3 huge ultimates coming online in this swing round. But on the other side, Liquid, they've got a response as well.
Yeah, in my mind, this is where your IGL and your coach are worth their weight in gold. Everyone else can do their jobs, but you need to keep everyone on the same.
Oh, that's interesting. So usually we have Coach Cam, but I like Coach Cam into
Players.
That's kind
I
of
like
cool.
it better.
It should be IGL. Just hover on the IGL. Like if this is Fnatic, you just hover Boaster.
Yeah, for sure.
Jelly only 3 off, and it hasn't been the Jelly show again. It's Issa. She has been something to watch here in this grand final, finding her footing.
And then like if someone's making a reaction and you switch to
Continues this on at 7-2. She's top of the board by some way. So again, someone to watch. Time to turn up, Shopify. Show me what you have left here. What is still in the tank? For Liquid, this is a long, drawn-out tour for vengeance, and they're pretty close to getting it.
what does Whaley even do on defense here? What do you mean? Like Whaley defense? What do you mean? I feel like Whaley's defense isn't.
That should buy a lot
Just
of time in middle.
run frickin' sea grenade traps. Wherever the hell saturate.
Uses Alexis's fault line to try to gain space, gain advantage. But Daiki, this reposition.
I feel like saturate's a very good like probably around A and middle.
Yeah,
And then
middle especially.
You could just like be re-aggro to like you can play some traps, I guess.
Unnecessary, it feels like. Going too far. They had what they needed.
Is there good dash out options? I don't think it's the best dash out. Yeah, some maps I like the idea of having Whaley on a site and able to like escape, but there's not really. I guess. Yeah, it's not really like that on this map, I don't think.
Pushing through a smoke of some kind dry, getting punished for it. But Jujina, this is it. I mean, she's hot on Mel's heels.
And she's got it just right too.
And look at the showstopper. Bizarra is at A with a huge ult.
Yeah, here we go. Bizarra still gonna get it with
Wait,
the
what?
The showstopper is the paint shell. What is
Wait.
going on, Neuer? Finally catches Issa, but the
Dodo TP'd out when she had a free kill.
get in towards the site. Oh, Bizarra just trying
She
to
can't.
buy time, be a threat, be a nuisance. Go!
Oh my god. She could have farmed. What the fuck is this crosshair, Dodo?
Jujina should hear the sound cue.
The production needs to get off of their crosshairs, man.
Oh shit. Honestly, that's a shadow tier crosshair.
That is possibly the worst one I've ever seen.
Do you not remember
I do
Shadow's
remember
crosshairs?
Shadows. He like purposely just trolled with them.
Yep.
But the problem with Shadow is he also wasn't the best aimer. So it was like, you're using a noob crosshair. Oh my god, Jujina. I was about to make the comment when Jujina made that push out B that she's like, kind of underrated.
Absolutely flying form here. 5-1. Outstanding.
And that was Liquid down.
Those crosshairs make more sense in CS, where like the spray control is actually like something you need to kind of have. Having like a visual cue for it is like kind of good. But in this game, you don't need it.
Coming out for Jujina there in that 2 versus 1. I can't believe it. Shopify just trying to play too safe.
That's why I never had someone with me when I was like solo head coach, like with no one with me. I couldn't have someone shouting next to me, man. I'd be so stressed. I just want to be alone in my little booth.
Trying to do what they can, but mistakes, cracks are showing. Jelly, right side of the map here.
I don't know how with Aang and Aisha together is so funny.
Look how many bodies there are here for Liquid already.
How's it sharing the booth with Alex? I mean, we're in very different. I don't expect. It's like I'm not in the same position. Like when I'm head coaching, it's a different experience, right? So being in the booth as someone who's helping a team out is in itself just way more relaxing and fun.
Oh, the Prowler. Great catch. You got to still clear her. Eugenia, the one who's the heartbreak hero from the previous.
We have different approaches and perspectives, so it's kind of interesting to hear someone talk through a game.
Brilliance for Shopify, but now it's scrambled. It's all starting to line up. In a light round like this with a buy that was never meant to be this deadly.
Alex is far more focused on
Push pull coming out from Shopify.
I'd say the leadership
is too
side.
Strong. Fantastic calling from Mel, and it's just down to Bizarra. I mean, if she can get away with even a kill, she would be happy. But Sarah cleans things up. And what a beautiful round for Shopify. I mean, they were just in Liquid's heads at every point. Eugenia, too much to handle. Look at all this utility just being landed on her. And man, I thought Noya even had the Viper's Pit as a insurance plan and checkmate to secure that one. What a thrifty call from Shopify here.
Insane call on that round. A little bit of a start.
I didn't catch that at all.
Team Liquid to not get ahead of themselves here, even at 5-2. There's still threats.
Breach Flash Heaven.
Couple of key ults now in play for them. Purchase still all right on the other side. Starting to wane a touch though.
This opening from Shopify into a 3-man.
Jelly taking that as time to activate, and actually Noya might be
Nading down there is kind of difficult.
Shell goes a little too far, and they come out swinging. They're checking behind this. I don't think they needed to, but Issa goes.
I see so many people miss that nade.
Getting so antsy in this 5th and final map. Shopify lap it up.
They absolutely do. A little bit lucky.
How loud were the death slams? I didn't see. I don't think he death slammed. There wasn't enough room to really do a death slam, to be honest.
Finding an equalizer, Jelly and Eugenia together.
Nice shot. Really nice shot. Yeah, Jelly gonna be left on one. There's not much to be done about that. I don't even mind the call to be aggressive to try and make something happen. You're down such a severe disadvantage.
She needs to save, man. What? They need to save. They got no economy.
All a distraction. If Mel loses this 1v1, now Eugenia's gonna be able to find ground.
Okay, hold on. We've been here before.
One thing I think Counter-Strike's better than Valorant, and I think it's because retaking in CS is so much harder, is they've been conditioned to save in positions that are much more in a much more conservative way or correct way. So when I watch it in the major, I'm just like, okay, they're just saving in like more correct spots. Like I think their Jelly and Eugenia should just be saving. They didn't have the money to play around with her. Mini, for the right price, would you coach a team that you know has little to no potential to win a championship? Yeah. I don't think that like I'd obviously prefer coaching a team that can win. But doing like a kind of glow up kind of team thing would be kind of fun.
Just that quickly, this entire series, Lauren, has been this game. It's just been back and forth, where that momentum is just being hot potato right back over. And that's going to be exhausting.
If I'm head coach, though, I think it's different. Like I'd hope that any team, I'd want control over a roster, right? So like, even if I'm joining a team with a low budget, I'd want a team that I could make.
100%. That's exactly what they're gonna have to do here, though. Liquid
like
trying
decent.
to catch their breath, stabilize, and regain that momentum because they have been the one in the driver's
Like I think that if you had control over a roster, as long as you can afford a tiny amount, like you should still be able to make a team that can win champs and shit. It's obviously harder, but
in those previous maps, so
I mean, if a team like T2G hired me with the expectations of winning champions, and obviously I'm saying no, like that's not correct. There's a difference between having the expectation and like their goal would be to make a Masters event, you know, like realistically.
where this Vandal is. Mel needs to be careful. Hello.
Ow.
No helpers. They lose B main for that.
Yeah, Mel definitely thought she could punish. She saw
Well,
that
not their
one
expectation.
fair
They're like
Noya
peak. They're like
taken out. That is
aspirational
no bueno
goal.
if you're Shopify. What a shot from Jelly.
And there's the old checks behind it. They now know what's coming. Biazera pins Mel to the wall, fighting for the follow-up, can't quite get it, but it's a 4v3. This is still
Shopify
game
scrapped
on.
their way back into this one.
Rotations are in. Do they hesitate now? Do they look somewhere else?
Sarah, no prowlers left. That haunt should be coming online in about 20 seconds or so. So Shopify, they've got to buy some time, try to get some map control, but Issa's got the long line.
Oh, that's huge. That's clean. But they go towards Jelly, who's going to hear all of this. A quick reposition down towards ramp. And this gun, they're not on light shields, but she's still chipping away. Sarah barely breathing, but they make it towards the site. Spike yet to cross, now is, but they are the walking wounded. Look at the HP. Sarah, 19, Alexis, 10. Donut has to be the one to take the brunt of this. Georgina and Daiki, these sheriffs could do damage here.
But this reposition from Dodo Nut was everything. Fault line gonna slow things down and early hunt breach ult to really secure things and buy themselves some time.
Oh God, I'm getting nervous. I'm getting nervous, please. Look at the HP, man. This is crazy stuff. And Georgina, of course it's Georgina. Of course it is. Of course it bloody well is. But the time is starting to tick. You only have to play to the clock, and they do. But that's how hard they had to fight.
Why didn't Georgina smoke?
Exactly, the hard-fought battles. I mean, if you're Shopify, you're just a sigh of relief right now for being able to convert that low buy. What a shot coming out for Jelly. I mean, it was both the duelists on the side of Liquid completely controlling the extremities here. And Shopify, they had to invest everything. Breach ultimate offline.
Whoa. Bloody hell. Bloody hell, what an absolute mad game we're seeing. And by all rights, Liquid, I've got to feel good in this round. They've been doing good. But the scoreline
Is that a kid? He was in the crowd? Yeah, he was sat with Victoria, from what I could see.
Jelly on the hunt. Overkill on Dodo Nut, and now gets the rear.
Oh.
Finding Alexis. Just util in hand. And they are pinned, they are slowed. But they have got someone slip towards sight. Sarah, Noya. Keep your eyes on these players. Mel's gone down. They are left in tatters. They're left in pieces. And Liquid turn it up a gear, Christine. They look pissed.
Scary scenes. It is scary scenes when Liquid is pissed. Look at their HPs, Lauren. All 5 members. Not a single lick of damage. I mean, Shopify,
They
that was a
looked
fast
pissed.
opening.
Anders
But
is
Dodo
missing.
Nut was all
Yeah,
alone
Anders is dead
here
again.
off of Jelly's opening pick. That reload
I'm chilling.
sound cue was huge for Jelly.
Are you doing alright?
Clean.
Yeah.
Straightforward. And she's able to just, get into that
Got
flow
another
state.
energy drink, so we're
Shopify, they're gonna have to do a
chilling.
lot better job of
We'll make
pushing
it.
Jelly back.
If you're struggling, there's no worries. We can talk another time.
On the board in this first half.
They have, you got to call it, it's a checkmate round. Look at these ults. Oh, on the other side, only Georgina's got hers, but the operator in play. Plenty to be worked with.
I'll see how
Behind this.
coherent I feel when this map finally ends.
Sure.
It was just a couple of stray bullets, but it's enough to nearly get that done.
The synergy between Issa and Jelly, it's fantastic to watch right now. Issa being the chickener, breaking all util, just procking that gas to give Jelly some openings, but she's had enough, gonna go and fall back.
What day is it? Sunday.
Liquid, they're okay with giving
I mean, I've got
Shopify
nothing.
this much
I got
space for the time
no
being.
obligations.
At the same time, though. Normally there's that slip through on B main or maybe a little bit of a challenge.
Forever.
Much deeper hold. Nightfall's going to find nothing in heaven, but that could be a good go signal as well. TP towards the site. I think Mel's going to spot out too. Donut trying to gap close towards this as well. They've got to know they are here. Here comes the ult. It's only Biazera who can really fight forward. There's no help coming from the back of the site of Georgina. She can't be of assistance.
American or British pissed? I mean, in the UK we use pissed for pissed off or drunk. It's not just drunk.
3 players. How?
Oh.
Noya gonna find it, but look at Biazera on this side.
You're up.
Still a problem.
Oh.
Mel might find it, but he does.
Jumping headshot.
Daiki left in the 1v1 though.
Ah,
Oh, no,
Daiki.
didn't quite get it. The horn though should be good here. Denied on the plant now, and it's
Seizing and then
all
haunting
having
would
that
probably.
nerve, keeping that cool.
That's the
6
stick.
seconds left.
Just
Another
reswing.
attempt on the plant. They want the time on their side. Daiki having to respect it now. Plant against them. Daiki looking.
Why is Daiki? Okay.
It's a shot. Belting shot coming through from Daiki.
I love those moments.
Happened to Noya's
What are they? Oh, okay.
Daiki was like pre-firing like every corner and then
Yeah,
just
yeah.
insta won the fight. I was like,
Hard tell of your position, never punished.
coming out here for Jelly, arriving.
As one does, you know.
it's also like you could just be shooting and then like they just swing and you're just dead.
Team Liquid, their anchors at B site, they did so much work to buy time because that was Shopify using 2 huge ultimates to try to make that B split happen.
And it is a team effort here. I mean, Jelly, those flashes.
A raise would help so much here again. Raise split might be dead. Raise split isn't dead. It's just that like I'd rather play Raise than Waylay. I think. Yeah, I think yeah. But I don't think. I think it's just a Yoru.
Being
Yoru's
the best
world.
duelist in the game by far.
Yeah. The only reason the only thing I could say is like if you have a player in your team who literally cannot play Yoru, then unlucky. But then you can look at other things, I guess.
Like having that player learn Yoru.
I mean, yeah, but I just know that that's not going to happen for some teams.
Yeah,
I mean, it goes back to that kind of coaching thing where it's like there are some players who won't, and then some coaches who can. So
yeah. No, that's valid.
They firmly hold the lead with the way they were playing. Now, whether or not they continue that in the second half is yet to be seen. But fired up on all cylinders. This is the 5th map we were hoping for, dreaming to see between these two absolute
how good does a duelist player have to be on a different duelist to warrant them not being good on your not being on Euro? I think it's like if your name is Aspas and for some reason you're not playing Yoru, and for whatever reason you're not playing Yoru, then I'm not gonna grovel, but it would have been nice to have seen Aspas get good at Yoru. Like in my head, Anders, I don't really understand. Like to me, Yoru should be very good for him because it's like a very like. I mean, I've not sat down and watched Aspas lots, but like, I presume like his style seems to be what when I say out loud what his style is, it is a Yoru style. So I don't really. Get it, to be honest. I think it's just so comfortable with Jet. Like he's won with Jet to the point where like, I don't know.
I think some of his struggle with it might be tied up in the fact that like he plays in a way where he's very selective with duels and extremely consistent with trades.
Yeah.
And on Yoru, there's incentive for him to have util out, and he does not have
that's true
any mastery of that whatsoever.
Yeah.
To put it bluntly.
Okay. The few times I've sat down and just tried to watch Aspas on the minimap the entire time and then see what he was doing, there was this sense that he's just got a very good killer instinct. Like the timings he took on Jet to just know when to peek and stuff. The kind of stuff that maybe is harder on Euro.
In that winning position. But now on the side swap, where are your eyes going to be going towards?
Oh, it's gotta be on the side of Liquid. I mean, they've been controlling this game the entire time. Now with the side swap and the double duelists going onto the attack side, they can do so many gimmicky fun things. And we've seen Jelly on this Yoru not have the best time in the kill department, but the utility department and the strategy department has been fantastic. So I'm expecting to see Liquid use this Yoru maximum to the max here. We're gonna see misdirection.
What you mentioned was something in anchoring on Jet Pro B is a lot like that. Maybe Aspas prefer. Yeah, there's I don't know. Maybe there is something like that where like he prefers just anchor position and doesn't want to. But I don't know. Again, I'm not. For someone who's played against him a few times and like obviously a big fan of Valorant, like
but look at the rest of Liquid.
I think in particular because there's no demo system for me to like go and just download the demos and actually have fun watching. Like there's almost no incentive for me to like go try and watch a game from a player POV that doesn't exist.
Big shot falls away, calls for the cavalry. They're not here yet. Sarah can't spot that cross. Spikes around the
I think it's something I struggle with as an analyst, to be honest with you, is telling you individual gimmicks and quirks and stuff.
Completely. Donut and Alexis, the last two alive, four standing.
I see the game much more team based, which again is probably bad because like Riot are very big on trying to build stars and stuff.
Getting spammed down as well, and look at this repositioning from Jelly, just taking that time to go into spawn and just create another checkmate crossfire.
Oh, this is hard to make the cross on. Jelly though forced off the corner. Alexis trying to take those key couple of steps, taking a key couple of kills. And wait, hold on, there is still a chance of this. They've got to have a good idea where they are now. Broken on the horn, they've got to put a body behind it. Jelly takes a look. Time now starting to tick. They've got to get going on the defuse. Donut still alive on 10 HP. Daiki just plays to the time. First found in the second. Team Liquid strike first.
What a strategy. What a pistol.
She was about to stress the fuck out there.
Player to entry all the way out in A site with the double satchels. It's a player to be the insurance plan here in B Heaven as well. Just re-flanking towards that rope. And Noya, the whole time, she was supposed to arrive to Mel to be that helper with the molly, but Mel was all on her lonesome because Bizarra was always flanking towards that rope. So a lot of pressure across the entire map, and Shopify couldn't find any room.
There we go. A harsh round to suffer through, just classics. No upgrades, but a mid-walk, and I like that. Even if it falls to pieces, you might as well try something. For now, Alexis just has to seem intimidating. The stun at the start, trying to slow down the roll, but it's pacey. We're getting used to that. Bizarra happy to put body on the line and go for the fight.
That's not.
Full of damage, but takes the site for it too. That's player spotted. This should be a cleanup. Mel goes down swinging at the very least. As Jelly
Double satcheling into a site against Antico is not. That's banned. That's a banned thing from me.
They get to keep all the rifles. They're happy with that.
Love to see the structure coming out for Liquid. No matter whether they were entering into the site, their back lines were always covered. Two members with the crossfire.
Is the casting in the arena is English, I guess.
Bizarra,
I guess it's.
she's getting loose. She's starting to just really feel confident, pressing the issue and being decisive. And
is it?
Oh, is it Korean? Oh, is it
I would
Korean?
assume it was. At minimum, it's both because they had a Korean translator.
Yeah, I would presume it's both, but I don't know what's being pumped into the arena. Because like everyone I look at in the crowd looks very like English heavy. Oh, there isn't English. Okay. I know it's usually native language, but like in Europe, it defaults to English most of the time. Like in Denmark and Turkey, it was English, I think. Could be wrong about Turkey.
Alexis has used everything she has. She still has 2 flashes left, but Noya's got to hit her shot.
Oh, and the C's caught is a problem.
Turkey was Turkish. Oh, okay.
Try and keep this under control, but now could be overwhelmed. Needs help from the back of the site. Mel's still here, but counterfire smoke.
Germany was English.
Close. Liquid chomping at the bit. They've got it, biting down. Good shot.
Oh.
Need to follow up here, Mel. You're on your own. You can't afford to lose more, but right now you'll take the round itself. Georgina goes down. Mel,
But Germany and Denmark are very English-heavy speaking countries.
And the anchor staying strong. Mel, cool, calm, collected.
It's just the crowd shots. Like I guess a lot of the crowd who are like actually interacting are people who are like non-natives because they're like super fan kind of vibes.
Because things got really dicey here. The fact that Noya wasn't able to break that boom bot earlier while her molly was up just completely pushed her off the line. And Team Liquid eat it up. That was a low buy, hardly any buy coming out for Liquid, and now full set of armor, full set of rifles, and Jelly 1 orb away from this.
It's an aftershock.
She's gonna instantly grab it here at A main.
I wouldn't be surprised, but I thought they might have expected that with the utility.
It's kind of interesting.
Maybe reading in that someone had taken B main, but decide to walk it anyway, so a freebie pretty much, and Jelly taking a lot of damage on this cross.
I quite like that.
Spam alone itself would have done it. At this point, Donut on a good line here. Has help.
That crosshair placement is beautiful. Good moves though from Jelly.
Why is Dodo changing crosshair again, man?
She's gonna go down.
One per round, it's fine.
We're gonna try to push Noya off the issue again. Just a judge in her hands.
But it feels like it's building towards it's going to crunch through vents, right? Another bit of chip damage done. And I like how deep Shopify is sitting though. They're going to make them really commit to this. If you want it,
This A formation looks awkward. Okay, never mind.
Yeah, it's
Dodo's. It's one of the things that we struggled with the breach is we'd end up having Kron and Alpha kind of disconnected a lot. Going back into the judge. Judge.
Oh no no no!
Way earlier on, but this judge is going to be so deadly around this corner.
Should be checkmate, and it is. 2 kills found.
Yeah.
The judge is still underutilized, man.
Extremely so. The fact that we just went through an entire year of Chamber being overtuned at every single phase of the year, and we didn't see like widespread abuse of Chamber judge setups is like actually depressing.
Yeah. I think the closest is something with the judge. I think he's the closest thing I've seen to abuse. Like on defense. Like JJ would buy it on attack and just satch you in, and then on defense, Ilya would just buy it.
Coming out here for Shopify was everything.
God, the importance of that round couldn't be stressed enough. It's broken the buy here. Now, we know that Liquid are really, really threatening on these rounds, so you can't really rest on your laurels for even a second. But in these moments, you've got to feel if it goes traditionally, Shopify should be able to get up to 8 in this. On the other side, Jelly does have ult. He's still one off. And Biazera not too far away. So, again, if the stars align, it could still become a really hard round to hold. So Sarah's got to be careful, not lose track, lose beat of where these players are. No one progressing ramp just yet. Donut's still able to play this line, but this is repetition now. This is not the first time we've seen this.
Look at this counter coming out for Liquid. You know they were both talking to each other, letting each other know the A anchor constantly goes for this line. And Jelly was waiting for it.
Sarah, this is so sketchy, but I guess fortune
I'm a bit concerned with how Team Liquid are playing.
Is going to be rewarded. They've given up that heaven space though. I do worry that
Noya's getting away with a lot with the. I mean, the judge is gonna be the issue, but I wonder how long she's gonna be like solo mid for this game.
Still passed the same way, similar to last round.
This time, Bizarra's got those double satchels again in her back pocket. Expecting to see a lot more.
To be fair, Teal hasn't really shown any opens that would punish it.
No, I mean from that's what I mean. That's what I mean from the other way around. Like, if she's getting away with solo mid the entire time, like I think that Team Liquid are gonna be fucked.
Oh yeah, for sure. They need to go well, and like part of the problem is like they're not even conditioning 2 mid stars, so like.
They don't feel any pressure.
Yeah,
I mean, it's only
not even a vague insinuation of pressure. Like, it's tough.
From Liquid definitely made things a little bit dicey. But Sarah and Alexis, the power of numbers coming up huge. And this is gonna be the swing rounds of swing rounds, Lauren. We've got a showstopper online, and Jelly's been holding on to this Yoru ult for about 3 rounds now. So definitely expecting Liquid to throw in a combo. Maybe a repeat of pistol round, because you can see that Jelly, she's really trying to be a distraction, only just trying to regroup and set up Bizarra so that she can get an easy showstopper entry.
That Viper Rob's so passive on middle.
It's a pretty good read. It's hard to
Yeah,
it's
weird.
on the right side of the map.
Yeah.
Jelly gonna clear.
Oh, it's the attack one. Okay.
Is it the attack one?
I think
it would make sense for it to be the attack one.
Actually, attack is in heaven.
This is huge for Liquid. Vipers
That's weird. I don't
That's
love that.
that's a judge only orb, to be honest. I can't see any other reason.
Yeah, I mean, Alexis still has that rolling thunder, so that could be
Retake B. See, in a cast, I'd be like, good luck. But that means that they win the round. Oh, what's that? Why?
gonna struggle. Hindered. Can't
Ooh.
quite make it. Daiki on the line though. Denies Melanoia. It's down to 3v3.
Oh, ults on ults.
It is a mess. But they have to fight
Oh my. Viper value. Holy shit.
Layers upon layers. You saw Bizarra just procking that ult, trying her damnedest to buy time. But the fact that Daiki got rewarded with an ult in the site, in that post plant, was everything. That
Yeah, I think breach ult there is a bit desperate.
Yeah, I think that
there in this round.
that could very well beat the map, honestly.
Everyone is stunned, Lauren. Everyone
Huge
is stunned.
ulti econ swing. Is it a regular econ swing too? No, last buy though.
Again, literal blood, sweat, and tears to get back in this position.
Excuse me.
Fighting with everything.
Wait, did she
has,
put the orb
still
deeper now?
alive with Shopify.
Yeah, she did. I think it was a judge setup.
In the back pocket of Dodo Nut, coming online.
Weird hard tell.
So well, so far behind. Not even get caught with that Prowler. During this time, Liquid, they should be pushing back Noya now off this mid line.
Yeah, she's got help this time though. Alexis is here and Sarah's not too far away either. Now feeling the pressure towards Sarah, you might need that support system to kick in a
Press
little bit.
Boombot and Prowler.
Liquid.
People are so bad at going through this mid orb. This wasn't the worst, but it was still not great.
That was a lot of utility used in mid as well. Sarah trying to make it look like she's re-aggressing towards that vent. The last Prowler being used.
I mean, Dodo's got the line on A.
Have any dogs left here?
Big amount of players.
Oh, why are you fade out? What?
Nervous about this A hit.
Yeah, again, that information's just not there. They're playing so deep. They're playing blind. It's on Mel, shouldering towards B main. That's the sketchy part. Good stall, actually.
So that fade out looks better because of what happened, but generally speaking, I don't like that. Huh?
On the trade. Nice timing for the Horn to come in here, trying to slow things down. But look towards heaven. Look at Jelly. Her timing could not be.
The fade out gate catfished. The fade out catfished so hard.
Huge impact. Sarah going wild on the site.
They both have the same idea.
Christ. I can't believe they all turned their back to mid because the fade out didn't hit anything like 10 seconds
Yeah.
They can almost taste it.
Fade outing for info and vents is not a thing.
Out here for Shopify to give their players some
Oh, let's throw the wall.
because these last few rounds have been so high pressure. Mel just getting spammed to like 1 HP back a sight there. Team Liquid, their hit, the timing of that Astral Wall going down, it was just perfect. Eugenia's utility coming out in the nick of time, and that allowed Jelly to find a lurk to secure a double kill. That kill on Alexis, that was insane.
I think Sarah wants to cheap rotate with it.
The little bit of a barrel
I mean,
there.
but you just cheap rotate. You don't need to. Oh.
And Liquid, these last couple of rounds, it's been insane.
This is one to let it breathe for a second. Take in the gravitas of this moment. The fact that it's Daiki who's been so instrumental in these last couple of rounds has got to be something special for her. But they're not there yet. 11 to 8. It's not over. There is still this timeout here called by Shopify. They're not done. But it's been a couple of rounds. It's starting to feel like it's slipping between the fingertips. You know it. We know it. They know it. And at this point, you've got to find a solution. Now, what is that? That's a problem. Liquid with the advantage here, with a little bit of finance behind them, they can start taking, I don't want to say risks necessarily, but they can play a little bit looser, play to a higher tempo potentially. This is where it gets incredibly hard to stay in the game.
And it's that much harder for SRG. This is the third round now that I'm seeing a judge in the back. Oh, that's not good. Mel taking too much damage. That Boombot giving a lot of info. Dodonut is able to at least push Issa back, grab this orb. Should buy a little bit of time towards this A main. But Mel, she's going to get pushed back.
Whose time was it? SR?
She has help from Alexis. How long do they hold? Mel's getting closer.
Didn't they? It's kind of.
Desperate times.
They'd only played a couple of judge rounds though, right? Like.
The barrel will show.
I'm so scared of that happening here. But Mel's gonna reposition and get back. And Noya, judge only.
Oh my god, Noya! Still gonna get one, but Eugenia in a great trade. Mel still feeling a little bit worried. She wants to do so much. She wants to do almost too much. Still players here. You can't walk into it. It's a death trap if you go through. It's all about testing that nerve. 40 seconds ago, walkabout Issa.
Oh,
That's not.
it's
not.
cooked.
Yeah. That's what we were talking about earlier. Like this, like experienced players trying to do stuff. Like having that feeling that you need to make a push is good, but like they could have waited 5 seconds for that smoke to go.
2v3, and this now brings into a little bit of question Georgina's HP, Issa's HP. But he got the plant.
They are going to flip the site though. That wide peak was one of the widest peaks.
I think the kind of Nats, I don't know who did it, but I saw Nats do it first with the gun through the smoke thing. I think that makes people do smoke pushes more, even though it's like almost irrelevant. Huh?
That might catch, it doesn't. She will not guess this, Georgina is there!
Yeah.
Take it up to 12! Down to the 1v1, they get the job done!
And Sarah,
one more round, Christine, that's all they need!
Sarah feeling the pressure in that one at the end as well, just running it down. Plenty of time on the clock as well to try to make it work, but that pressure is too much, and Georgina with all those sound cues just make
I didn't
that
read it
one
like
look
that.
easy.
Oh, you can see how tense it is in here. You can feel the atmosphere.
Another judge on the back of Noya. This will be the 4th round in a row now where Noya doesn't
Or
have
maybe
a full
she's right.
rifle.
I think the open plant meant Sarah was pleading up.
In this one.
No help. Their nerve, man. Again, they've lost that B main control. It's been a little bit of a coin flip the last couple of rounds. So what does Liquid do this time? They've got the option there this time, earlier. No check on A lines deep either. Much more passive on the site. And the spike not committed either way, really.
You can see Daiki this time regrouping with Issa towards this A main. And generally, it's been Jelly and Issa selling the fake, but it looks like Daiki wants to set up Issa on this deep line. She's got the Outlaw and a lot of half armors on the side of SRG.
50 seconds. Spike still not moving. Still trying to sell this presence. No massive rotations yet. A second Prowler invested. That was a lot shallower over towards ramp. And on the drop, they see it. This is where they're heading. This is what it comes down to. Mel waiting for this one in the middle of no man's land. That's much better stall out. Finally seeing a little bit of that.
I could feel Meta.
This time Mel using her
And I was like, thank fuck.
From Jelly.
Flash is coming.
Power position.
Oh,
yeah, but she's been checkmated.
all of that
Jelly
work.
Open up the site here. Alexis trying to slow down the roll. Calling in the cavalry, calling in for help, but Noya's got a judge.
Oh, this Astra smoke.
Liquid, step by step, taking over the site. Noya, how much more can one player do? You now have help.
Ah!
Here, but they go down swinging, but they're going down nevertheless. A 3v2. And Dodonut still a mile away from this. Sarah all alone, trying to find an avenue back, a way forward. Dodonut makes it over towards the site, late but better.
Saturate.
Sarah back of the site, they're gonna know it now. They know where they are.
What a
That's
shot.
Saturate
Holy
still.
fuck. What a clip.
Georgina plays with shoes off and getting the shoes on.
Love to see Bizarra being the one to close things out, using this race kit to perfection. Those satchels coming out at the last minute, not giving any of Shopify a chance
GG's.
to land those shots, just getting bumped up into the air.
I mean, it's nice for Brazil to win.
It means just everything. The redemption after 2.
They kind of deserve it. They're the strongest region in GC. I don't think it's particularly close.
Brazil, those stocks, we're all Brazilianaires, Lord.
We're all Brazilianaires.
Jesus
Christ,
Christ, Potter.
It's the harsh reality of competition. We all have those games, and you always pray they never happen in games like this, in that map. But on the other side, today, Team Liquid were exceptional. And they've known this feeling. They've known this defeat. They have been on the other side of this very feeling to that very team. Bittersweet, but it's the beauty of the competition.
I think Noya had that face that, like, I'm crying, like I'm annoyed I'm crying.
Team Liquid, as Shopify will always be the one to beat, will always be the one with the target on their back. But today,
She actually is kind of upset.
had their number. A fantastic run from them. Heads need to be held high here. They got pushed to their limits. And to go 5 maps, Christine, That is something to be proud of.
Absolutely. It's going to be disappointing right now, and you can see how disappointed the players on Shopify are right now, but it's all love on the stage, and this weekend has been an incredible watch. The competition has just been neck and neck all weekend long. Just to see the special relationship between both IGLs, you can see it on the screen there. Daiki, oh bless, just can't believe it. Just the emotions right now are running high between both these squads.
Again, we've seen the tears of sorrow from Daiki before. A loss in Sao Paulo, certainly one to be remembered for them, and you've got to be truly starving to know the level of hunger it's taken for them to rebuild to this point. And I think we all know it will not be the last we see from Shopify Rebellion. This team has plenty more to give, plenty more to do. But now they have a true challenger, true competition to force them to get better, to get stronger, to challenge again for that trophy, which now will reside and is in deserved hands with a brand new champion here today. And my God, did they work for it. The Valorant Game Changers champions, Team Liquid! I'd let that breathe for a moment.
Where are they going to interview? It looks so small.
Oh, here we go.
Just on stage.
2025 GCC champion, Team Liquid Brazil! Guys, congratulations, guys. Well deserved, well deserved. Oh my God, Daiki. Congratulations. Come over here, girl. Over here. 가장 먼저 다이키 선수 만나보도록 하겠습니다. 항상 꿈꾸던 리더의 모습 그리고 챔피언의 모습 이제 갖추게 됐거든요. 그동안 너무 외롭고 힘든 싸움 했을 텐데 기분이 어떤지 들어보겠습니다. You have indeed become the leader that you always wanted to be. I mean, people neglect how lonely it is, and you had to battle through the loneliness of leadership, but you've done it. You're a leader, a great one, and a champion. What's going on in your mind right now? What does it feel like to finally turn something that you really, really wanted into your reality?
Eu não tô acreditando ainda. Eu não tô acreditando. Eu não sei. Verdade. Não sei.
I'm not believing yet. I still cannot believe that we got here. Cannot believe. I don't know.
정말 말로 어떻게 설명할 수 없을 만큼 이 꿈을 이뤄냈다는 게 아직 믿기지 않는다고 얘기를 합니다. You know, this is yours. Soak it in. You deserve it. This is you. Okay? Enjoy your moment.
Speed, I see you laughing on your stream.
Target over here, Bizarra.
That's disrespectful shit. Who's Speed? I'm laughing because she's like, you know.
가장 큰 의미가 있을 것 같습니다. 여기
I show
가족과도 이런
speed.
순간을 함께하고 있는데
I mean, I don't think I look like I show speed.
First Brazilian team to take the trophy home. And you've done it with your family and your fans supporting you.
Oh, is this
everywhere
meme?
in the world. What does it mean to you?
Oh, try not to laugh. Oh, okay.
Muito feliz primeiramente com
If someone's crying tears of happiness, I think it's fine to laugh.
Inclusive do Valorant. Tô feliz demais que, principalmente, eu tô aqui com a minha família, né? Então, tô muito feliz que eles estão nessa conquista junto comigo.
She's just like, Jen, what are you saying? What are you trying to say? You're speaking Korean right now.
Muito feliz e finalmente a gente conseguiu.
Finally, I am really happy to be here. Not only having the opportunity to bring home like the first like game changers inclusive like trophy for Brazil, but for the fact that I'm sharing this with my family, having the support with my family here, it's just really a happy moment for me. It's like perhaps even more valuable to share that with them than the trophy.
Wow, you are Unk. I mean, I know who Speed is.
우승을 하고 이렇게 브라질 팀 최초로 GCC 트로피를 들어올리게 된 것도 굉장한 영광이지만 이 트로피보다 더 중요한 게 이 순간을 가족과 그리고 팬분들과 함께 할 수 있다는 게 너무 소중하고 거기에 가장 큰 의미가 있다고 얘기를 하는데요. 엄마의 한마디도 들어보고 싶네요. We need to hear from the mom. How are you feeling?
Como é que você está se sentindo?
Sinceramente, eu já sabia que eles iriam ganhar. Sem jactância, mas assim, todos os times vieram sim para ganhar, todos vêm para ganhar, não é? Mas a diferença delas, do time da Liquid, foi a inteligência emocional, o controle, o autocontrole, o domínio próprio. Eu acho que isso fez a diferença. Porque todos jogaram muito bem, mas elas fizeram maior a diferença hoje.
I would say, honestly speaking, I knew they were going to win. Everybody came here, all the teams came here with all the best they could do, like not to fight for the trophy, but I believe that Team Liquid had more like a mental preparation, and they were in a better state, like as a group itself, to bring it home. So I'm really happy to be here with them.
Does Boramin go?
우승할 것 같았다고 얘기를 했습니다. 너무 열심히 하는 모습도 보기 좋았고 그리고 너무 굳은 각오를 가지고 한 경기 한 경기 해냈기 때문에 너무나 자랑스럽고 그리고 너무나도 우승해도 정말 그럴 만한 가치, 그럴 만한 능력이 있었다고 마음이 든다고 얘기를 하는데요. 네, 그리고 Isa, I'm gonna come back to you because you have a huge task ahead of you. Okay, congratulations, girl.
A gente já volta pra você.
젤리 선수 만나보도록 하겠습니다. Jelly, I need to talk to you. 일단 올해 6월에 팀에 합류하게 돼서 이렇게 우승까지 읽어놨는데요. 지금 어떤 느낌이 드는지 그리고 소감이 남다를 것 같고 팀원들에게 해주고 싶은 말도 많을 것 같습니다. 한번 들어보도록 할게요. You joined this team in June. And now you're lifting the trophy. Are you able to process what's been happening, what you were able to achieve, and what do you want to say to your teammates?
I mean, I could have done it without my team. They're insane. Everyone, the staff, the players, all of Team Liquid staff is just incredible for supporting us through this journey. And I'm still processing it because we were like at the last round. I was like, wait, we're doing it, and now we've done it.
Wait, Jelly's got perfect English.
Super happy and.
I've talked about it before after she did an interview last year that like she has legitimately the best English of like any Brazilian player that's ever been interviewed on stage.
I mean, I think honestly, like outside of a European country, probably the best English any VCT pro I've heard. Like. Just, I didn't hear any, like, I wouldn't have noticed that she was not American there, honestly.
You're taking that trophy home. I don't think you want to stop there. This is just the beginning for you. What is that trophy? What is the statement that you want to make with that? And how many more do you want?
Eu quero o tanto que der, eu vou querer. O máximo que der, eu vou querer. Eu vou lutar todo ano por isso, porque é o que a gente busca todo ano. E é tão bom ter essa sensação, é uma sensação única e aqui é só o início. A gente vai chegar longe, vai pro Champions e vai buscar muito mais.
This is just the beginning. We're gonna be every year fighting for more and more. I want more, as many as I can. We're gonna go up to Champions and we're gonna fight for even more.
이게 시작이고요. 계속해서 할 수 있는 만큼 더 많은 트로피를 수집하고 싶다고 얘기를 하고요. 계속 이 노력을 이어가면서 챔피언스 트로피 다 가져가겠다는 각오를 보여줬습니다. 자, 그리고 여러분 요거를 가져오도록 할게요. Hey, Isa, I'm gonna interview while you do your thing.
Wait, what?
Over here. Hey, come here.
Wait, who's shaving?
자, 이거 채널 지금 위해서
They got the smallest razor. That
somebody just tuned in.
that razor looks so
Walk
small.
us through this tradition. What is going on here?
Então, para as pessoas que chegaram agora, o que está acontecendo?
Ontem eu simplesmente cheguei no ápice.
Yeah, I thought Issa was going bald. I was ready.
Sua cabeça, e ele falou: se a gente for campeão mundial, você faz o que você quiser.
So
E agora eu estou aqui.
So yesterday I came to the coach and said, hey, like if we win, can I just like get rid of your hair? And it was like, yes, if we are like world champion, you can do anything you want with me. So here we are again.
So
Not gonna do it.
This is like 2002 World Cup, okay? Oh, okay. 어제 갑자기 이사 선수가 와가지고 우승하면 머리 밀어도 되냐 공약을 걸었는데 하라고 하셨거든요. 근데 이게 사실 2024년 한일
This could go very
월드컵에서
wrong very quickly.
했을 때 그때 호나우두 선수가 그 삼각김밥 머리를 하고 있었잖아요. 거기서 영감을 받았다고 얘기를 합니다. Alright, go ahead. And we're gonna continue the interview.
Oh God.
Yes, you're being interviewed after the.
Oh my God.
Okay, 이사, I know you're busy. 이사 선수 물어보도록 할게요. 얼마나 간절했던 걸까요? Tell us, how badly did you want this? And how
He actually
bad
had quite
did you want
nice
to
hair as
shave
well.
your
He had like
head?
curls with like
Quando
a.
você queria fazer raspar a cabeça dele? Quanto você queria chegar nesse momento?
Eu acho que eu queria mais raspar a cabeça dele do que ser campeão mundial.
I think like rather than actually be a world champion, I wanted this moment to like just shave his head.
우승보다 그냥 이렇게 머리를 밀고
They have
싶었다고
more
합니다.
than one.
That Daiki's got the technique down.
Yeah, jeez.
Was it worth it? The hair? The
Oh my
sacrifice?
God.
Yeah, it was worth it. I don't care with my hair. I got no problems with that. So if it's just to make them happy, I'll be okay. Because I spent the whole year like, how can I say, xingando?
He just looks like a British teenager right now with broccoli hair.
In the day. So yeah, that is the prize for them.
1년 내내 정말 많이 불평불만을 했는데 그냥 우승을 했으니까 머리까지 밀고
They're all
선수들이
getting
행복하면 그걸로 됐다. 충분하다라고 얘기를 해주신 랩스 감독이었습니다. 자, 이렇게
I'm surprised Jen didn't have a go. Jen would usually just be
Oh my
in there.
gosh.
시상에는 벨라와 레오님이 수고해 주시도록 하겠습니다. While this is going on, you look great, by the way. We will be announcing the MVP of today. We have Bella and Leo on standby, so please, guys, take it away.
Thank you, Jen. 안녕하세요, 벨라입니다. 오늘 MVP 시상에는 리오 파리아 발로란트 e스포츠 총괄님이 함께 해주셨는데요. 그럼 바로 발표 만나보도록 하겠습니다. Hi guys, it's Bella, and I am indeed joined by Leo Faria, global head of Valorant esports. And wow, that is a lot going on. But please, Leo, take it away. I hear you have some announcements to make for us.
Thank you, Bella.
Really?
Que orgulho. I am incredibly happy to see this much-deserved win after 3 consecutive grand finals for Brazil. This team finally made a whole country very proud. Back in 2023, after they lost, their former coach Palestra said, "Today wasn't our day. Maybe tomorrow won't be our day, but one day we will be world champions," and he was right. And the MVP award is about the one player who helped them get there. This player is known for being very passionate and fearless on stage. She has been a leader and a pillar of the team since 2022. She was mentored by a legend of Brazilian esports, Fallen, and now is on a path of becoming a legend herself. She is known as Die Killer. Por favor, uma salva de
Die
palmas.
Killer?
Please give it up to your MVP, Daiki!
이번 GCC 2025 MVP 다이키 선수입니다. 진심으로 축하드립니다. Congratulations, Daiki. Now,
Parabéns, Daiki.
this is yours. 3년 동안 브라질의 트로피를 못 가져줬지만 오늘 그들의 날이 왔습니다. 다이키 선수 열정과 팀을 위한 희생 정신으로 참 잘 알려져 있는데요. 오늘 그녀가 MVP를 수상하게 됐습니다.
She needs to tighten that shit up.
Get some pictures in. Ooh. Love that. Thank you, Leo.
Daiki não vai ainda, Daiki.
Please come back. We need you because we need you for the MVP interview. The microphone is here. Sorry. It's all right. You can. This is your day. Well, on top of that championship, you are the MVP. How are you feeling?
Pra mim é muito estranho ainda porque eu nunca estive nessa posição de destaque, também nunca quis ser essa posição. Eu sempre estive lá para apoiar e dar suporte necessário para as meninas brilharem muito, porque elas são absurdamente boas, todas elas. E sempre foi assim, então receber isso aqui é muito estranho para mim.
I would say it's pretty strange to be in such a position because I was never in such a position that I wanted to be the highlight. I was always there like to support my girls as much as they could in order to achieve what they wanted because they are so amazing. So overall for me, I'm not used to be in such a spotlight.
사실 본인이 MVP를 수상하게 될 거라고 예상을 못했고 항상 뒤에서 팀원들을 서포트하는 역할을 본인이 원했고 그런 거를 열심히 했을 뿐인데 오늘 이렇게 중심에 서서 자기가 MVP를 수상한 게 아직은 좀 얼떨떨하다고 다이키 선수가 전해줬습니다. Alright, thank you so much, Daiki. That bracelet looks wonderful on you. It is yours. Let's show it off.
Thank you.
Alright, yeah. We'll send you back with your team to celebrate. Alright, thank you so much. Off you go. 이렇게 해서 MVP를 수상한 다이키 선수 만나봤습니다. GCC 2025 챔피언십은 팀 리퀴드 비자가 가져가게 됐고요. 저희는 그만 여기서 인사드리겠습니다. 함께해 주신 여러분 너무나도 감사합니다. Congratulations again to Team Liquid Visa for becoming the GCC 2025 champions. Well, that is a wrap from us here. Thank you to everyone for joining us, and we'll be back next time.
GG. So where are we at with the GC then? Oh, Derek's playing Lev right now.
I cannot believe we went through that best of 5. It was so intense and so close. And we get this, a brand new champion here on the Game Changer stage.
Every single time Shopify and Team Liquid have faced off against each other, it has gone the distance. The full best of 5 2 years ago, the upper final as well, going full 3. Now another Game 5, but this time Team Liquid lifting that trophy. What a moment.
You okay, Dre?
No.
I think that especially that last map was too much for you.
Yeah, it was unbelievable. I mean, Daiki, you could just see it this entire tournament long. She wanted it so bad. She did everything.
That's the kind of thing you say when someone's not being paying attention.
She honestly led her team to victory here today, and it was astonishing.
Yeah, and really stepping up to who she needed to be. It wasn't enough in 2023. That was the only other close final that you saw played for Shopify. But here, with changes to the roster, coming back in and really finding herself as a leader in that year where she didn't get to attend GCC, to now be the MVP of this tournament has got to feel absolutely amazing. To not only do that for herself, but for her team and for Brazil as a whole.
I think that justice has been made. I think that Daiki deserved that MVP. I will personally hunt whomever voted somebody else. I think that there were arguments to be I think that there were arguments to be made, and I really like the fact that I feel like throughout this best of 5, there were moments for all of them. Like there were clutches here and there. I think that Jelly was absolutely amazing as well. I also love the resilience that we saw from the side of Shopify Rebellion. But I kind of like this side of history because we know that Shopify Rebellion is a team that will come back stronger. The next year will be even more hungry to get that trophy, even if they couldn't do it 3 times in a row.
And that was it, the hunger. Mary was here earlier and she said, I feel like it's Team Liquid because Daiki seems hungry for this win. And it feels like it all led up to this. Everybody on the side of Team Liquid also stepped up. We saw so many good plays from everybody. You were mentioning Jelly earlier. Issa as well had so many good rounds in that final map. We also had a lot of great plays from Becerra and from Jujina
Gosen were close.
in this entire series.
No, for sure. I think it was the whole
Like
squad coming
they've had a very shaky year, and to
stories about this
be this close despite the shaky year.
Jelly, who lost in GCC finals last year with MIBR, started this year wearing an MIBR jersey.
So I think they beat Crew after. But they are like, it does feel like they're falling behind a little bit.
Yeah, it really is, and I mean this team just had everything. I think not
I
only
don't know how
beating
long
Shopify in that
Yoru,
upper final, but to
Mimi
have
on
this go
Yoru
the
can
distance,
last.
be all the way to map 5 and still keep up their performance. It is really, really incredible. And what really stuck with me was that answer
Gen X had an
from
awful
Jadina, where
bracket.
she's saying, Jen asked, how many more trophies do you want to win? And she's not even talking about GCC. She's saying, we want to make it a step further. She wants to try and run through challengers, see if they can make champs.
Hey,
really
Anima.
seeing that the sky is the limit for this team and that they have higher aspirations than just
Yeah,
that.
I didn't see the
They have to
comeback.
be
I was paying
feeling,
attention to the
that way,
scoreline
right now,
because I was
especially with that trophy
AFK.
in their hands, and with Daiki really
Oh,
coming
yeah,
into
that's
this new story
crazy.
arc, this new chapter as a champion. Well deserved indeed. Any final thoughts from you guys from this entire tournament?
Yeah, I'll just
We're
sing
about to
Daiki's
wrap up.
praise once again because obviously
Yes.
the MVP. I don't think I've ever seen a performance over the course of an entire tournament as consistent, a player as talented, and as skilled of a leader as Daiki was in this Game Changers Championship. It was simply ridiculous. Every map is a pop-off, calling beautiful rounds as well as the IGL.
Clutching.
Truly the full package.
By the way, she's 21. Like, just this year turned that on.
Hey,
She was
Siggy.
18 the
Thank you
first
for
time
the-
she showed up to GCC
thank you for the
as
raid.
an IGL. So young.
How do
so
you
much
guys
potential
find
still yet to
GCC
show,
this year?
even though she's an MVP today.
And for most
My
of
pickups
those
were pretty
players
good.
who were
I
asking
guess
her,
Slicky's must have been okay, right?
who does she want to become? And today I think that she cemented
Because he had EMEA doing quite poorly.
of GCC. I think that especially for next year, this has been
Let's
a
look at my
massive change
pick'ems.
for Brazil. And when we come back in 2026, which we will, Brazil will be the region to beat.
And it also goes to show that, you know,
Uh,
every single team is leveling up. It's not just Shopify Rebellion every single year. You could have a new
Top
challenger
1%, of
enter
course.
every single tournament. So I think we're very
So I had
excited
Team
for
Liquid
what
versus
that
MIBR final.
does it for GCC 2025.
So I fucked up there, and then Zipto fucked me over.
Journey to Seoul to see the event in person, of course.
Like,
Thanks to the community,
I thought Zipto, like, underappreciating APAC has got us into trouble in pick'ems all this year, and then APAC screw us over at GC.
Thank you, Ender. Thank you, Kakuga. Thank you, Baby. Thank you, Mimi. Thank you, guys. For being here.
How
Thank
many
you to wonderful
points?
producers.
185.
And thank you to everybody tuning in. We will see you guys next year.
Like, I had crew going quite far.
It's game day as we watch both of these teams take the stage for the opening match.
Um,
Changers Championships 2025, and I would not have it any other way.
Yeah, it's just Zipto. Just screwed me over. I think KC I underrated a little bit, though, to be fair. I think Zipto, yeah, Zipto, like, just, I know this sounds bad, but, like, usually I would do, like, my actual research and stuff. I just looked at stats this year for Zipto. I was like, looking at stats, looking at their results, and I was like, well, they've got some players who could just take over. And I think this is... Who did they actually end up... The bracket here is so weirdly designed. Why is there an upper bracket? The lower bracket's here, but the upper bracket's here. This loss, I think, is acceptable. I think this loss was pretty bad.
How many points did you end up on?
185. Wait, where does Sliggy? Sliggy's in here, right?
Oh shit, get owned, noob!
Oh, 135. Sliggy got fucked. What are you on?
I'm at 225.
Oh, really? What did you get that I didn't have?
I think that the later matches are worth more points.
Oh, and did
They
you
are,
have
yeah.
SRG?
And so, like, my whole lower bracket from the second round on is just perfect.
You had Kate. Who did you have here? I had Zipto here.
I had crew there.
Oh. Oh, I had Zipto beating crew. That's why, I think.
Yeah.
I see.
Literally from the like Nova crew column, from that to the right, the only thing I have wrong is MIBR.
Like here.
In the lower final against
Yeah.
SR.
Yeah. Wait, so where did you have Zipto coming?
I had them. I had them.
Did you have them beating KC?
Yeah, I had them beating KC, and then I had them beating Nova. Or Ninetales? Ninetales, yeah.
Wait, but so what did I do then? What? How have I got this wrong? I'm too stupid to figure out. Yeah, Anders is on the call. We were watching GC. How are you feeling, Anders? Are you conscious?
I mean, I don't know how high level the conversation's gonna be. I'm not gonna lie.
Okay.
I'm a little delirious.
Let's begin, and then like I'll go toilet. You try and get an energy drink, and then we'll see what happens. If it's
Okay.
nonsense, then it's nonsense. So guys, what we're gonna do is I've been largely AFK this off season, and also, you know, thinking about the patch a little bit. I think Anna's probably done a bit more time thinking about the new patch than I have. So we're gonna have a chat about the new patch. Yeah, and Anna's gonna tell Trick all about Vito.
Oh god.
Trick's not a believer. I have a little presentation thing we'll flick through whilst I'm going. There's some stuff in there that I did all this stuff, so Anders has no idea what I'm about to impose upon him. And then if anything's wrong stats-wise or any other wrong stuff, then it's my bad. But I'll be right back. I'm gonna go toilet quickly. I'll change the stream title. What is it called? 2026 Meta YAP with Anders. What's your Twitch name? I know you're not streaming right now, but I don't think you're streaming.
Me?
Is it Anders TV?
Yeah, it's just the same as my Twitter handle. Everything is consistent across like literally every platform for me.
Yeah, I had a problem doing that. Okay, right. I'll be right back one sec. Okie dokie. Alright, it's getting warm. Right, let's have a look. Be nice to watch a streamer with consistent handles across every platform. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I've got my name's Minnie, and therefore that's kind of hard to
Slightly more in demand than Anders with two Z's. Yeah.
There's a company called Minnie, and then it's, you know, right, I can't remember what order I've put everything in, so hopefully this talk goes into a space that makes sense. Anders has no idea what I'm about to bestow, but he kind of knows what kind of structure we went for. So I think the way we'll do it is we'll introduce ourselves a little bit, because there might be some people watching who don't fully know what we're doing. Then we'll talk about like 2025, and then we'll go into some Teo stuff, not Teo, Vito stuff, and then 2026 in general. I try and front load some of the discussion with Vito, because obviously that's probably the thing in which there's the biggest question about. At the end, we'll also have a slideshow. Yes, a slideshow. At the end, we'll do Ask Me Anything kind of vibes. A seminar. If I was a good streamer, it'd be a seminar where you guys could come on and we like actually talk and have a like discussion. But I'm not, and this was all very last second. So yeah, there is some JT stuff in here too. Hey Owen, thank you very much. Right, so to introduce ourselves just quickly, I am Minnie, as Siggy says, possibly the greatest thinker of our generation, B-tier Plat Chat guest, and virgin. My achievements include not being nominated Coach of the Year 2023, and not helping Paperweights win anti-eco. So I'm very qualified for this 2026 meta talk. But yeah. For Anders, he was my assistant coach back in 2021, strategic consultant. And then this year working with G2, so we talk about that a little bit. Achievements include helping stop Derka from playing Sova, because that used to be his thing. He also invented Vice Chamber comps, much to the dismay of many other of the coaches. He invented that. And then makes people who copy his takes sound smart. Often, if I don't know what to say about a subject, I'll just say, what does Anders maybe think about this, or what would Anders think here? And then usually sound pretty smart. So yeah, more qualified than I am to have this discussion. But yeah, how are you doing, Anders? Should you explain yourself why you're a bit more quiet right now?
I mean, it's 8:40 a.m. local time for me, and I have not slept. So that.
So we're gonna have one of the highest level discussions about Valorant that's probably existed content-wise, and Anders hasn't slept. So
yeah,
we'll go from there. Right. So we're gonna reference JT to begin with. 2025. I think we generally saw the post-Teo, at least we saw the rise, I'd say, of double duelist comps in general. I think we'll talk about it more in a sec. That maybe, yeah, dicks up, guys, dicks up. Maybe there's some subtleties here that you maybe disagree with. But have you got any comments about this rise in general? Like, was this the optimal, I guess, is the bait question I'm going to ask you.
No, not at all. I think that it was the comfortable, convenient switch, and it follows the typical pattern of, like, when there's major meta shifts in games, the best fit solution that you can first grab at and always find some level of traction with is to just go as aggressive as possible. And so people pivoting into double duelist after the game was sort of thrown into turmoil after the Teo nerfs made complete sense. And to put it rather bluntly, no team was good enough to check that.
Okay. I'm going to presume here is the indication of some of the stuff you might be looking at with the presumably Vice Chamber.
The double Senti, double controller stuff. Should have been able to put it into check and simply did not because no one ran
Senti, double controller. Double Senti, wait, you mean...
Separately, double Senti and
what would you play with double controller in general, though? Wouldn't it just naturally end up being... Oh, you mean like sort of be DICCS?
S, yep.
Yeah. D... Is there any D? No, none of that exists. Okay.
Haven.
Haven is the only comp in which... Okay, that's true, yeah. Haven was... Because this was the Killjoy kind of Genji style.
It's the G2. It's the Omen, Viper, Vice.
Yeah, that too. But what I see here is... I guess more teams were running Omen, Viper, Killjoy, which I think makes up the more... You know, I don't think that the Genji comp was as good. I think that the Yoru Genji style was better, and then I think the Vice does beat out the Killjoy in the long run. But I think you need to think about the game slightly differently than the Killjoy teams did. But yeah, so indication wise, we just go through maps just quickly. So Abyss, yeah, I mean Viper fell out of favor of Abyss quite quickly. Although G2 just not G2,
even though it's statistically still amongst the top 3 best performing agents in the history of the map.
And
all good.
Shopify were running it just then at GC, which was quite nice to see. Ascent, this one surprised me. Double Judas Ascent. I'm going to presume this is actually Yoru Jet, maybe? I think the Yoru Jet became vaguely popular on Ascent. I can't really think of what else it can be. Maybe some Waylay, but... Yeah, I think this might be like pretty low sample kind of vibe.
Yeah, I imagine so.
Buying double duelist. This one's interesting. I think that yeah, I think my buying kind of style kind of went out of favor with the double initiator, but yeah, raise Yoru. I think the Teo stuff was looking cool though. Yeah, I'm surprised not to see more chamber, I guess, on a map like Bind, but this one I think is an energy masterclass, to be honest with you, I would presume.
Yeah.
because that's being probably dragged down with some breach in there too. So yeah, and then Lotus
Not
even
a lot though, because it's tier 1 only. So
Oh,
this is
tier 1 only.
like an aggressively filtered sample.
I guess breach wasn't played much actually.
Yeah.
Breach is usually de facto an agent picked on new maps, and for whatever reason it just wasn't picked very much for
It's
good
that
reasons.
aggro windmill slam I was just talking about.
Lotus Double Judas started becoming. I think this is just a case of like, I think that I would imagine Fnatic's comp actually is the highest right now in terms of like high sample, but because it shares a Sentinel class with Cypher and Vice was being played a bit iffy, so
you have a bit of archetypal collateral damage.
yes, that's a very nice way of putting it. Sunset, this is interesting to me. The highest win rate comp was barely above 50. It's almost like when I've been looking at Sunset historically, like nothing really stood out. I guess Sage is standing out right now as an agent, but like nothing compositionally to me. Like
was
everything.
Double Senti not high enough sample to take that slot? Because surely Double Senti has a higher.
I would presume
win
now,
rate.
with especially GC just being played and stuff, that it would be Sage Chamber. But I don't think you guys played it enough, and I don't think other people maybe.
We must not have just got like. It was probably a case of we literally just didn't get enough rounds in.
Maybe.
Yeah.
What was the poll, by the way? What are we polling here for Dix? Anyway, right. So that was like the general vibe. That Double Judas seemed to be kind of, not to like. I think this is the thing about analysis in general. Is like I think that there's not enough analysis.
in your chat. Double Senti was 61%, but only 80 rounds.
Oh,
yep, there it
Jesus.
is.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I think what we're trying to say is maybe what we'll get to in a second is that like there's some indications of, some other things maybe being there ready to be played, but it's one of those things I guess we were talking about earlier on the stream is like some teams and some coaching staff just maybe don't have the full capabilities of running things that are maybe at times more macro based, and Double Judas just becomes. Even I think Double Initiator became comfort at one point, right? But it's so weak now, in my opinion, that Double Judas kind of takes over that comfort spot. And I'm not like a huge I think I'm at least happy teams are running Double Judas now and not Double Initiator. Like I'm at that place where I'm like on broadcast I'm like they're running Double Judas. I'm not going to complain about this. Whereas when Double Initiator was being played, I was getting a bit pissed off. And in Europe, I made this whole spiel about how Double Initiate was dead, and then of course every single fucking European team in the group stage decided to play.
Someone whose own team was running Double Initiator, I too got pissed when I saw Double Initiator.
I think we could talk about that later. Maybe I don't want to throw you under the bus with you two and get into like too much, but okay. So that was so this. General overview 2025, and then this was me just looking at champs quickly. What I've done is I took the graphic from VLR, from I run it back, but then here instead of win rate, I've actually taken JT showed me the non-mirror round win rate from champs, and I was gonna ask you a couple of questions. So like obviously, me and you have been fans of Vibe for a very long time, and champs just further consolidates this idea that Viper strong. Viper hasn't been nerfed in this upcoming patch. Viper's probably pretty good, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Judas class, nothing too interesting to really hone in on here, I don't think. It's very equal above the board. I guess the rise of Waylay is probably something we'll talk about later. The thing that shocked me though is this like disparity between Sova and Fade at champ specifically. I don't know the numbers deeper than this, and this is gonna be because like my initial take about Fade is that like I thought Fade was starting to take over Sova's kind of spot, but like on the maps where Fade and Sova is like competitive, like Corrode and Sunset, at Champion specifically, like the round win rate was ludicrously high for Sova. Does this track at all, like with a higher sample
bias,
or is it just sampling bias? Okay,
wild sampling bias. Okay. This is literally just like NRG is what that sample says.
It's just Brock MVP performance kind of vibes. Okay, so yeah, something that I might dig into still because I haven't done my homework on this at all. And then Killjoy kind of rising up as like I mean, 16 picks is not a huge sample. I guess this is a lot of Haven being played. Vice's win rate was going down a little bit from what I was seeing. Like I de facto thought that, think that Vice was the best Sentinel 2025. Bar, you probably responded with Chamber, but in terms of like traditional Sentinel, that was my vibe.
It was probably. It depends on the map. Like it's kind of a loaded question because they like Chamber is the best on some maps, Vice is the best on other maps, and on some maps neither of them is sufficient in isolation.
Yeah.
So
okay, I mean, some people are saying it's hard to draw any conclusions from win rates with sample so low. I agree, but like I think that like it's showing what the trend is of best teams in terms of. I was most interested by the pick rate, to be honest with you, to begin with. But then I saw some of the win rates. I was like, oh, this is interesting to maybe spark some kind of part of the conversation and to give some kind of indication that like there's nothing here that surprises me too much. Like Chamber being low win rate is 6 picks. Like who cares? Like all of this looks pretty normal to me. It doesn't look. Nothing was like I guess the point is that Omen's being picked a fuck ton. Waylay started to get picked a lot. Initiators are still kind of being played. And then Cypher was probably overpicked, is basically what I'm trying to, I guess, say. So yeah, I got your graphic from Twitter. If there's any of this you don't want to talk about, then feel free. But I did pass this by you, I believe. So this is what you had on Twitter. You posted on Twitter about what your comps would have been. Let's say like you had carte blanche on G2. This is what your proposal would have been for G2. So can I ask, so was this specifically for G2? Or would you have tried to run these comps if it wasn't G2?
This was specifically for G2.
Okay.
Yeah.
So how much would this have changed, say, if you're just coaching like a different team?
Ton.
Not a ton.
Honestly. Okay. Like honestly, probably what would have changed is like what agents are in which columns.
Okay. As in like the flexibility of players.
Yeah, because like example, something that's a little bit lesser known is like Jonah has a very respectable Yoru, and so in secondary duelist, I had him on Yoru on that leftmost column.
Mm-hmm. So this is basically like Leaf, Valen.
That's Jonah on the leftmost.
Joke, and then Trent. Okay. Yeah, I was like kind of like I like that you put this one on the left because it's the most interesting one. But at the same time, my brain is so like I have like a duelist, initiator, smoke, sentinel. Yeah, that's the.
See, this is the.
This is the most interesting column though. But like I think so. Basic. Long story short is you had quite a lot of Omen with some Astra. Would this have been more Astra if it was a different smokes player, or do you think that Omen was just required in these comps?
So that is a fair point. Is if I had a player who was more amenable to Astra, it probably would have been a lot more Astra.
Yeah. So if this was Boaster, it's Astra on almost all maps.
Yeah, like Haven 100% goes Astra. Sunset 100% goes Astra. Ascent probably stays Omen. Corrode 100% goes Astra. Lotus stays Omen.
Okay, so would you flip it almost? So it's like 80% Astra at that point.
Yeah.
Okay. And then, so I think so I guess the most interesting angles here is these two don't really surprise me that much. Like, Fade's becoming more and more valuable. I feel like so I think, what do you think it is about that, like what's happened with Fade versus Sova pre this new patch in terms of like Fade just being better? Is it just the fact that teams have got better at using kind of, because in the past it felt like Sova was kind of necessary because like the drone was just too strong. The recon was just very direct. Do you think teams have just got better at being more cerebral around using like more volume of util?
I think that teams have gotten fundamentally better at navigating against ops with non-hard info drones. Like you can prowler people off op lines on most maps and do so comfortably now. Whereas if you had asked that same question a year ago, people would have sucked at it like really, really badly.
That makes sense.
it mostly reflects that, where conveniently the maps where I still would lean heavy Sova over Fade, it's you really can't disentrench ops without a hard info drone.
Yeah.
You have to tag them off.
I think Abyss is like a no-brainer one. I think it's like, I think it's two things. It's like, it's kind of annoying because like your isolated comment there about droning off Oops is obviously very important in these two maps. But it also just feels like the two maps where Sova just feels like Sova, if that makes sense. Like it just feels like Sova map.
Yeah.
It's like Breeze, where it's like it just feels like a Sova map. So yeah, so that kind of makes sense. And then here, the only map you had raised was Bind, which I guess makes sense because it's kind of just raised playground to some extent. But you got the Euro here too, so Euro on 100% of the maps. Is there anything interesting we could say about Euro at this point? Like, I guess the interesting thing is it's still good, but we can get to that later. Yeah, it's just kind of it's just good and everyone knows it, so maybe nothing to say. I think this is probably the most interesting, that like I would presume that it would have been Vice on a lot of maps, and like I was not as chamber pilled as you were. What do you think it is about that makes chamber strong in this year specifically? Is it to do with like initiator nerfs in the past?
A lot of the same reasons that he's going to be strong next year, which is specifically if you look at how Sentinels interact with double duelist comps and that like high explosivity, like high pressure play style. Lines of play that are like P&L's pick and leave type styles, where you go for the pick and you get out with untradeability and then you play the 5v4 retake. That is like your best fit solution to double duelists the majority of the time, other than just fighting them on their own terms and playing into their game and trying to get ahead of their execs. So like you can either play them on their terms, or you can play P&Ls and then retake and bring tools to make sure that those functions are effective. And Chamber is the way to do that. And so while Vice is definitely better in terms of like hard stall, against those comps, you're not stalling a double duelist exec. Like they're getting out. Good luck, have fun. So you might as well just opt into, I have absurd player quality, I'm just gonna have Leaf shoot them, and that's gonna be my game plan.
So I mean, implication wise, there's the, I mean, if Veto didn't exist, because obviously I think at this point people know that you're a fan of Veto. If Veto didn't exist, it would be Chamber almost every map, presuming Ray's Whaler is going to be powerful. Oh, I guess what I mean is, sorry, Yuri Whaler. Double Duelist is going to be probably very popular in the next meta. It already is popular in this meta. There's probably going to be a double down on that. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. I think I'd agree that like the idea that there was one discussion I had with Wendler that was like this idea that there were double duelists that could overrun a chamber, but like I think that was more maybe ISO, to be honest.
That's a setup, like that's a configuration issue. If your chamber's getting overrun by double duelists, then you're setting up your chamber wrong.
I think ISO is the only character in which I'm like, okay, chamber's gonna have less fun against that character. But
yeah, if he like eats the suppress, then fair play. But
also just the idea you have a shield and then your ulting is just like a little bit more negated. But I think I agree in terms of playstyle. Like the thing is that like, are there teams who will play a chamber who then also are macro enough to then do what you're saying? Like, will they play aggressive line, get a 5v4, or even a passive line, get a 5v4, and then play for retake? Because I think this is like,
it's like Fnatic and G2, the teams in the world I would trust to do it currently. So
I think that's something that like Sideshow did a very interesting video on, was about how T1 were not playing for retakes in their Bangkok run and were basically playing in front of Teo Util, and it worked for them very well. Although I don't think consciously maybe they were doing that. And then obviously Paper X are a very good example of a team who don't think in that way at all, where they're just like, they're going to take their timings and be in good rotational spots and flood and be so good at fighting you on the site that even on their weak sites are going to delay long enough. But I do think that like, I think to come away from this year and think that that is the takeaway, that you need to be able to do that. And the meta's gone away from that kind of G2 Fnatic style. Although I do think that Sideshow's right about the criticism of Sentinels, that they kind of seem to do it too much, and then maybe in positions where it doesn't make sense to play retake sometimes. I think that finding a team that can balance that is going to be difficult. I think that Fnatic are probably the best prime team to do it, probably. I mean, and G2, I guess, but
maybe Vitality coming into this year. I would put them
Vitality.
shortlisted as the team that could potentially pull it
That's
off.
true. Who would play Chamber on their team? I guess they have options.
Yeah,
they have a lot of options.
Who on the team do you want to play Chamber?
I think I'd put
the question
Sayonara.
you're asking.
Sayo, Kron, Durka. I think you need Durka and Yoru probably. You just put. I put Sayo on Chamber. I think. I wouldn't put Yampi on Chamber as an IGL. It's Sayo or Chronicle. I think I would put Sayo on Chamber. To be honest. I mean, they could even flip it too, because I know Durka can be a bit annoyed by Yoru sometimes. They could flip it if they wanted to, but I think that would go against Anders' role alignment, to be honest. And then here, so the flex position it's dominated by Viper, but there is other stuff going on. So we see a Vice Chamber comp. Can we talk about Vice Chamber Ascent? Because that kind of was a fun thing this year, where
oh my god,
people went
my baby
off of it very quickly, despite the fact that I think that G2 are playing it the best, and I think you guys did the best job of it. Like, why do you think people had this kind of idea? I think it happened in EMEA because Fnatic were playing a bit of a Fnatic aren't historically a good Ascent team. My fault maybe, but so I think that the Vice Chamber initially made them look pretty good on Ascent because, Alpha Years on Chamber is going to be pretty good. They had some okay stuff. And then some of their kind of flaws got exposed a little bit, and therefore everyone was like, oh, this Vice Chamber shit. And then we had
can't make it work, it must be bad.
Yeah. And then the BBL had like a triple initiator comp that also played into 2 Vice Chamber comps and beat them. And it's like, of course, that a KO Teo is probably going to do some damage to a Vice Chamber.
Hard counter.
Yeah. so I think that the easy narrative away from it was that Vice Chamber was bad. But I think that's the problem I think I was getting to earlier, is that there's the same with Double Duelist. I think that analysis in Valorant right now can go quite shallow, I think, where we just talk about what is strong, what teams are playing, and therefore is strong, if that makes sense. Oh, teams are playing this, and they're winning, therefore it's good. And it's like I think
results-based analysis.
Yeah, then the next layer to that, I think, is like people like you or hopefully me at times, where we can look at this stuff, and even though that a team's losing with it or winning with it, we can be like, well, like it's still good, So yeah, so what other maps? So we got Viper on most. Sage Sunset, I think, is a no-brainer at this point. I think that even if we don't see Chamber on that map, I hope to see Sage, just because like traditional Sentinels are kind of fucked on that map, I feel like. Cypher became the main agent, and it's just crap right now. Abyss is interesting. Deadlock Abyss, what's that about?
That was a hard call on Yoru Waylay being heavily represented, and the teams that weren't on Yoru Waylay having a fairly reasonable chance of being on like the KO variant that went on the map, and so having like technical jargon aside, like walls where once you throw them, they're there, and suppress doesn't matter. Like I want that type of Senti utility. If my expected meta is dive and suppression, I want something that beats dive and also has a workaround for suppression.
Is it the fact that the sensors are just going to catch the dive, basically?
Yeah, like if you want a hard Antia team with Deadlock who's on Waylay Yoru, you'll absolutely just make them want to unplug their keyboards.
And Vice naturally was like soft countered by Yoru at that time, so yeah, that makes sense. Any other interesting things here? Oh, Deadlock Bind as well. So Deadlock Bind to me was kind of cool when the net was just basically, it got the whole of lamps, which was kind of fun.
You're like, you all, you're dead.
But nowadays with the so no Viper Bind.
Yes.
What's the thinking here?
So fun story.
Mhm.
Viper underperformed on Bime for the majority of the year.
Mhm.
Like observably,
Mhm.
across like large sample numbers, she was not doing.
Is that on attack and defense?
Yep.
Okay.
Like it was a proportional decrease in performance, and I think it was almost, this is like, there's no way to empirically prove this, but it's my read on why it occurred. As people moved to double duelist, Viper became worse. She is entrenchment that doesn't have inherent hard stall, and as decay has been progressively dialed back more and more and more over the years, double duelists who just pop through your wall, get a trivial amount of decay, and then shoot you in the forehead are not going to get stopped by your fuel anymore. And so you need something more real, for lack of a better term, to stop them.
Okay.
And if you happen to have things that are explicitly anti-dive in that same means, why not?
Yeah, that makes sense. I think the defensively, I presume that I'd be thinking
your B-Long feels like ass. That is the bad part
Yeah.
about bringing Deadlock no Viper, is your B-Long's going to feel horrendous, and if you can't bring the Astra for whatever reason and you feel stuck on Brimstone, if your
You
opponent
mean your
realizes...
defense or your defense?
Yeah, so on your defense, your B-Long's going to feel just absolutely awful.
You're gifting.
And your attack, if you can't bring the Astra and you're forced onto Brimstone for whatever reason, you are just going to get absolutely floored by anyone who realizes they can just buy an op and lock you out of the map.
Okay. I think to me the interesting things, yeah, Viper. So Viper's going down because probably, is it because of the rise of double duelist? Probably. Okay, I'd have to think about this one more to ask you interesting questions. I don't want to sit here just thinking whilst everyone's just watching, so I'll come back to that later maybe. But yeah, so this is generally, the idea here is that we're going for 2025, having a chat. So you guys have a foundational understanding of what Anders thinks is strong, and hopefully enough of you know what I think is strong. And by the kind of questions I'm asking, you know, I think Viper is very strong. I think Astra is very strong. The chamber stuff I'm buying into. I thought Vice was very strong, and then yours obviously strong. As a kind of like shared reference point, so we know what the fuck we're doing, you know. I mean, we're not shouting at anything. We're gonna go to the next stuff. So, so these were like the condensed highlights from the new patch. I don't know if anything else struck your eye, but like I think the biggest change was the 60-second cooldowns for the initiator stuff, and then off the back of that, like pseudo initiation tools like the camera and flash being nerfed too. So basically, there is less initiation tools in the game. I want to ask, so what with playbook stuff, do you think the 60-second cooldown, because there was this argument about the game speeding up versus slowing down in this meta. For reference, in ranked games, I now hold, like I play Fade and Sova like every ranked game. I like hold my util like every single round. Do you think that that's going to become the meta, that people just hold util more, or do you think that it's going to continue to be like conditioning util? And therefore,
honestly, like it's the cop-out answer to just be like, well, all of the above. But honestly, that's what it will be. I think it'll majority be the prior, where teams are a lot more stingy with their util, and you see a lot more like knockdown, drag out, everyone dumping everything all at once on both sides type of interactions. But there will still be some teams who are like have very, very skilled IGLs and very tactful coaches who slow the game down so much that they can still get away with the adjusted cooldowns.
Okay. So Fnatic are still fine. I guess it also interacts though with the double duelist thing. Like if we're gonna see double duelist, I would imagine the game overall is going to speed up if we, again, like we'll get to it later, but if we, my presumption would be that Euro Whaley type comps are more popular.
Yes.
100%. Oh shit! What the fuck's going on? Oh, you can hear gorillas being played. I'm sorry. So yeah, so double duelist means that the game would speed up, and then I think in double duelist comps, there would be less conditioning util being used for those comps anyway, if that makes sense, because they want to all in more. So I think that overall, is there an optimal answer though, or are you greeting for yourself here, or is it map dependent?
It's map dependent for the most part. Well, it's map dependent, but it's also what's the proportion between those two dynamics for all of the teams? How many of the people are willing to slow shit way down?
Yeah.
Versus how many people just do this typical new meta thing and try to jam aggro down their opponent's throats.
I think it also depends. Like if you are playing, like there's going to be very few teams I think that do play Astra, but if you are a team playing Astra, I'd imagine Bursa's first thoughts are, yeah, of course we can play very slow and bore everyone who's watching, but I might be on Astra more, and therefore we do have enough initiation tools to still take map control and maybe don't need to condition quite as much. But it'd be very interesting to see how that goes. The next one is for all us Omen haters out there, is that Nearsight's been nerfed basically. I think this only really in a professional context impacts Omen and to a minor extent Fade. Harbor. Oh shit, yeah. I forgot. Yeah. Harbor is now a flash in this year.
Harbor is Slice Omen. That's his new niche.
Slice Omen.
Did you know?
Yeah, except his fucking flash you gotta throw around a corner somehow.
Yep.
So yeah, so for me and you who are already kind of a little bit anti-Omen, I'd say. I think that this year I've kind of understood a little bit more of why Omen's getting played in terms of like micro perspective. Like, I think that players really like when they have like Omen's paranoia to me has become, it's not a blinding tool, it's a deafening tool. And players are just very bad at shooting people when they can't hear people. Not so much when they, there's the seeing thing. So that to me is still like partly why I presume he's going to get played. But at the same time, this is kind of a big change that means he's even worse than what? Like, the idea that paranoia is like a must-have does not seem arguable
Between the
to me.
footprint nerfs and the near sight changes,
What's the footprint nerf?
It's smaller. They chopped off a substantial amount of paranoia.
Oh, sorry, I thought you meant like footprints isn't like someone's footprint.
Oh no.
like
the map footprint of the ability is
like it's like the range is decreased technically, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, between like it's interesting because like nearsight has larger vision radius, paranoia covers less area, so they're both converging on the same conclusion, which is if people don't arbitrarily panic when you hit them, they're just gonna shoot you. Like
in terms of like, I was gonna go on a server and do this, but I can't be bothered to figure it all out now because we're just already chatting. In terms of like key areas, like what are the best paranoias I guess that we have right now? It's like
best ones that exist after the changes?
No, like before changes. So like
retake C on Haven is probably the single best paranoia in the game.
And it's like this change, how does that affect that?
That's one of the only ones that isn't affected.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And then like defense attack, like to me it's like there's still gonna be situations in which the paranoia is gonna support you getting a kill, but it's like I think it is just a little bit overrated. I think on defense there's gonna be situations in which people panic button paranoia to escape and it's still gonna work. Because I think on defense, like let's give the example of team coming up Abyss, B site. Like if you paranoia, they are still far away from you, so it doesn't really impact those
defensive
instances.
Paranoias are almost universally untouched.
Yeah.
It's almost
it's
only
the attack ones.
like,
yeah.
Like split A, the exec paranoia from main. That shit is like unplayably ass now.
Mhm.
You're leaving massive gaps all over the site. It doesn't get anywhere near elbow. Like if you think that's actual exec util, you haven't tested it in a server yet.
Omen survivability on Crow to not die online versus dive comp same console elements allow the smoke point to maintain max control of the risk of dying. I mean you can ask this later trick because I'm a bit confused by what you mean. Yeah, a bit confused. Okay. And then Nebula and Dark Cover. So this is also playing into this idea of like the game maybe slowing down. Maybe I've not thought about this at all, like in terms of smoke changes. This changes like I think in any other patch would feel significant, but in this patch it almost feels like, wow, there's just another change just
It's
in there.
if they didn't do this because of all of the other changes, shit would have been very unenjoyable to play, is all this is.
In what sense? Because smokes would just get spammed and then you can't go through
If we
smokes.
had like if we were chopping all initiation utility by basically a third while doing nothing with smokes, we'd just be like staring at smokes all game, every game.
Okay. Do you think there's any like particular big thing? Do you think this is going to be a more natural change, as in like people won't have to consciously think about this change as much? It would just become part of the natural flow of the game. Like you're still going to do your smokes on the same timings. It's just the game is just changed, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where it's like enough of a foundational change to the game, and they tried to keep everything enough in lockstep that like no one part of the game felt like weirdly out of pace. The smokes came back with all the initiation utility, and like the phasing of the game isn't going to change because like there isn't a second level of dive that teams now have all of a sudden. Like everything still mostly exists. The only thing that they really did is they're like, one of the info cycles during the default phase of the game no longer exists. We've just chopped that out because we didn't like it.
Wait, one of the info cycles, sorry, say that again.
One of the info cycles during specifically the defaulting phase of the game no longer exists.
One of
it
the
got
info
gobbled up in the XSCD time.
Okay, you need to explain this to me because maybe which one is that? So you mean like in the mid round after first cycle, you think that no longer exists because there's no.
So, like if we chop out the normal phases of the game, right? You have like as soon as barriers drop.
Yep.
Then you have the 115 info cycle. Then you have the 50-second info cycle, and then you have the fourth cycle, which is typically in post. One of those cycles, just by the basis of how numbers work, can no longer exist.
Okay. I think this is the level of where I think if I'm gonna have to dig on this one, I don't think anyone's gonna get it. So I get you though.
No, this is like tier 1 international playoff level multi-step macro cares about this, and nobody else the fuck does.
Yeah. Okay. Right, I'll come back to that later if we get to it. So there's two things to come back to later. Right, weapon updates. So to me, I played the game a fair amount, but I'm so shit that I don't really feel the weapon update. So they all look pretty. It on paper seems good, but I'm too newbie to like really recognize it.
I'm a bad player, and the update made me worse. So.
Okay. Anyone got any thoughts about the weapons update, guys? What about Phantom? I know this is the age-old question, Phantom Vandal, but like I know that Phantom is supposed to be just
Phantom
de facto.
is like considerably better.
But why can't I just use that gun? Like, why am I so much better with the Vandal? It's just unbelievable.
I too am way better with the Vandal.
Right, Pro and Abyss rework. So I mean, we talked about this a little bit. Pro, we were discussing that there are some things that maybe could be better, but generally decent. When I first saw Abyss, I was liking it, and I like the new middle. But the B site to me, I'm not convinced by after playing it in ranked at least. Like to me, it feels worse than before.
Yeah. I mean, you might remember this because like I pitched my original first pass Abyss stuff to you, but all of the like offsite post shit that I originally thought was going to be horrendous on that map is now actually going to be horrendous on that map.
On the B site specifically, right? Because nothing else is really.
Because you can open plant now.
And then open plant. You mean like here? Is this what you're saying? Or are you planting here?
Yes. Yeah. The first X.
I'm not
the one that's in like
I get so tilted in my rank games. I get so tilted because everyone's now playing like in the old map in my newbie immortal rank games. People would play offsite post, with the new patch, for some reason, everyone sits on site and it's pissing me off.
'Cause
No one
people get-
tries to plant here. Well, even when I plant here, they just stand on site and it's annoying me. But
the like cliffside plants that people do actually send me. I like they are gruely fucking awful. Please don't use those.
Yeah.
You do those when the defensive anchors have created a situation where you physically cannot plant in the good spot. That's the only reason to do it.
This corner is kind of like planting in a corner like this is always like good, and then Odin spamming. We're gonna see Brock Odin spamming, so that's gonna be fun. Yeah, okay. It just doesn't feel. I like this. Like I like that there's a little bit more playable space, but at the same time, I think that this change. I think this change was bad. This change here. I think they need this. The double box to hide behind in CT is changed to a single box, and I think that again, I don't know in pro play the implications right now, but like in ranked at least, it just feels like ass that like you just can't play a safe spot on B. Like you're either hard on site, you're kind of middling in dice where you're just like surviving, or you're offside.
It's almost like they want you to play agents that can fix that problem for you. Weird. It's almost like they released an agent that might be able to solve that problem.
Interesting, Anders. I wonder what
that's
could
wild.
do. The way I see, like the way that is interesting, the way you're describing it, because it's like, to me, this is partly why I thought Waylay was alright. It's like a site where Waylay's like okay, because it's like she can do the player's position and then like dash out quite freely. And I think that like the way I think about where Waylay's good to like anchor, if she ever is like anchoring a site for whatever reason, are the positions in which I think Vito is strong. And it might be a strange analogy, but I think it's like it's not chamber positions you want to be playing, i.e. the best chamber positions. It's like the passive ones that like you can still get out of the site kind of thing. So that makes sense. But Vito, I'm not playing fucking Vito in ranked, so that's not helping me.
No, Vito isn't chamber. He doesn't have true untradeability. The closest he gets to true untradeability is when you abuse verticality to make him better off.
Yeah,
Abyss
that
is
makes
his best
sense.
map in the game, for what it's worth.
Vito?
Yeah. It's not close either.
I think that the interceptors and things I've seen from him look good. I mean, we get to it in a bit, and we could bring it up again, maybe. And then the Harbor rework, I think that it was like almost decent, it feels like, but they kind of missed, it feels like. The idea of giving him something that gives some kind of fighting ability or hard stall in the flash seems like a good idea on paper, but in practice just looks kind of crap to me. I haven't even bothered playing him, to be honest with you.
The key issue is that they've created this really cool like design opportunity cost with Cove now, but they've given him no compensatory mechanism for if you do use Cove and it gets broken, your like total net smoke uptime is now just the worst of any controller in the game. And so you're heavily disincentivized from actually ever activating your Coves, which like we've made the most vanilla boring controller in the game because I'm actively not supposed to do the cool thing that my guy does.
Yeah. So for reference, for those who are like a bit like not as, into the weeds on stuff, it's like Harbor's niche as a smoker, part of his niche was like being able to plant the spike easy because you got a Cove that helps you. But in practice, it's kind of not that good because people just shoot it and then you just die. And now it's like the same where it's like, I guess it works the same, right? It's like you shoot it, it dies, and then the smoke disappears. And it's like, well, you can't use it to plant because your smoke is gone kind of thing.
And you've also taken my second high tide, so like
where
are my smokes if I do this? I literally just I have no cascades.
I mean, no
only have one high
cascades,
tide.
no high tides.
So if,
'Cause I
if
thought
I
in-
use my smoke and you break it, I'm literally just not a controller.
Yeah.
Like I have as much smokes as like beta era Jet.
Yeah,
Help.
because there's like it wasn't maybe the best, but like solo Harbor was possible, and it's impossible now for sure. Like it's just not a thing. You can't have one smoke and then expect to win. I guess the other thing, Yeah, the Cascades. I thought Cascades would be a decent piece of util in this meta with the because it's like to me in a weird way an initiation tool in the same way that Dissipate is for Astra. And then removing that to me feels like, you know, I don't mind them reworking it, but it's kind of like sad to see that. I think NRG probably don't even bother playing it anymore at this point.
When I heard, because I had heard the leaks of his kit like multiple months in advance. Obviously, like I was missing a ton of the details and a lot of the like in-server stuff, like the fact that the near site was LOS. Didn't know that until I was actually playing the agent. But when I heard what the rework was, I was like, holy fuck, this guy's gonna be crazily broken. Then I got my hands on it and I was like, all of the stuff I assumed was like, obviously you had to make it this way is not actually that way. So take that for what you will.
Okay. What have we got next? Right, I can't remember how I've done this. So, so into comps 2026. So this was you on Twitter again, posting the comps that you would try to play, I guess, outside of G2 isolation, for 2026. So is that true? Is this just like what you would try in general, given?
This is just blank canvas. I'm trying to win a trophy.
Okay. So the ideas here are you have each map, and each map has a pivot parachute. So basically like a second comp that you can go to, I presume, mid-tournament or if you've just exposed too much.
Mid-event, whatever.
Okay.
Like pivot is, there's a specific matchup where we think we'll just farm these kids if we do this, and parachute is the meta has pivoted in such a way where we literally have to do this or we're going to start losing every one of our matches.
Okay. So, I mean, we'll go into the details of each kind of role in a sec, but like the key things to like, so we have a shared understanding of where our mindset is. Astra good, Yoru good.
Yep.
There's an interesting dynamic here where we've got a solo Teo and a second initiator Teo coming in, so we could discuss that later. And then Vito is obviously the elephant in the room, I think. Lastly, it's like it's always solo Senti, and it's going to, well, not always solo Senti, almost always solo Senti, unless it's a Sage.
Solo traditional Senti, yeah.
Why? I guess there's an interesting thing here. I think the Senti spot is like the most interesting role in coming up. It's the most like messed with role, the least defined, I'd say. Like we've obviously got Yoru and Astra popping off, in my opinion, or most teams just play Omen. But yeah, the Sentinel spot is going to be interesting, so we can go into that later. Viper predominantly though. Viper obviously strong and hasn't been touched, will continue to be strong. We can get into the Sage stuff later. The only question I got is what do you think about the Sage Chamber combination rather than Vice Chamber? Is that just because Vice nerfs plus? Because you're already teasing this idea of Sage Chamber on G2. Was it a direct kind of counter towards the double duelist angle where the Sage is doing quite well into that idea? Like the slow orb interacts in a way where like they can't really do much.
Yeah, it is really, really strong in a double duelist meta. It's also really strong in a world where initiators are not particularly efficient because slow orb can function on the same axis as a lot of initiator util to claim space in early rounds.
Yeah. Okay. So if I give the example that, you know, I was doing my homework this year, making sure that I knew how teams are playing. Oh, I can't show fucking Ascent. But Ascent was basically, if I could draw, this would be helpful right now, but I can't. So, what the hell's going on with my screen? So
Wait,
Ascent, you would use
Valorant lobby. Will it let you?
What, sorry?
I'm gonna see if I can't finagle some shenanigans.
I was basically implying that on Ascent B main on defense, the way you would set up your chamber when you had Vice was with the Thorns sometimes, which I thought was a very interesting usage of Thorns. Usually people use Thorns for a very bunkered idea. And obviously Thorns uses aggressively like that can be shot, and obviously Sage does that better than the Vice, I'd say, right? Like this idea of taking the space.
She does it better than Vice. She does it better than Deadlock, which one of the main reasons that I'm not still on like the Deadlock on Abyss, for example, is persistent early round value is far more critical now than it was. Me being able to pop and deny a bottleneck for a second because there's a Deadlock net there is far less valuable than me being able to say, hey, there's a Sage slow here. Now you don't know if my chamber's on an off angle. Good luck.
That makes sense. Yeah.
I sent you a link in Discord, by the way. See if that works to get you onto...
How does that work with Sunset, though? Because Abyss, I can see this idea. But on Sunset, like, where are you conditioning Sage slows on defense, for instance?
Shameless plug. I just released a Patreon playbook that explains it.
I think I even saw that, and I forgot it. So, on both
extremities. Yeah, on both extremities on defense, you can get massive value. And if people want more details, they have to pay me for it because I'm unemployed. Unlucky.
I'm sorry, one sec. Oh, yeah, thank you very much. So yeah, so what I was basically implying is that like what Anders was talking about was using Sage slows. I think people presume Sage is an agent where you kind of play passive and, you know, you bunker up and stuff, but Anders implying that the slow being used to set up champs, right? So what I saw this year from G2, sometimes they use the Vice quite aggressively to Thorns' entrance so that the chamber can set up. Maybe there's like a flash being played with the chamber, which is kind of cool. But the Sage is just like a better version of that, where you can't shoot the slow orb, and it just literally immediately, you know, in micro-wise, it just immediately like spreads and just does its shit. So that's like the idea of Sage. You might be able to use that to condition for space, and that kind of interaction between Sage and Chamber becoming maybe more popular than Vice and Chamber, specifically towards the end of this year and probably going into next year, hopefully. It doesn't, the leak that I can leak that link. It's fine. It's more fun when people do stupid shit.
A couple seconds.
Yeah, I'm using it for a couple seconds.
If people want to join and draw dicks on it, unlucky.
Feel free to just don't do anything that's going to get me banned from Twitch, and you can do stuff there. Okay, it's fine. I quite like when you guys interact. Right, is there anything else here that I've not spoken about that you think we should clarify at all? We're gonna dive into other stuff. I guess
let me
waylay.
pull up the Reddit thread real quick, because Paper Thin had a question for me that pertained to Vice, and I'm trying to remember what.
Oh, it was about Vice on. I remember his question actually.
Veto over Vice on Pearl. So this largely hinges on the comps that I expect people to run and how effective I expect Vice to be in actually stopping them from doing what they want to do. I don't think that Vice is going to be able to stop XX on Pearl anymore. I think that if people are on Yoru Waylay, you are just going to get run the fuck down. And your flash is mediocre at best at this point, so why are you picking the agent? Your Thorns are not going to stop their exec. Your flash is going to get shot the majority of the time, so literally what is this agent doing for you? Your wall's going to get baited out by the Yoru. Like, literally, the expected meta is designed to make this agent feel bad.
What about Havens? So this is like the only spot in which you've got Vice.
So on Haven, the reason that it works is because all of the bottlenecks on Haven are so tight, and the exec routing for, say, a Waylay from those bottlenecks is so poor that if you want to run Vice Thorns, they're still going to have crazily high EV. Like if I put a Thorn top C long and they try to pop with their Yoru Vice, by all means be my guest. Your Waylay can go default, or you can try to push backside through my Viper wall.
Is it something also to do with the fact that 3-site map vibe where you need a volume of utility kind of spread across the map just a little bit more, if that makes sense? You can cover more space.
Yes and no, because you could make the same argument that like veto allows you to have manpower in place faster. So what's more valuable, having spread utility or having spread headcount? And so like there's not strict superiority there, but yeah, there is part of that. I mean, I'm sure people remember like the forward post barrier by setups that G2 ran on A. Those sort of things are still just astronomically valuable on the map, and that's not something that Veto can even come close to replicating.
Okay. So, for instance, if I draw a Valor plant from what I remember, Walker's Chris, tier like prawn cocktail in C tier? You gotta be fucking shitting me. There's no way prawn cocktails in C tier. Cheese and onion S tier is like a crime, by the way. That's also
is
not
there salt and
acceptable.
vinegar? Where is
salt and vinegar's A? That's fine.
Okay,
Prawn
respectable.
cocktail needs to be S tier, and cheese and onion's like a B tier. It's just mid. Only salt and vinegar and prawn cocktail go to S, by the way. Right. So Vice Sab, so you were like forward. Is it like this? Like you put a wall down here with a flash or something? Was it like this? I can't remember.
Yeah. Those
kind of things.
It was vertical.
Okay. I can see it's Balix. I can see his fucking little cursor there. I can see who's pissing me off.
Mods, get him. No.
Okay, that makes sense. I think to me, there's something about the fact that like when I was thinking about Chamber versus other Santis on this map before Veto existed, it's like to me, it's just something about the fact that I think it is to do with the small chokes, I guess, but also just the fact that it's like.
It's not just the small chokes. It's
multiple.
The small chokes and the reasonably reachable space from those small chokes. That second part being pretty critical, because there are other maps with small chokes, but you can get to spots with your like the burst of your dive where it being like you can still consolidate a little bit of space and like carve out a pocket for yourself that is hard for defensive anchors to punish you. Because the idea is like, here's a small choke. My Thorn hardlocks most of the opposing team in that bottleneck. And the space that their dive has access to is easy for me to fuck up in the time between my Thorns going live and the rest of the team, like my Thorns going down so the rest of the team can get in.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. I think Vice is the only Santi I've ever seen to have a decent. Like, even when you played passive A, like, the whole passive A Killjoy Cypher stuff is ass, in my opinion. But when you were doing stuff that was passive with Vice, like, the Thorn value, whatever the fuck you were doing, I can't remember. But the Thorn value was just so high that people flooding in time and stuff, so that was kind of cool, too. So, I can't be bothered to explain.
Thorn's also fucking incredible.
The flood on C, yeah. Especially if you're playing Viper, like, you're
oh my god,
because then you get orb down too.
Spit Thorns, people literally would die trying to flood to Thorns. They'd take like 80 damage, literally kill themselves on the Thorns trying to get back into sight. It's peak cinema.
Okay, right, what else we got? Oh, Veto. Okay, so we go into Veto. So I've left not too many Veto questions to Anders right now. So I think for Veto, like my perspective on it is like it seems pretty strong. I think that it's being underplayed and under kind of experimented with openly. From what I've seen, the experimentation of it has been kind of not that interesting for me so far. Anders is on the obviously train of Veto is almost like a de facto played on every single map. So I guess I'm trying to be here to be that kind of in between where I'm like, there's some people who don't like it, don't seem to enjoy the idea of it. I think I see the vision. But I need to be convinced to the levels in which you're like almost every single map. So what is it about Veto specifically? To me, like the Interceptor is obviously to me the most important piece. Would you agree?
I mean, Interceptor is the main reason you're picking him, and the main reason that Interceptor is particularly valuable is because of the changes to Initiator util.
Because there's less Initiator util, the ones that you're able to get rid of means
are fundamentally more valuable, yeah.
More valuable. And so if someone was to, do you see it working in a way where it's like you're trying to bait out Interceptor, and even in order to bait it out, you can't? Or do you think that if you're trying to bait out Interceptor, you've already lost, kind of thing?
If you are trying to bait out Interceptor, you've lost the game.
Okay.
Honestly, like you have to plan around it, not try to bait it.
And that's gonna mean walking up and shooting it.
Yep. You've got to figure out how. I've been saying, like, the general term, you need to learn how to greedy default, which is just a cute way of saying contact, but don't literally just dry contact. Contact in a way that's smart with something like fuel ups or dissipates, but do something that is a net utility neutral function in order to get into this space.
Wait, but okay, so but the idea of, okay, let me just like draw something. So like I've seen some cute interceptors like in this pit, and some people in ranked put it up here. So like let's just pretend Vito's playing A. What you're saying is that people need to greedy default to save util so that they got util for the exec. But at that point, if they're going to use this interceptor,
if you're throwing these interceptors, I'm gonna beat the brakes off of you.
Okay.
You're just absolutely gonna get annihilated.
Where are you putting interceptor?
I don't know if I should leak that,
okay.
honestly. But hint, it's not on the site.
Okay. It's gonna be at the back somewhere. Not on the site. You're gonna
be aggressively forward on hard 90s, where if my opponent tries to take an extremity if an opponent tries to take an extremity from me, I tell them to fuck off.
On hard 90s.
Hard 90s, where they have to peek into me and drive something off of an angle, and even once they've driven that off of the angle, there's still utility that allows me to immediately re-skirmish back on, and any utility that they tried to like throw back in some sort of attrition battle just gets nulled, and so I immediately retake the space.
So you're using
this interceptor here. Imagine a chamber. Imagine someone close with some sort of piece of catalytic util. They try to go onto this line. They try to drive off the chamber. I take my P&L. We immediately enter a utility trade so that they can try to consolidate the space. Theirs gets scooped. Mine actually lands. We immediately reconsolidate the extremity. We're net positive on utility. They have no map control.
Okay, but you can't use chamber as an example though, because you've not got a chamber.
Yoru, any piece of untradeable.
Okay.
Like untradeability. Could be a waylay, could be a jet, could be a Yoru, could be a chamber.
Do you see this kind of forward line, almost like how Vice, you were trying to get more of that forward line, like Haven Vice being played? Is that basically how you're seeing Vito being played?
Yep. Vito is in a same category of playstyle as Vice.
Okay.
In terms of like, if you are putting it site side, you do not understand why the agent, like where the agent is powerful.
Is that the same on somewhere like B though, where like B, like fighting forward is not natural?
No, if you're like, you have to tackle it a very different way on B.
Okay. Will a single team in the road play like this?
Unlikely, honestly.
Okay.
Based off of the fact that I've seen literally no team to date even test interceptors like this or coordinate in a way where, like, the important part is that, like, this interceptor sucks ass if you don't have the follow-up like efficient attrition trading.
Yeah. Because otherwise
that's
they
the
just
part that, like, I've seen people try site side interceptors that beat bad teams. I've seen people try proactive interceptors that they immediately pop and, like, don't trade into effectively, so their opponent still ends up consolidating the extremity. I've seen no one actually run this agent.
How do you know?
At a high level.
I guess the only micro thing is, how would you know when to pop it and how? Because couldn't you just get baited quite easily?
Yours taking first contact.
Okay.
So, like, think about it in terms of sequence. My untradeable guy takes first contact, gets a first pick opportunity.
Trying to think of what I'm gonna use Fade in this example. It's a bad example because
even though nobody plays Fade. Yeah, I see that. You're chilling.
So Fade, let's go Fade on the other side. So Fade Prowlers, and then after Prowler, you know, you're always trying to get rid of it somehow, or Interceptor gets popped on that.
You'd never first wave the Interceptor here.
Okay. You'd never what, sir?
You'd never burn Interceptor on the first piece of util interaction ever.
Okay.
I think that's probably like a key failure point. Is a lot of teams will just like instantly blow it in this sort of situation, and it'll lead to a scenario where like they trade an Interceptor for one piece of util, and then they end up without owning the space. Because like you're gonna, assuming you're like attack side Fade has a good competent team, there's two people that are swinging off of this Prowler.
Yeah.
And so if I pop Interceptor and then two people swing off of it, I can't refight into this space effectively.
Do you think there'll be maps though where so what maps do you have? Veto Pro. So on Pro, for instance, I was looking at Patreon stuff for like Veto Chamber, and the way that I drew it up is that like Veto is basically used to just soak util for a chamber, but in more passive ways, because like, I mean, you could go for forward lines, but then I wanted there were ways in which like I didn't think that the Veto Interceptor would actually, I was thinking about putting it aggressive on A sometimes, but I was like, well, ultimately, Patreon level, I'm gonna keep it a bit more simple. So I basically kept it more towards like they exec a site, the Interceptor soaks up stuff. We've got, two people who can shoot you and get out of the site basically, and we can play retake. Do you think that will be? What's right?
I want to comment real quick on something from your chat because I think it's a very good point.
Yeah.
They're saying that Inspire mentioned on stream that he never uses Interceptor for a drone. He only uses it for exec util. I will take that point and evolve it to a next level, like the next iteration of it, which is you'd never use Interceptor for a drone. It's not that you're using it only for exec util. It is that you are using it specifically on a util wave that your opponent is trying to consolidate space with. Your opponent has to commit to this util wave to get space. That could be an exec. An exec qualifies as that. You should generalize it to a level where it's now also applied to extremities.
Sorry, I was daydreaming.
No, you're chilling.
Okay.
You're daydreaming. I'm over here on hour like 20 of being awake, homie.
I don't understand how the Interceptor is going to impact the main default. Surely the first kind of be a flash. I guess that makes sense. So like, okay, just for a trick to, so someone flashes this corner. They're up. Now what? Like the Euro has to dodge the flash. There's a couple of people up. Now what happens?
And now we're trading util back into that space while activating our Interceptor.
Okay, so you're refighting basically.
Yes, we're refighting in a way that is insulated so they can't refight back into us.
They can't use util back.
Their util would just get fucked.
Okay.
And so once that consolidation happens, they now have to burn a second util wave on our Yoru. At which point, if they do that, they've lost. They have to commit to this. They have to commit to consolidating this extremity. They likely have to hit on this site, or they have to have a dry contacting lurk on the other half of the map because they don't have the util budget to do anything else. They're either going to commit to this, or they're not going to have exec util because we've taxed so much out of them.
This reminds me of how, again, like the forward Vice stuff, but like in actuality, what happened with Vice is that people played it very passive, right? And it still worked, I'd say, most of the time. That like
only because they overbuffed the shit out of it, but yeah.
But like, I guess what I'm asking is there a parallel here where people might not play Veto optimally, i.e.
the passive
forward?
stuff will work. The goods, like in 8 months, this is the way people are going to be playing it, though.
Okay. Well, Vice didn't get to that point though. Only one team
G2
did it
we
sometimes.
had a phenomenal Haven record with it, so.
Yeah, but the Vice you played on Haven, there was like, it wasn't like every round you put forward util, is what I'd say. Like it felt more like a mix-up to be forward.
Yeah, and I mean, Veto, it'll be the same way.
Okay.
You can't always throw this because people will be able to read its audio cue off
Yeah,
default.
yeah. So it's like a mixing idea where like we do. Okay, that makes sense. to me. I think forward stuff, even with Vice, I think it's one of those things that, yeah, how do I explain it? It's like, it's difficult because it's new, and so people aren't used to it, if that makes sense. So even like when I'm on broadcast and I know that some of the forward Vice stuff I liked, it's like I'm not seeing any of it, and it's like I can't even comment on it, if that makes sense at all. So it's like, yeah. So it's gonna be interesting for Vita when I don't see any of this stuff at all, and it's gonna be played very passively. How that operates. So if you're putting forward interceptors, I guess with your TPs, you're just putting like a TP to like
3 anchors.
as in like let's say you've traded all this util and then you're falling back or whatever. You're basically just using it to, you play it on site, and then you're fortunate enough to have a piece of util to basically just get off the site for free. I think the only micro thing is like, it's nice when it's like, I think I was supposed to wonder about, it's like the ones behind you kind of suck because it's like you can't, you know. You kind of want
someone who actually gets it. So there's 2 ways to approach crosscuts, which is you either want one in front of you and one behind you, or you want daisy chained ones that are for rotational acceleration. Those are like the only 2 sets of crosscuts that I think are correct.
Yeah, I was looking at this map because I was like wondering if there's a way to get it so you could fucking get across middle, and that would be like OP as fuck, but there isn't without like you have to put it like here or something, and it's just a bit dangerous. But yeah, that makes sense. So daisy chain ones that Anna's talked about is like ones like this, I guess, where it's like use one and then use the other one to get.
You instantly go to the next, and now I'm halfway across the map. Yeah.
Okay. So the interceptor thing, I think that's going to be the biggest like shock for anyone, because even I was thinking it's going to be more like, I was thinking of instances where like, again, I was looking at pro and thinking there are ways to trade this util out. It just comes down to the micro, I think, and how like, it's one of those instances where like, because I'm not in a team to try any of the stuff, it's like impossible for me to like feel it out, if that makes sense. Like,
yeah, I mean, it's all theory on my end too, obviously. Like,
so it's like one of those things where it's like, I'd spend the off season being like, okay, well, our first thing is like, we're gonna play aggressive interceptors for the next fucking 4 scrims. Have fun losing, but we're gonna, you know, try that out.
We need data.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. If for instance, let's say that the aggressive ones, like, you know, for whatever micro reasons, it was just like not working. Do you think the agent's still in a powerful enough position to be like, okay, it's still must pick territory? If you're ending up having to play like let's say with Vice, like you play, if the forward stuff didn't work with Vice and you had to play all the kind of slightly more bunkered stuff, like where do you see the power of Vito in that instance?
Here's where I'm gonna get very meta in my analysis of this. If that were the case, Riot's gonna buff him, and I'm very confident in that statement.
Yeah,
because he is going to be a fundamentally dog shit agent if these don't work. So unlucky.
Okay. And if he was dog shit and Riot didn't buff him, where do you think the meta sits then? Is it just a case of replacing him with Chamber?
Yeah, you just run Chamber over him for sure.
Okay. Is there anything else about this agent that we've... I guess Evolution, the ult's kind of interesting to me, where you can basically just... Like, my gimmicky idea on defense was that you just buy the Judge, and you could just basically sit wherever the fuck you want, and you just never get utiled out, basically. Is there anything about the ult that's... Overjudge. Attack side, is there anything? Because someone was talking about attack side veto earlier, and I was like, well, maybe there's some gimmicks there, but I've not thought of anything. Is there anything specific about it on attack that's like you're not? I presume you don't want to be. You kind of want to be first entry, but at the same time, you don't because you're kind of inting at the same time. Is there anything interesting about him on attack? I guess you start the round with it, so you can basically soak up like any default space with util and kind of gimmick that way, I guess. Anything interesting there, Anders?
Not crazily interesting. I think that using interceptors for things other than execs is pretty huge and something that people are missing out on. But other than that,
and then the trip is interesting in so much as like earlier, I hadn't really thought about the implications of the trip, but do you think like a team was basically running into it and getting seized earlier? I don't expect that to be a consistent thing. But in terms of like,
unfortunately, I expect it to,
okay.
to definitely be a consistent thing.
In terms of triggering, it works different than chambers because it's like not like it's less audible, right? But the problem is, I think that's what Trick was saying when he was talking on Twitter was like, there are more obvious spaces for it potentially because of the width.
You're making me use all of the you're making me leak all of the actually cool shit. So the thing that literally no one's talked about with this trip yet.
Is it high low? You're gonna talk about high low?
No. So how is every flank denial trip in the game placed?
I mean, I don't really know how to answer that question apart from on the flank.
It's strict LOS placement. How is this trip placed?
On the flank?
You can literally throw it.
Oh shit.
I literally never have to place this pre-round ever. I throw it behind me, even from fucking sight if I want to, while like right after I plant the spike, and now my flank coverage is live. Which means that I get to hold this as a dynamic piece of utility that can serve a double use as a seize until we literally have the spike on the ground, unless I think my opponent's taking an aggressive push through timing and I have to worry about flank sooner. You can actually throw this deep into the round and have it be late use flank coverage. Nobody's talked about that. Literally not a single fucking soul. And I'm just like, what's happening?
I guess it's because there's going to be instances like Pro B where like you not going to do that. On A, I can see it happening. And then I think on some maps like Bind, like would you do that on Bind? I guess it's a case by case, I guess. I think Cypher trips.
It's highly applicable.
I guess
it's highly applicable.
I guess then the other side of that is how often, because I think this is another thing I was discussing with one. There's the idea that you can use it, because I asked him like, are you able to use it like a seize, like a fade seize? Yes. But the problem is that like, isn't it like really easy to shoot? Like fade seize is like
instant, shooting it, then they're probably still dead.
Okay.
Like this is the thing, is like, oh, they can just shoot it. Are they really shooting my exec util on the fucking ground? Okay, that's a fair deal to me. Instead of a seize, I now have something that pulls my opponent's crosshair to the floor. That seems like a pretty decent piece of util.
Yeah, I can see that in some instances. I don't know if it's as strong as you're making out, but I can see it. I can see it as like a good like plus positive.
I mean, in addition to the rest of the exec, like this is never going to be in isolation. Are we never comboing our Cs? There's probably a nade there. There's probably a flash there. There might be a Teo missile. Like it's never going to be just this. So if they're choosing to shoot that in addition to all of the other layers, good luck, have fun.
Thank you very much, Agman. Yeah. No, I agree with you. I just think that at the same time, it's like if you've got one Senti and you're playing a part of a map where you need to, like a flank coverage on B long for Pro, like I don't really want to throw that back up the top of B long. I want that in the position where you put it passive near T spawn probably. And then do you,
You
say
can throw that lineup.
Oh really?
I literally already have that lineup.
Oh okay.
This is exactly what I'm saying. Is nobody has workshopped this.
Okay.
I promise it is far better than anyone is given credit for.
Okay. I mean that's interesting. Yeah. Now we just need to see you on a team because no one else is gonna use Veto.
Yeah. Woo! We love it.
I need someone to like me the way Anders likes Vita, but everyone likes likes me like Twitter likes Trick Aim. I think most of your tweets are fine, Trick, but there are some. I don't think the Valorant specific tweets, as in like strategy tweets. I think most of them are fine. There are some where it's like clearly rage bait though.
I thought you were about to say your tweets are fine except for the Valorant ones.
No, I don't mind most of his tweets. Right, so Vito, so TLDR is interceptors are going to be used incorrectly because you think they should be used more aggressively into fighting for extremities. Cross cut. Sorry.
The easiest way to translate all of this, like if I
Oh
were
wait, we're
to
talking about defense only, but...
like the Cliff Notes version is Chamber was like demonstrably insane this past year,
Mhm.
and the reason he was so good is because he could create tax scenarios for your opponent. He taxed with either a kill or he taxed with a significant amount of util to drive him off of his first lines.
Mhm.
Vito does the exact same things that Chamber was trying to do, but on a different axis. He is taxing your opponent, but in a much more literal sense.
Mhm.
You need to tax in a position that is not literally on your site. Otherwise, it's no longer like an efficient tax, unless you already have like enough people there to hard anchor and hard hold every single time, which isn't a realistic expectation.
Yeah, I think I buy it if the taxing actually, actually in the positions on maps where you want to use it actually makes sense. I'm sure there's at least like a few where it's like 100% like just gonna work. On some maps, I feel like it's gonna be a kind of like a game of like they might be able to bait you out more than they can somehow, and it will feel awkward maybe. And then if it does do
Why
that,
do we have Astra in all of our comps? Because we still have site entrenchment even without.
That's what I mean.
SMT.
It's like then it becomes, what does that second layer look like?
Yeah.
Does Vito on the site with the TPs out and Astra, etc. around it, is that good enough, and is the opportunity cost too much at that point? But I think that I'm intrigued. I'm kind of annoyed that we're not going to see it, but I'm intrigued. Yeah, attack side. Yeah, I didn't really talk about attack side. So how does this agent work on attack? I think the brief conversations we've had is, or I don't know, maybe it was in your stream or something, was about this idea that some teams are using it as a lurker, which obviously
please don't
is
Just
not
absolutely
a good idea. I don't
no.
think. The only reason I could see it being used as a lurker is because you have these cross cuts to then come back to the pack. But at that point, you might as well just.
You're
like,
doing it the other way around. have cross cuts that put you into a lurk position after you've thrown your interceptor to assist with the exec. All good.
Like a rewrap kind of idea. I think that makes sense. Or even you could be like, you could use multi-pronged kind of like split exec where there's probably some cool instances where you could put an interceptor on one part, you take control of one part, and then you almost are then helping the other part or something, i.e. in a split scenario. But I can't really think of what map specifically you could do that on. But
a lot of that will be too slow. I mean,
Oh,
I
really?
think like the sickest example that is very easy to immediately refer to, like imagine on split, we're gonna go to A site. I'm gonna throw my interceptor for A main. I'm gonna have a pre-placed teleporter in sewer. I'm gonna be part of our ramp take, and then I'm gonna
go
teleport to mid.
Yeah, that's
cool.
Yeah.
I've got crazy dynamic pressure with my exec, and now I'm disrupting your rotates. This is gonna be a great time for everybody.
Even on a default, I think that's like, because some people, we used to, some teams do, even today we saw on GC, it's like some teams doing that kind of ramp default where you send a couple of people, but then it's like awkward because it's like you're then far away from everything on the map. Whereas I guess Vito at that point could be like, well, I've helped you get the insert, I'm fucking off.
Yeah.
Which seems kind of cool. In terms of interceptors, though, how do you see this working? My presumption is you just use it almost like anti-flood. You're trying to protect it in a way so you're not just throwing it out on the site so it's not instantly shot, but you need it to be kind of in a good position enough so that you can't just get like anti-exect or post-plant, basically, depending on how... I presume if you think the site is clear, you just save it for post-plant. If you think that you're going to get like util spam back, you can use it to kind of deny. Is that how you see it?
More or less, like...
Or is there more initiator util vibes?
You use it like it's a piece of EBP a lot of the time. Like you're using it as a piece of entry where you're trying to bait people into shooting it, but you want to use it. G2 has a lot of set like util sets they call photos, which is literally just a flash plus a recon. It's a flash plus the picture. You basically want to photo your interceptors. So like interceptor goes out, there's a flash layered on it, so if they try to shoot it, they eat the flash to the face. And that's going to be really, really obnoxious to have to scale against, especially if you also have an eye going out elsewhere on the site.
That makes sense.
Like something that I think people, for whatever reason, like never weigh correctly in this game. I mean, we were talking about it with the chokeholds. Is like, if people are shooting your util, that means they're not shooting you. It's a really simple concept that people don't put enough value on.
Yeah. I mean, I think that's like, I think my hesitation around it is just that, like, I think with recons, that to me makes a lot of sense because you're almost like, I don't know why it just feels in terms of micro just more natural that like, hey, you've put a recon behind someone, they're turning to shoot it, and then the timing of it is very kind of it's a timing in which people are already used to because on exec you know that recon's hitting that spot in that position anyway, so it's almost like ingrained into us at this point. Whereas like
make it any less
timings
valuable though.
I think it's more valuable because you know, like let's say it depends where you're using the chokehold and on what timing. So like in my head, where I'd want to use a seize is not. I guess it's because in my head the position I'd use the seize on B site is like not close enough to like capitalize on someone shooting it, which is probably the mistake. And so you just need to be in a position in which it's like, I guess the best position is like left side gel, where it's like you're about to shoot someone anyway, and they're gonna have to choose between eating it.
You give them the ultimatum. You let the piece of util entry.
Yeah,
Either
essentially.
you generate disadvantage for them, or they die. Those
Whereas in my head, I was like, where I'd want to use a seize is different because I'd want to put it deeper on the site, and so I wasn't thinking about this idea that
yeah, it's not like a saturation.
Yeah.
But
I guess what I'm saying is like it would have to become a deliberate practiced idea, and it's not going to happen naturally like it would with recons, where it's like everyone knows where recons are going, and then also the kind of natural timings of like execing and entering at the same time as it. You're almost not thinking about, hey, they're going to be shooting this recon and I'm going to peek them. Whereas with this, you'd have to be very deliberate about it in a way that I don't think people will be. So, anything else on attack side? I think defense is probably more interesting.
Yep. I mean, I think that like the more EBP elements of chokehold and interceptor and cross cuts to get to your lurk are probably like the biggest cool things that are low hanging fruit.
Okay. All right. Next one, smokes. So these topics should be quicker. So I basically just copied and pasted from the wiki, the Valley wiki, or what the fuck it's called. Omen and Astra. Unfortunately, it might be a boring conversation because I think both of us just like Astra.
Shit.
But is there anything that we can say about Omen and why? Because I think there's going to be teams in which, like, let's say I was consulting for a team.
Mhm.
I'm not going to be trying to make some team who's never played Astra before suddenly start playing Astra, in my opinion, even now, unless it's almost like bought in on, if that makes sense. Like,
Yeah.
because I, like, even at this point, it's kind of still too difficult. So, what is it about Omen that's going to continue to make players play it? Like, is the paranoia still going to, I mean, it's still going to get its value on
Defensive
defense, I
paranoia
guess.
is feeling fucking incredible.
Mhm.
It's gonna single-handedly backpack this agent.
Okay. So it's literally just defense paranoias at this point. I guess the TPs do have, like, some,
Even
like,
those, like, maybe teams catch on to the fact that, like, a waylay diving on you is gonna give zero fucks about your paranoias, but
mm. I think to me it's like one of those instances where agents been like the micro of Omen has been like you are to some extent giving up years worth of people playing an agent and the micro that might come around it. I don't think it's particularly that micro intensive at all. But people at this point know, you know, the common patterns of things that are happening and don't need to coach or think through.
we are very much so at, like, the plateau of diminishing returns on Omen mastery.
Yeah.
Like, we have already seen as good of Omens as we are ever going to see.
Where's Brimstone? Can't talk about smokes without Brimstone. I mean, we can get to Brimstone and Clove, but I basically, I for each role, I've kind of highlighted the key things, at least from you're trying to win a trophy kind of level of Valorant, I guess. Sorry, I interrupted you.
No, you're fine. I'd finished the thought
Okay.
either way.
Is there any room for Clove and Brim? Brim, I presume, is still
Brim,
specialist
yes.
on
Clove, no.
fracture, bind, and then maybe some weird edge cases that I've not thought about. Clove, no.
Clove, like, smoke up time is
too low. It got
very
nerfed
premium.
post. Didn't it get nerfed post 11 point?
I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, like, that's what kills it for me with Clove, is like she's been hit repeatedly to try and neuter her out of ranked play, and, like, honestly, at this point, if you're playing her in pro play, I genuinely can't follow the reasoning. Like, it is beyond like any sort of rationale I can conceive of.
I think I just want to explain quickly because I don't think I guess Astra. So part of the reason why Astra, especially in this new meta, is going to be interesting is because there's a lack of initiation tools. A dissipate becomes a piece of util that can be used to take space, right? Like, you know, I gave a fairly probably bad example, but let's say you know like an Uber is on this line. Even if you know that Uber's on the line, Astra can be used to beat that Uber, right? Because you can place a star down. Hopefully you've playbooked out and you have a conditioning star or whatever, but you can put a star down, dissipate, and then you have multiple people run through, and then that chamber now has to look at, instead of one little angle, has to then look at fucking 100 different angles, right? So, you know, even that chamber Uber could still beat you, but fundamentally nothing else is going to beat you there. You gain the advantage, right? So these kind of dissipate stars become like extremely valuable for teams defaulting. I think there's this like pushback though, Anders, that like the idea that like, yeah, you can default all you want, but you're gonna get kind of shot and you could just overwhelm with Omen or something. But like I think my reaction is that like just because you're playing Astra doesn't mean you need to play like Fnatic and be extremely slow. You can still
Astra can go fast.
Astra can go fast.
She places XX smokes faster than Omen does. Fun fact.
But I think what they're seeing is this idea that you're doing that Bren meme where it's like, oh, you're going around the map, you're like thinking about all these things, and you've dissipated here, you're now here, you've inserted one person, you're coming back, you're dissipated. It's no, like you could just, it's just like some of these angles
available to me. I do not have to use them.
You can still just dissipate a choke and then just exec. Like it's a pretty valuable tool to. It might be necessary to do that to stop yourself from getting like opt or tag teamed by fucking Yoru Chamber kind of people. You know what I mean? OG Paper X loved Astra. Yeah, I'd love to watch Paper X play like a min-maxed Astra, fast Astra, because like I think it would be yeah, it would get out of places, you know. Same smoke times. Okay, search. Thank you. When the game gets out of the opening stage in low numbers clutches, Omen feels insanely good relative to Astra.
I think that is a skill issue for most Astra players.
Does it? You have the ability to use abilities for post plant to help you literally win post plant. And
that
then
is people sucking ass at using stuns dynamically. Like people don't know how to play for themselves as Astras.
Like I don't see how like playing a post plant on split from like these kind of positions you would prefer playing with Omen than Astra. Like I don't think there's anything that you would prefer to have. Like you've used Paranoia at this point. All you have less is smoke and TP. I would rather have the option to stun and suck. In those kind of like in the option to TP on an exec is like the only thing I could think of where I'm like, you miss some value. But even then you can like dissipate through chokes and things and you know, help with your entry or whatever. So yeah. Thank you, the notorious Nick. Thank you for the sub. Like I'd be very surprised of on a map like Split where like there's so many good, like even on defense, like I think defense is where people like obviously really like the Omen, it feels like, where like you're playing at B and then you got a Paranoia. Yeah. I literally watched fucking Cryo Cells playing Astra and he didn't have the particularly like this is my example whenever I think of like Astra versus Omen. It's like he would every single round have a star, and obviously he'd have stars elsewhere doing stuff.
Yeah.
But he would just do this every round. And he'd win every single B defense because he's like just able to choose whether he wants to smoke himself off and play around the smoke or start himself off. Like this Paranoia is decent and it can help you with the flood and it's gonna, you know, you can peek and do whatever you want. After that Paranoia's gone, you know, good luck to you.
One of these setups is dynamic and can play 1 or 2 layers, and the other one can't.
Yeah. It's like this idea that like I think that's Omen's strongest point, and yet I can watch a player who's a very mechanically skilled player play a fairly non-dynamic version of what could be a very dynamic setup and just almost insta-smoke himself off and
bully
just
people,
win every single split defense. So yeah, I don't know. I think there's more to this idea that Astra can be used aggressively. Like even at one point, I'm not going to say who, but someone on Paper X was like, just let me play Astra. Like, I will just win. I was just like, wait, you're saying? I was like, I don't think you're going to get an Astra. I think you're going to... I was in my head, I was like, they're just going to play Astra like Omen, but I'm kind of in for it. I think, like, they'd actually understand how to play around those smokes and stuff. And it's probably one of the reasons why Boaster doesn't mind Astra, is because he basically uses it to turn himself into sites. And
he probably... the Astras that have like reasonable round counts and can be used as a reference point, he probably is the best like dynamic Astra player.
I think if you copy
in terms of like understanding how to util for use the util for himself. Most
and
people look at Astra's supportive util.
He finds the most amount of gimmicks, I feel like, in micro things, and then like he I think he's even said himself, he's like, why don't these people just watch me play? Because if I'm getting kills in these positions on Astra, like the people with better aim are just gonna do it better, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So he was almost like annoyed at some points, I think, that he's given away his own tech kind of thing.
Leaking all the tech and people still won't use it.
Many started smiling when he's talking about both. So smiling because I'm essentially calling him a noob. One is why I'm smiling. I'm basically like, yeah, he's a noob. He's got to use like shady tactics to beat other people.
Shady tactics are the best tactics, though.
Right. Okay. Right. What have we got next? We've got... Is there anything else in this discussion? I mean, the stuns, and I mean, it is slightly hard to use stuff now, I guess. That like the whole game's been nerfed, it feels like, at this point. So
it at a certain point, it's like, oh, but this feels bad, and it's like literally everything feels bad compared to what it was a couple months ago. So like, it's a matter of relativity.
Yeah. mean, stuns versus grav wells are interesting because it used to be grav wells were like the de facto thing you would use. I haven't seen how Bosa's been choosing between which ones to use when. So obviously stun is instant and grav wells like on a delay. I guess that's part of the mastery of that agent. Is just thinking about those things, but yeah, right. So this is my tier list of duelists right now. So my tier list of duelists is Yoru. You got Whaley in the second duelist option. You've got Jing, Texture, and Aspas. ISO, if Vito was meta, maybe. And then who asked? Although when there's like very much on this Phoenix, if Yoru gets nerfed, like Phoenix is the cool option to replace him. But
I also am on that train.
On the Phoenix train? I mean, I
Yeah.
fucking... If it's an agent that I got a high win rate in ranked with, it must mean it's good.
So it goes back to all this other bullshit, which is like any like cross-functional utility is now at a premium. And so having a wall on your duelist, pretty fucking nice. Not to mention the fact that his ult is still just as ludicrous as it's always been. So
this is in a world where Yoru gets nerfed, though, right? If you were on a team where a team couldn't play Yoru, would Phoenix become something you'd be looking at? But the problem is that they're probably named Jing, Texture, Aspas. So.
You have to change your comps if you're gonna run Phoenix over Yoru too.
Okay.
Because like you're not gonna play a comp with no op untradeability. I genuinely think that like the era of Valorant where you don't have at least one untradeable agent in your team, I think that that's like actually just not a thing anymore.
Yeah, that makes sense. 2023, pretty much, was the only. Well, 2023 we saw a lot of Jet, I guess, but Jet got nerfed. There was that small period in 2023, I guess. Right, but overall, is this an agreement? Is there anything to add here? I guess we've already talked about Julius a fair amount. I don't know if there's much more. It's not the most interesting role right now.
I think ISO could be a bit higher.
Okay.
But it goes back to what I was just saying. Like untradeability is still king. Your kit has to be.
Is it more higher as in like it becomes second duelist option kind of?
No, not that high. Okay. And like, there's a reason that whenever I do
is it named Alpha
tier lists, whenever I do tier lists, I intentionally separate rankings for like when this is solo duelist versus when this is secondary duelist, because like 2/3 of these change when they're second duelists.
You think that okay? So you think that second duelist, Raze, or ISO? I'm gonna use those as examples because I think they're probably the strongest. Could go into the second duelist option.
Yep.
Okay.
I think Neon Yoru also completely reasonable.
Yeah, I think I'd agree, but the problem is that then it stacks this one up and it doesn't look as fun as putting Yoru Whaley as the obvious comp choice for most teams right now. Okay, that makes sense.
You've got that sweet flavor of the month.
Do you think does Neon because Neon is like was sucking it like recently? I feel like does it become stronger in second duelist spot or is
yes
yeah okay.
That's...
Okay.
Because I mean, the issue is that when you bring the Neon, you lose true untradeability. But if you
that's true.
have her as second duelist, you still have true untradeability. And if you look at the people who are backpacking the fuck out of Neon's win rate, it's Texture who gets her as close as anyone can to true untradeability because he opts and then flails around in ways no one else can and still makes it out.
Your solo duelist is so hard though. Noah's. Why do people think that Yoru solo duelist is harder than say anything else but Neon? I think Neon's the only one where I can see like, okay, she has a wall she can run through, and therefore you can enter onto sites. I think this era of like hard execs, so like almost like to me, Jet and Neon represent a fairly not fully, but like a fairly self-sufficient entry, right? Where you're like using your own utility to go into a site. Like, since when has that been the strongest thing in the meta. Like it hasn't been.
People don't want to. So there's been a trend over time in this game where progressive layers of entrenchment have become increasingly strong and increasingly valuable.
Yeah.
And so if you're playing a non-explosive, non-like pace-pushing duelist as your only duelist, you can't bypass multiple layers of that entrenchment at the same time. Which means if you want it to still feel good, you have to be an actually good defaulting team that breaks down those layers progressively over time and then does their execing.
Yeah.
And teams don't want to learn how to default correctly. So they instead of learning how to be good at the game, they say that Yoru sucks as a solo duelist.
But like even in that example, if you were to use, say, let's say we use Jet or Neon in that example, they can go through that util a little bit, but then they just get isolated from your team and like down to a 50-50, if not 40-60 on site.
Yes.
So it's like
they have to win their duels.
There's a reason why their win rates are not high, is because when they do that stuff, they die. Like, unless they're literally
like
surrounded by 100 pieces of util, and then like even then it's like, well, you've just, that's why Breach isn't played anymore, because like you can't just rely on a Breach Jet combo to like win you the game on an exec.
The most illustrative example is Neon doing like high tempo up plays into the elbows on Sunset and Corrode A's, where like you send your util to like deal with that whole corridor on the right, and the Neon just full yeets up that side of the map and tries to catch whatever person's there, even if they're playing like some progressive layers of entrenchment. But the way that works is the Neon still has to win that fight.
Yeah.
Whether or not it's facilitated correctly, and
a
lot of the time the Neon just ends up turbo inting. It's great fun.
I think on that like example, I'm like not as like, I think in my example I'm thinking more like Lotus Sea Site or something, like, or like those kind of chokes where it's like or Sea Haven or something like that, where it's like on the surface you could look at Yoru and be like, well, he's not getting through that choke, but then it's like, well, your Neon or Jet is dead, so it's like, it's not really that big a deal. And then at the same time, you shouldn't be trying to see exec on Haven like that if they've got like a Vice fucking Thorns there or whatever it is to dissuade you, or Gravwell, or whatever the fuck it is. I think it's one of those things again where people look at the pro games being played and see examples of like, oh shit, they got stuck behind this choke, and the then next layer is, oh, this must be bad, and not maybe this team played that poorly and shouldn't be doing that. It's like, it's almost like the team gets treated as the god, and you're not allowed to analyze past that. Almost, I don't know. Why do pros use Neon on Haven? That's a discussion for another day. Right, solo initiator. So I've kind of separated this into like two. I like use your old like reference point here for like some like double initiator stuff, but in terms of like solo, as in like mostly recon, I guess at this point, with the exception of the Teo Unbind, Fade becoming like more popular, I guess, this year, I would say, and then also in this meta, I think that it's probably going to slightly increase in popularity over Sova, just because there's less initiation tools, and therefore having two prowlers instead of one drone is just more impactful, right? Is that where we're going with this?
Yep. It's more or less what we discussed earlier, which is like, it's a direct reflection of how efficient people are at dealing with ops without true vision.
Oh yeah.
Entries.
Sure. And then apart from that, Sova Abyss, and then Teo Bind, that's the interesting one. So what's this Teo Bind about? I had a very interesting discussion with someone that maybe one day I can talk about this, but when I looked into it, I was like, oh, this Teo Bind thing, before like you guys and like Fnatic were running it this year, I was like, in terms of like post nerf Teo even, I was like, okay, I can kind of see this vision. But in terms of, this was in a double initiator idea. What's the idea solo?
It is a non-dive version of Raze.
A non-dive version of Raze. So using salvos as... so you're basically playing a fast-paced double duelist style, you're using your drone as like essentially on that map at least very strong drone in which you can just take space early and then just fucking send it with Teo salvos.
Yep.
And then you accept the fact that you can't hard default the map through multiple layers because you don't have enough initiation tools, and you just exec.
And the meta on the map has always supported game plan, like
Direct.
except for a very short period of time at the start of this year before Teo came out. It was actually at the end of last year where people started running like Vice on bind.
Yeah.
And before Teo came out.
Yeah. I remember Bosa being very annoyed during that period. like, I can't
It was just
figure it out.
absolute cancer.
Yeah.
Unless the meta goes back to something like that, then you can afford to just play a very all-in non-defaulty version of this map.
All-in non-default. Yep. Okay. That makes sense to me. Yeah. Bind's always been good at like, as long as you know how to, like in my head I was like, as long as you have a B split and or a B exec and a lamps exec, like you're always gonna be at least okay mediocre on bind. Like if you then can add the other stuff, that's cool. But that makes sense. Okay. Yeah, someone the Haven Fade. So when I watch you guys play, it's hard for me sometimes because I'm watching thinking like, when I'm watching you guys play, I'm like, am I just thinking this is good because I know that like it's a good team or whatever? And with the Fade on Haven, I was like thinking that, but then I was like, no, I've been convinced. Like I think that the Fade on Haven seems strong. My particular points that I liked the most about it was the fact that I think that on defense I mean attack is obvious. Like if you're playing with a Viper specifically, you have enough of the A control that you don't need what am I trying to say? You don't need to use like a recon at start the round or a drone at start the round, like or a drone to like re-clear. And then you've got like 2 prowlers to do what you want with, probably one to take some like mid or garage control, and you got another one for whatever you want to do. So that's fine. Like that was in my head. The defense was where I was like thinking about it, and then like the more I thought about Sova on defense, I was like, how much drop value does his like drone and recon actually do? Like his recon started around on A main.
And
before the
drones
nerf
for deep push throughs A maybe, or
it's
like a B re-clear.
But I was like, even the recon A main's like, if it gets shot, you're kind of like you get shot, and then you got info, cool. But it's like they could just shoot everyone if they want to. The drone is kind of iffy. Like it's easy to hide from on Haven A, and it's not that much like. The vision doesn't really help that much, if that makes sense. So like to me, I was like, having 2 Prowlers where you can info cycle a little bit more makes sense to me. I think, yeah, that was basically my logic, was like I liked the way that the info cycling worked on defense more than server. The trade-off is like people like the recon for like C basically, but I think gone are the days where you're doing long range recons on Haven and expecting people to follow up on it. Like you're not doing server recon breach stun paranoia XX in 2025, let alone 2026. So I think that style of server is just like outdated,
antiquated. Yeah.
Is there anything here I'm missing? Do you still think server has a place in certain comps, or do you think that it's just de facto Fade?
I can see a world where Sova has high value. That's cap. No, I'm coping. I'm like trying to convince myself that if you're running like very, very committed dive comps where you want deep recon value, like maybe, but like nah, just play the better agent.
Is there anything from what I said that I'm missing, or do you think that's generally where it's at? I think someone said C's could be used to store, but like even then I'm like, that's just generic to every map. Like I could say that for every map. Like I think specifically on Haven, it's about the info cycle. Like I feel like if I'm a Fade and I'm left alone on A, I'm much more comfortable than a Sova, in my opinion. Even with like the cool, like there's a lot of teams who don't realize you can recon deeper into A long and kind of re-clear all of A long a little bit easier than what people usually do. But then the thing is that you can't just use your recon willy-nilly anymore. You have to really think about how you're using it. Haven cross-map setups are better for Sova. I mean, how many times have you seen a Sova on Haven do a cross-map recon that actually does anything? It's like, I don't think it's that valuable. It's really hard to time a recon cross-map for a flash or something. I don't think it's that big a deal. Okay. Is there anything here that we're missing for solo initiators? Is there any agents that can play solo initiator that we're not talking about here? I guess people think Sky is...
People think Sky is good, but...
Is this just the case that Yoru exists, so why do you need Sky?
You're creating really unnecessary inefficiencies in your comp by bringing 10 pounds of redundancy.
Because of the flashes.
Yeah.
I guess I think the reason people think they need Sky is because they think that, let's say a world where Yoru only had like one flash or something. I think people get very scared of going through smokes, and the answer to that is either don't go through them, or you can use your other pieces of util. And you did, like, it's almost like a Counter-Strike thing where they want to go through a smoke with a flash and don't realize that, like, I remember you kind of explaining to me that like Predators can be used to go through smokes, or like recons can be used to go through smokes. It's not like
Lotus comp theory. It's like
exactly,
there are ways to take space that aren't flashing into them. This isn't Counter-Strike.
Yeah. Whereas it's like, I don't think people... I see why people want the flash, because a flash represents a 360 degrees of, you know, and
momentary
fairly
coverage,
ranged, momentary, just like, you know, CC. Whereas like that's not 100% necessary. It's true for Anders ult. Skyflash still fine.
No,
Sky's still fine on
follower.
binary split if you don't run Yoru. But the problem is if you're not running Yoru, then it's kind of... I mean, on binary split if you don't run Yoru. Oh, so this idea that... Okay, that's interesting. So binary split. So these are the binary split are probably historically the maps where Raze has dominated, right? And so if you had let's say you had Jing and you didn't have a Yoru player, you're probably running Raze. At that point, would you run Sky?
If I was on
Raze,
didn't have a Yoru player on my team.
Yeah.
That's fucking rough.
The problem is that this is how many coaches are going to think, right? Because there are going to be teams in which they don't have necessarily a great Yoru player, and there's maps in which Raze has historically been the best.
Yeah, you're
agent,
probably
right?
forced to play Sky at that point and feel pretty bad about it, honestly. Because we'll go raise Sky, and I expect us to get summarily shit on by all of the good Yoru Fade teams. Like, I at baseline am expecting that to be bottom half of our pool, just based off of compositional disadvantage.
Yeah, I mean, I think I agree. I think I'm too Euro-pilled to accept any other variation or compositional theory, honestly. It's only if there's some ludicrous situation in which like someone can't be trained to play Yoru in the off season, or I'm joining a team that
I mean, like, if you don't have a Yoru player, like, either your GM failed or your coaches failed. Full stop. Like,
pretty much. Yeah. Well, I think there are other instances that I can talk off stream about, but not on stream maybe. Okay, right. So the second initiators. So second ones are mostly dead, and second initiator comps. I think double initiator comps are largely being killed. Apart from your idea of having the Teo being second on Pearl, and then KO is inevitably going to be the go-to second initiator now. I think teams have now realized that Breach is dead. And I think Gecko's gone. I think that Gecko was even struggling this year for impact before any of these nerfs. So I don't think there's much to say about Gecko or Breach. I think that it's kind of like it's going to fall out of favor anyway, naturally. They are already bad, but
teams who need to run like very front to back playbooks will still lean on Breach just because of his simplicity.
On which maps do you think?
Split.
Split?
Probably Haven to some extent.
I think Haven will be ran by some teams. I think I'm using GCC honestly as a nice little like and even tier 2 recently, where like EMEA Ascension, usually tier 2 EMEA is Breach only. Like it's almost like a nice surprise when you don't see a Breach. And this year it was a pleasant surprise to see almost no Breach whatsoever. Like I think I saw like close to a 0% pick rate of Breach. And so I'm almost rationalizing that through practice and through what teams are doing in tier 1, that like that information is kind of like being passed around almost through playing. And I just feel like teams have kind of got the message about Breach. I know that G2 are running it off season on Split a little bit, and there'll probably be some teams running it Split and Haven, like you said. But I think it's largely like at this point, there's nothing else to say about Breach on those maps because everyone know, like it's
played out.
It's
played out. Played out in 2021. Like,
but KO's the one that here I'm interested by this because like you have Flame KO in this chat and I'm a KO hitter and I think we both thought that this agent has been a little bit overrated over its time, especially during the Americas periods of like maybe 2023 was probably peak NA KO hopium. But here you put it in like a strong category, which I presume it with the way you've been speaking about it, you put it lower. But what is it doing in this kind of space? Is it just because strong is still good in your head? Or not as good as what I think it is in my head, sorry?
Because there is a meta iteration past the stuff that I have described where I think he becomes very important.
Okay.
I will not elaborate further.
Okay, so in the current meta trend...
That is a post-kickoff conversation where I might be working with a team.
But in the current meta, where with the expected meta of what teams are running, if you're running KO...
If you're playing
probably
KO,
called
you're playing a worse
Ethan.
comp. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
You're playing a lot of Waylay, is what that tells me. You're playing a shitload of Waylay KO.
Mm-hmm. Waylay KO, like Waylay solo? Yeah.
Not necessarily, but possibly, yeah.
Waylay KO, yeah. I mean, sorry, that makes sense. Yeah, the kind of NRG kind of crud comp. Okay. Yeah. I'm trying to think, is there any... So I guess we could branch this conversation to this idea that it's a conversation that really confused me at the start. And I wondered if there was like a term for this or something, but all the initiators got nerfed. Like a lot of things in this game has been nerfed, but I would say most impactfully, the initiators got nerfed. Initiators were already in a very poor spot. And you saw the meta go into a place where initiators were almost like not played very much at all. What second initiators weren't. Barring like energy on a couple of maps because they have Ethan. I guess what I'm trying to say is when something gets nerfed, you'd presume that it would get played less. But in a weird way, people were kind of saying that because it's been so nerfed, you now need more tools to kind of counteract the nerf somehow. And yet I couldn't follow this train of logic at all. Like I kind of understand it to some degree, but I'm also like in my head, you know, I played a little bit of poker, I played a little bit of chess, these kind of games where you're kind of game theorying a little bit. Like, I was like, well, this doesn't make sense. You don't double down on the thing that's been nerfed, right? You kind of look at other tools and other ways to play the game to kind of counteract the nerf. Do you find any... Do you know what I'm trying to say? And is there any logic to the way they're thinking at all? Or do you think that they're just lost in the sauce?
I think they're just lost in the sauce. Like, I fully understand what you're saying. It's like, if this class of character got nerfed to dust, essentially, why are you saying that the solution to that is to run more of the heavily nerfed thing?
Yeah.
It doesn't make sense.
The only thing I could say is, like, you know, sometimes we used to have chats where it's like, it was like Sovadrone at the start of the game was almost like, you had to have that in your composition. And so there was a base requirement for compositions to work. And that was Sova. And I think what they're saying is there's a base requirement for comps to work, and that is a certain amount of utility, initiation utility, and therefore you need a second one. But my counterpoint is that's not true.
Well, I would agree under the premise that you need a certain amount of initiation utility,
but not
I would
more than a
contest
recon,
that
basically.
it has to come from an initiator.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm saying. It's like it's not more than the tools you can gather from. Even if you were playing, I think even if I was like not playing the other agents who I think are strong, like Astra, I think even in that moment I'd be like, well, I'm not going to play a second one, even if I don't have these pseudo initiation tools. But yeah, I think that is kind of their argument. It's like, I guess they're thinking in an Omen world where they've only got one. It's going to be very interesting. There's going to be some teams running like a double initiator comps with Omen, and it'll be very interesting to see how they do in the long run. Their problem is that they'll be one of those teams that wins their regional tournament, and then someone tags me and is like, "Oh, you look stupid," and I'm just like, "Yeah, well, people are shit in Valorant. What am I supposed to do?"
I was gonna say, get me on a team, and that won't happen. Unlucky. Like,
okay, is there anything else interesting here? Second initiators, I think people have largely realized that.
I mean,
they're kind of
sort
iffy.
of on the with the duelist tier list that we were just looking at. I was talking about how I intentionally carve out second duelists. There's someone in the S tier here as a second duelist that I think is comically under discussed.
Wait, what? There's someone in the second.
Someone in the S tier that is a secondary duelist tier. It's the only one that wasn't already in the S tier secondary duelist tier in the.
Oh, you mean
we're
talking about ISO?
Yeah.
What's this called? Sorry, I was confused. I thought you were talking about an initiator.
No.
Okay. What are you just meaning in general? We should talk about ISO for a second.
I think that your ISO is going to be very, very strong.
Euro ISO.
And something that I hopefully won't see much of, if I'm being honest.
Euro ISO. I mean, you can shut down entire XX now because there's no tools. So Euro ISO. Yeah, I think ISO kind of went by the wayside a little bit because, I mean, we ran that Euro. We ran Euro ISO Haven in 2024, and then ISO was kind of changed, and then people like that became like the meta Haven company MEA for a little bit, and then it kind of just, where did it go? Viper, I
people
guess.
started struggling with it because the Viper comp absolutely dunks on it, and nobody experimented with it anywhere else.
Okay, Euro ISO.
The map pool is very poor for it, but it's ISO still good agent.
Yeah. I think,
and in a meta where no one has utility and everyone's terrified about scaling into oppers, a dude who says, "Yeah, I have an impenetrable wall, and your first op shot does nothing to me," he's pretty all right.
I'm convinced. I mean, I was already on the ISO train. I think that ISO originally was. We were trying to play it when it was fucking busted. The point where we managed to win. I think we managed to qualify to champs. We had to win one more game in a group stage or something, and we qualified to champs using busted ISO. And then they got nerfed the next week, and I thought it was kind of funny that we basically just abused the fuck out of stupid ISO. But yeah, I think that makes sense. I haven't really thought about ISO for a while. It's like Wele's kind of stolen the limelight of that second duelist spot, but I think that you're right. Given, I want to think about what maps I'd like it on, because I've only ever really thought about on Haven to any kind of deep way. I've not really thought about on other maps as much. But I think that's there are some teams where that would just fry. There are some teams where that's just gonna fry.
Well, it's one of those things where, like, it's also going to have an incredibly polarizing compositional matchup, where if you look at a map like Abyss, it could potentially literally just like load into the server and your opponent loses as long as you're competent. That's how crazily negative some of the matchups.
You mean like it's gonna be a coin flip? It could be like rock paper scissors kind of vibe.
It'll be one of the most like skewy comp matchups that we've seen.
But given what we expect people to play, I think that it will be strong. It's just there's going to be a few teams you just lose to, probably.
Yeah.
Because I presume that into double duelist matchups it's going to be fine. It's more the wait. It's more like Viper comps where I feel like it's gonna be a bit more fucky.
I mean, we were momentarily touching on how like nobody plays Viper on Abyss anymore, and like that's the thing that would actually be able to beat this shit.
Did you watch
playing it,
Did you watch I can't remember who Shopify played Viper. Did you? I don't remember. I remember their weird. They did a weird B wall that I wasn't.
I was
like,
not keyed into
super
it at all,
impressed
honestly.
with, but you didn't pay attention at all. I think they used Orb A and Wall B, so there was like at least some kind of dynamic thing going on.
Wall B.
As
on
in
defense,
defense,
or
yeah,
attack?
defense. Yeah. It was kind of interesting. I
Yeah,
saw only
seems
a couple
fun.
of rounds. I didn't really watch much, but okay, Sentinels. Okay, so this is wrong then. So I was gonna try and like categorize the Sentinels in some kind of interesting way, and I was just gonna separate Chamber and Veto, but I think Escape is still fine. It's just a different kind of escape. Is this cuckoo the way I'm trying to like categorize these agents, or do you think this is fairly fair? Because I think this class of agents is now so. I think it's like the most
directionally correct. I have my own version of this.
I think it's like the most diverse role right now, right? Like, you can't really. I think with duelist, there's a very clear entry kind of duelist and like a. Almost like I've heard people call it like a bruiser kind of duelist, or like a kind of like brawly kind of duelist. I think with Smokes it's kind of like they're all kind of similar apart from Harbor, Slice, and Orb. Like Initiators is like Flash and Recon, and now Sentinels is like become like traditional, and then these like non-traditional, but non-traditional is now kind of branching out more. So this is like the most interesting place for me. If let's say Veto did not exist at all, would you just be running? You'd be just running Chamber, right?
Chamber would just be, every map except for Haven.
I'm trying to think of a way around this because I know this isn't going to be the case, right?
To be fair, not going to be surprised at all if that's what 100T does.
Yeah.
They've already been showing a lot of
is gonna
cryo chamber. I'm pretty sure that they're about to just go like chamber down.
I'm happy with that, to be honest with you.
I fucking love it. I think it's spooky as hell.
What can you say about these other agents though? Like what? Because there's gonna be. I have a read that like maybe there's gonna be a lot of double duelists in my head, and so de facto, I don't think they're also gonna run chamber. I think that teams are going to go like double duelists and then try to play something a bit more anchory, if that makes sense. Do you think that's going to be the case?
Probably.
What do you think that anchor? Because I think Cypher is kind of like, I think teams are getting the message about Cypher. I think that's kind of dead. I think it becomes almost the other ones that are like, even I can see Sentinel-less comps even becoming more. I think it's map dependent too. It's like Haven, we're just going to see a bunch of Killjoy. Lotus, if it is in the, we're going to see a bunch of Killjoy. I think Killjoy becomes the safe.
Killjoy is the
pick on normal maps.
We're really bad at defaulting, so we need an info band-aid for our gaps.
Yeah.
That is what that agent tells me, is that your team is not comfortable with your defaults.
Yeah. But it's kind of difficult because map pool, like what is this map pool right now? It's Abyss, Bind, Crowd, Haven, Pearl, Split, Sunset. I think we're going to see Killjoy, Pearl, Haven. We'll probably still see like Vice, Corrode. Maybe, no, it'd be Viper, Corrode. Viper, Bind. The problem is some of these maps are like, you don't even need a Sentinel in the first place. So I think we're just going to see a bunch of Viper. Sunset, people run Sage and just go like Sentinel-less, like Sunset's going to become
Viper
more.
is secretly the best Sentinel. That's the problem.
I mean, I don't mind Viper. Teams might run Viper. I mean, there's a bunch of slots. I feel like Double Duelist isn't as popular on Sunset. So I think that people will start running like... That's one of the maps where I feel like Double Senti might become more common. Okay. Is there anything interesting to say here? Teams are going to run traditional. How much do you think there'll be many teams who actually just go Viper only Senti on some of the maps where like traditionally you would have a Sentinel? So like
Not
don't
where
know.
it's going to be groundbreaking.
Sunset, I guess. Is
Like
the only one.
yeah, like Sunset it could happen, but yeah, it'd be fairly reasonable, honestly. Like Split, we've already seen for a long time people
Yeah.
be comfortable doing
I think
it.
Pearl we're just going to see
Corrode.
Killjoy and Vice probably. I think Cypher's mainly dead though. Is at least something.
As he should be, yeah. He has
but
been
unfortunately,
put
I think we're going to end
very
up just
deep in the
seeing
ground.
Killjoy, Vice. Do you think there's going to be teams like? Is there any? Which teams do you think would play Chamber? Do you think there's going to be teams who get?
I think that 100T will put on enough of a show that people wake the fuck up to it pretty quick.
NA, there'll be an NA bias for that, I think.
Yeah.
I'm interested by APAC. I'm worried for APAC that like they have been this year quite interesting in the things they're running, but now that they've seen so much success with Double Duelist and the Waylay kind of stuff, that they're just going to end up copying that, and the whole region just copies it, and it might actually become kind of stale there.
Yeah, I could see it.
Okay. Chamber. We just need some popping off chambers. Yeah, Vito. I just don't see anyone running it, to be honest. Okay. Okay, yeah, so this was my expected
how close you are to the correct categorizations with this, by the way.
Okay.
Like based off of the like system that I use, like
I think that there's like there's obviously like differences, but like this was my way of like in a presentation to just quickly just
yeah, like the who's in the categories is correct. What the categories are,
okay,
is like very explicit things.
Okay. I'm interested now. This to me is like info. This to me is like it's not wool. It's more.
Think about where they might take the design space in the future.
Design space in the future.
Yeah, like what could I put into this category in a new agent that would help generalize the category to be more broad?
I'm not playing this game. I'm not playing this game. I think there's a bunch of stuff. They're like anchor agents.
This is the shit that I think about on my own for like hundreds of hours at a time each year.
Whereas the thing with new stuff for me is I get anxiety. I just don't want to think about it, and then just don't think about Valorant. And then in my head, I'm just like, I kind of got to think about this a little bit. It's kind of my job, and then kind of just get annoyed. Like especially when I was coaching, I was like, oh, new shit. Like I'm the last person to probably download the patch and stuff and like actually look at stuff because I'm like, I can't be bothered, man. It's more work.
Yeah.
Okay, so am I expecting that? So I was just basically, this is basically the comps that I see being ran. So like if we went down the list, it's like you're gonna pick a duelist, a second duelist who's gonna be Waylay. This one's gonna be like maybe not as much. I still think it's gonna be Yoru Waylay meta with a smoker, a recon, and then Sentinel. I'm not sure. I think Vice could be in this list for sure, but this is the most kind of question marked role. I think, unfortunately, analysis for the first kickoff is just going to be what Sentinel are people running, and that's going to be about it. Is there anything here that you think I'm missing here? Do you think
in terms of like like what I expect people to play?
Yeah. What do you
expect?
Missing
2 initiators.
You expect 2 initiators.
2 more than the Fade and Sova.
Like, okay, so this is like more like this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So this is you're always gonna have a Yoru. You're almost always gonna have a Waylay. I'm not saying like obviously there's gonna be teams who run other stuff, but like the most popular comp will have a Yoru and a Waylay, and then a smoker, and then an initiator is gonna be a recon, and then a sentinel.
I think a lot of
you're thinking more double initiator, double
KO and Sky are going to be
KO Sky.
Close to, if not equally represented.
Okay, so I'm basically saying that I think that double duelist is just going to be the most popular, and you're saying that you think there's going to be double duelist versus 2 initiators, basically.
And in some cases,
so what's the Dix up
with
thing?
Single flash initiator instead of the recon.
Wait 1 sec. What's Dix again? So you're basically saying, so we're saying some form of double duelist. I'm saying probably this form.
Yeah.
And then what's the other one? And then it's not even on this list probably, but some form of this, and this could be Senti instead of controller. Okay. You're saying KO and Sky. KO and Sky.
KO or Sky as a single initiator in addition to double duelist.
Oh, as a single initiator.
Yes. Like
What?
I think a lot of people are gonna say
Sorry.
fuck off with your recon and run double duelist Sky.
Oh, okay. So Sky here. And then but you also think there's gonna be double initiator.
Yeah, specifically just NRG copy pasta because people are cheap and won't
Okay.
critically think about why even NRG was playing those comps.
Okay. No, I think that Sky will be played here for sure a little bit. Well, if you're already playing Euro, it just feels so weird to.
Yeah, I agree. It is weird and
I would
bad,
rather just play
but it's
Teo
not
than
gonna
Sky.
stop people.
Like in this, wouldn't you just rather play Teo even at this point than Sky?
Possibly.
I think I prefer Teo.
I don't know
than
how
Sky.
bold people are though.
No, okay. I'm not saying that I don't think this happens, but I mean, if I told you Fade and Sova didn't exist, and you got to choose
Oh
between
yeah, I'm
Sky
just
and
playing
Teo,
Teo 100%.
I would play
Yeah.
Teo in this.
If
in
I'm
this
going
moment.
double duelist,
Yeah.
for sure.
Yeah. Okay. Sky KO. So Sky plus Fade or Sova. It's like just a worse version of 2021.
Yep.
Haven. Breeze. Yeah. It'll be interesting. I have to think about that for a broadcast, I guess, if I'm gonna do it. Okay. All right. Is there anything else? Oh, GCC. So I just wanted to reference it just a little bit because obviously GCC played on this patch. Obviously, they didn't have the time to really go through it, and maybe GCC, doesn't have maybe the same resources coaching staff wise as like VCT teams, but it's interesting to see where stuff's going. So there was a lot of Viper played at GCC. There was more Astra played than I think I expected actually, but it is on key maps. So like Pro and Abyss here. But nice to see a little bit of split and bind. I guess this map pool is kind of an Astra map pool anyway, right? Like it's it leans itself to maps in which people might play Astra on anyway. So I won't get too annoyed. Is there anything here that's surprising to you, Anders? In terms of like, not surprising in the fact that it's not copying like what we think is good, but in terms of like where we see the actual meta going, i.e. what people are actually going to play or not play.
The only thing that like, to be honest, I was only keyed in on a couple of elements of the meta just because like I'm already very deeply confident about most parts of it, and there's only certain elements that I'm interested in, like Corrode being a new map. I'm all like at least somewhat ear to the ground with that. And something that I was quite surprised by was how much Waylay we saw that was not part of like NRG copy pasta.
How much?
Like I would have expected Waylay and KO's pick rates on Corrode to literally be 1-to-1.
How much was sorry?
On Corrode,
Yep.
Waylay and KO's pick rates to be effectively identical. I did not expect people to pick them significantly without the other.
You mean at Champs or GCC?
GCC.
Okay. I think that was already the case at I guess it was because at Champs there was a lot of Waylay played that was played without KO. And so a lot of people were probably copying DRX, I guess, as well as NRG, despite. I guess that's one thing that DRX did well was like influencing the meta because people didn't expect too much from them, and then therefore because they finished high enough for people to think, oh, they
overperformed.
Yeah.
In
So
quotes.
I think that's a good thing almost to see people not just copy and paste the best team, I guess, there. In terms of just general pick rates, though, is there anything here that's like concerning, or like concerning in the fact that like it's again even worse than we thought, or even more than we thought?
I mean, not really. Omen's still overrepresented. Veto adoption is predictably slow. But No, like nothing surprising really.
A little bit of Chamber being this low, maybe. I thought it'd be a little bit higher.
Chamber being low is very valid. KJ crazy overrepresented for how good she is, I think.
I think this is just again like de facto comfort traditional Senti now. It's unfortunately what's gonna happen. So I'm not really too surprised in a way. I think Neon's overrated, to be honest. I think this is still pretty high. I think I would prefer to see Raze higher than Neon, to be honest. Okay.
Yeah, definitely.
Nothing else here. Right. I think that might be it. So Q&A. I don't know if anyone else has any questions from chat, but feel free to ask them. I'm gonna just look through if I had any. I think I had a few that were just answered here anyway. Oh, okay, Anders, what's your ideal scan initiator on Corrode? This was in a DM from me the other day from someone who saw me half naked. We already know the answer here.
Initiator on Corrode? It's Fade. It's not close. Yeah. If you want to know why, like go back and watch some games of G2 and look at how Jonah plays the A extremity with that agent, and ask yourself why you're not doing the same thing.
Do you know who it is that saw me half naked? I'll leak this on stream.
Do I want to know?
Yeah. It was actually quite nice seeing them half naked, to be honest. I gotta say, it was quite nice having a chat with them. Basically, 100 Thieves, me and Boaster are going to sauna every day, and then one day we just saw 100 Thieves like chilling outside. And so quite often Boostio and EU would come chill in the sauna. So it was EU asking about it wasn't Boostio, no. Boostio wouldn't bother asking the question. But Boostio is funny. When talking about this stuff, are you considering teams' abilities to play it, or purely talking theoretical optimal situations? That's trick. So I think just for me to talk for a second, this is the problem I think I had earlier, Trick, which I was trying to talk to Anders about. Is like there are some teams who literally cannot play some of the stuff that we're talking about because they don't have the ability to do so, but then at the same time they're not coached in a way that allows them to do it or have people to think about the things in the way they do it. So obviously, like, even in the example here, it's like Anders is, you know, a bit more forward thinking than I am strategically about some of these things, but like he probably needs someone like to me to like kind of then bridge that gap between, you know, actually getting it done and understanding it and kind of testing it and stuff. And so like you do need a few things to go in the right way, and then even then, like I'd need Boaster or someone as good as Boaster to kind of then bridge that gap again. And so I think it's like a thing where it's like a collaboration, and you need to have a very high level of people to do those things. I think it depends on what meta we're in though, because it's like I think the stuff Anders talked about Veto, I think it requires, you know, buy-in and high level of leadership to do that kind of thing. And then already very smart people. So yeah, what are your thoughts there, Anders? Like, how would you answer a question like that?
I think you covered a lot of the key points, which is like I do put a lot of thought into it. Like I think someone asked me why I was back on like Viper on Bind on this list, for example, and it's specifically from an implementation angle of like, why the fuck would I put my guy who's on Viper for 2/3 of the pool on Deadlock on a single map for a questionable amount of value? Like, of course, there's significant implementation considerations here.
I think that the thing I'd say though is that knowing you and having worked together, I think our version of those things is less than most other people, if that makes sense. Like we would take those considerations, but I think because we would trust ourselves to be able to do things at a high level, it means that at times that where other teams might be like, oh fuck it, we're not going to play Yoru because we don't have a Yoru player and we can't figure that out. That wouldn't happen with us, you know. The barriers and the lines and where we draw the line in the sand is different than other teams. And so whilst you say there is some considerations, I'm like, yeah, but not to the same degree, I don't think, you know?
Like I think honestly, like it's somewhat egotistical to say, but like there's also a reason why we're as decorated as we are. It's like we're willing to say like the line between theoretically optimal and what's reasonably implementable needs to be closer than what most people are willing to pursue.
Mm.
Like, you've got to be willing to push the boundaries a bit and be like, is this going to be really fucking hard to implement? Yeah. Is it what is going to actually ultimately win? Also, yes. So we've got to get our shit together.
Yeah. I'm trying to think if my views have changed at all. I think I'm better. I think I'm more flexible than I probably was in the past, but at the same time, not. I don't know. It's tough because it's like I think Yoru, I would be like, this has to happen. Astra, I'd be like, I really want this to happen, but I can see why it might not. Yeah, so it's kind of difficult for me because I'm like, I'm not sure because obviously I've now worked with other teams that are like some things I know they can't do, you know, some things that you know, Jing is a Raze specialist, and I want that guy to be playing Raze probably as much as I humanly can, and only switching away from it in situations where there is clearly an upgrade in what they're doing. So yeah. Wait, let me see my other questions before I get into people in chat. Okay. I think we've actually answered a few of these questions. So yeah, you guys can ask questions and we'll answer. So let me go up and see if anyone else has asked anything. I'm sorry if people asked questions after this point or before this point. Delta said, do you think people are playing Corrode correctly? Talking about the link choke points and holding onto elbow, for example, or not. I'm going to presume Anders done more thinking on this than I have, because I think, I don't know if people realize, but like the way that I would try and use Anders specifically, especially towards the later points of my head coaching Fnatic, was more as like map specialist kind of person who'd come in and help specifically on specific maps. So I'd presume that Corrode is a map that he's taken a lot of time and thought into in a way that honestly I haven't. But obviously, and that's partly why I brought Wendler in to help me, was like I knew that Wendler was actively coaching that year and probably thinking about these things on a fairly deep level. And I was doing broadcast work and having to figure out that and not having the same amount of time to think about these things. So I think that I can say, you know, give you the boring answer and say it's obviously no. The things that I was talking to Wendler about was that at the start of the map, it felt like middle felt like a place that everyone would fight for, and especially defenses would collapse on it very early. And then at champs, it seemed to go away from that and kind of using those links as more like, you know, you might soft contest, but you then like peel away and play more like you guys were playing like a very plant denial A side of the map, and then a very retake kind of style on the B side of the map. Do you think it's going? What do you want to say, Anders? I guess I'll leave it with you.
I mean, I'm not going to leak like full-on Corrode map theory because I think teams are still mostly pretty awful at it.
Mm-hmm.
I think that G2 has probably the best Corrode theory of any team in the world, even though they're still not implementing a couple of like pretty core concepts. NRG did a lot of heavy lifting of pushing forward the like strong map theory on that map, despite doing it with a very bad comp for the map.
I think that's something I need to look into, is like NRG clearly have worked out some stuff. Like I don't love the comp because in practice, like the way I saw comps is like there's no way that comp is just simply better at that map. Like there's not enough things for me to think that this map, it's not like Icebox where like back in the day when Sage was like maybe not as good on other maps, and like it's like obvious that Icebox Sage like was like a perfect match, you know. Like I don't see that perfect match with the comp. I think KO has some value there, but yeah, I'd be interested in kind of digging on that.
NRG might have the best Corrode map theory in the world, but their comp like flatly doesn't let them capitalize on some of it. But they play the map like you can watch the way they play it and be like, these guys clearly understand most of the core concepts behind how this is supposed to
you
be
can't win as many games in a row without doing something correct. There was something about that when I thought that Fracture, for EG's Fracture was so dominant, their defense was like strange though. So like I'm thinking in my head, I'm like, there are some teams who are really good at maps and understand the key principles, and you kind of got to. But then there are some things where there is just this like perfect
novelty factor.
match.
Like, I mean, EG, a decent amount of it was just like literally no team had dart shooting protocols, and they were like, "What if we picked Sova?" And teams just crumpled to it.
I just specifically remember Demon One having an angle on Canteen that he always got kills on. And I was just like, if this was like any other player, we would just like run past it and we're fine. But then with him, it was like, oh shit, like it's actually a B hole just because he's like able to kill people arcade every round. But yeah, so no, I think though, like going like broadly speaking, there are a lot of maps in which they're not being played that well. Even like when I see Haven, sometimes I'm like, well, why are they trying to do this? And I'm like, this has been, it's been good teams playing this map for years and still don't get this little bit of theory. But I think in terms of like newer maps, I think that there's a lot of them that aren't played that amazingly. Would you lean into certain agents in tier 2 or tier 3? You wouldn't use as much in tier 1. Yes. I think that
absolutely.
I don't know if you got it actually. I think it depends here, I'm thinking. I think there's a difference between tier 2 or tier 3, and then if I was coaching a bottom tier VCT team, I would use more novelty factor, I think. But then at the same time, I'm like, well, I know my strengths. Like, I'm probably going to think about these things a little bit deeper than other head coaches, so I might be able to use that as leverage. But then tier 2, tier 3, what's your response there? Because you're quite strong about it. Is it the idea that you think that these players don't have... Because you would presume in tier 2 or tier 3, they don't have as many capabilities to do certain things. But I feel like that could be protocoled out a little bit.
Directly with the competence of my IGL.
Okay. That makes sense, actually. Yeah. IGL being the most important thing there. Not so much like, can this player do X, Y, and Z, but more
like,
in the
is
server
my
as a
IGL
team.
gonna micro the mid rounds of this comp the way we need him to when we need him to? And if no, I'm just straight up not running that call.
And then you're just double duelist.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. I think, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I think that's the way that I kind of I was speaking about it on a plat chat. It was like when I started working with Boaster at the start, like it was very clear that we were running scripted stuff because he wasn't an experienced IGL and he liked doing that stuff anyway. So it was like, there's no point of becoming a team that we weren't going to become a Fnatic as 10-second left in the round default team in 2021 when the person you're coaching is literally never like IGL'd before. And at that point, we just used gimmicky, cheesy X extracts a lot of the time and just chose agents that worked well for that style. And nowadays, that style is double duelist, I'd say.
Yeah.
How is Neon overrated? The rotation is good, the slide is amazing, the stun and the wall is good. Because, I mean, fundamentally, Yoru is a better agent. So if we're talking about solo duelist, Yoru can TP to the other side of the map, which is pretty good.
In a sentence, she lacks true untradeability. That factor alone is the difference. His rotational acceleration is better. His catalytic util is better. And he has real untradeability.
I'll be right back 1 sec. You can go on.
Let me scroll up and look at some shenanigans. Doesn't Stage have more value since the meta is now either fast exec or late rounds? Yeah, Sage is great in this meta until people figure out how to play Veto correctly, and then she falls off a cliffside. With the predicted double duelist meta ensuing and the lack of expected veto, is there valid arguments for implementing the deadlocks and sages into agent comps on select maps? It has net benefits into double duelist. Yeah. You'll notice that in the comp list that I have, both Abyss and Sunset are Sage comps that parachute onto Veto comps if people figure out what the hell they're doing with that agent. That is literally what that is it's a parachute for if the meta shifts in a way where people learn how to play Veto correctly and it invalidates our ability to play these barrier senties, this is our fallback plan. But in the meantime, like if people continue to just like not have their heads screwed on straight when it comes to Veto, then like slam barrier senties into them until they hate their lives. Maybe that's what ultimately actually brings Veto into the meta for all we know.
Wait, what was the thing you answered before? I thought I had an interesting thought was on the Twitter.
Which one? The
did you
one
answer
about
one?
Sage value?
Maybe I didn't have an interesting thought. What's your thoughts on 2026 Vitality roster? It's what the Vitality roster
Real
should have
good.
been
Real
this
good.
year in terms of like the way you build it. It has coach and IG out at the forefront. It has a strong assistant coach. It has the top-down structure. It has a bunch of good players on it. And it has an IGO that is not super experienced, but clearly experienced enough to, as a player, to kind of mature enough as a player and, you know, good enough leadership stuff to, you know, it's good. If they, I think it's Josh, I think Sideshow was saying that like they very easily could just dominate EMEA because EMEA has kind of got weaker, depending on how you see it, with Kron moving away from Fnatic. I'd be surprised if they're not making deep runs, and I'll be flaming them if they don't. Okay, one sec. I just need to reply to a text. What's the next?
They're honestly a team that like my expectation for them is at least one regional win and at least one international top 4 this year. Anything less than that, I'll be pretty shocked and disappointed.
That's like bare minimum for me.
Really?
Regional, I don't think I care about the regional as much. I think it's more just like they should be making top 4 at like a couple of internationals at least, like bare minimum.
I guess maybe I have more faith in a couple other teams.
Oh, maybe. I think, yeah.
I think that like playoffs, like top 8 at most of these events is actually going to be very tight this year, at least relative to I guess will be tight next year relative to this year. There we go. That's the sentence I was looking for.
Okay. Yeah, I can see it. It just always feels like it could be that way, and it just somehow just fizzles, if that makes sense. I don't know.
Yeah.
I just think as well I'm EMEA, and EMEA just feel a bit, I don't know. Heretics need to like, it's still, I don't know. They're on like a, okay, you had a weird year, now it's time to prove yourself again, and I don't know where to put them. And then Fnatic losing Kron is like the biggest challenge they've had to face in a long time. Do you think this is now available for you to... Wait, what? Do you think this is also now available for you to do, though, because people trust you now? What the fuck are you... What are you saying? I don't know what you're trying to ask.
Maybe that was a knock-on to the conversation we were having about, like, implementation.
Oh, yeah, that could be true.
Like,
yeah,
we have more, like, strategic bargaining power because people know we're not just randos.
Yeah, I think that I don't think it was post like, trying to think. Basically, as soon as me and Boaster were aligned with each other, there was never really many problems, I'd say. Because if we both agree, then the rest of the team has to agree, because they're either being told by him or me what to do anyway. So it's like, like, I don't know, it's like, if your IGL and coach are on the same page, then you can't really fuck it up, to be honest with you. So it doesn't even matter if like I was chatting absolute shit, because me and the IGL would agree on it. So it's like, well, if the coach and the IGL agrees on it, like, what are you going to do as a player if you don't agree on it? Like, you can't do anything. Like, you're kind of fucked. So there might have been instances where me and him agreed and some player was trying to whine about it, but it wouldn't, like, I genuinely can't remember. Like, I know for other teams it can be bad, like really bad, and like a lot of teams it can be rough. But like, yeah, I can't think of a situation in which me and Boaster wanted something to happen, and a player would ever like literally refuse or be a pain in the ass about it too much. Like there might have been a few instances where it took a little bit of convincing or a bit of a sit down chat, but no, it's pretty easy. But I guess going to new teams, it depends, right? Like that's something I was worried with Paper X. It's almost at the start, I was worried they'd be almost like in the other way around, where they'd be too respectful. But yeah, there's some funny stories about that stuff though that I could share one day maybe. If Ascent was in the map pool, do people run Astra? Yeah, I mean people don't run Astra, but I
No,
think
hell
wait, the question is, would you run Astra though?
Oh, would I?
Yes.
Absolutely. Would
Um,
my players ever agree to it? Fuck no. I think
Yeah.
that that's probably like, even if 6 out of 7 maps in the pool, people cave and go Astra, Ascent is going to be like the last stand. It's going to be the hill that people die on for Omen, I promise.
Between what, sorry? Like you think it's worse than what, sorry?
I think that that's like Ascent is just the one map that like
Oh, I
people
see,
are
I
always
see.
like, they will never let go of their Omen there.
That's funny because I think even Boaster, like even when Boaster's thought about Omen versus Astra, like Ascent is one of the maps where he's like I think he doesn't mind the Astra. Like if he was like really for some reason like tied to Omen for a map or something.
All I'm gonna say is look at every single one of the attacking paranoias on that map after the changes. Literally every single one.
I think it's just the fact that they want to play defense A site and just paranoia people coming at him in.
That is the one reason to pick the agent on the map.
Yeah.
Now you found it.
That
and like a jail B to lane paranoia is still gas.
When can we expect the TLDR on YouTube, Mini? This is the thing, like, I need to start actually making real content and, like, clipping stuff and doing all that shit. I have no idea. A friend told me I need to get good at using CapCut or something. I'll start using that. Is there anything else here? How many Sage maps do we have in the pool right now? NBS. I mean, I think Abyss is a good map for Sage. Sunset's a good map for Sage. I quite like the idea of Corrode, and then Anders' team is running it, so I'm going to presume I'm not cuckoo for thinking that. I think that I wouldn't run it on like any other map, I don't think. Even though like I wouldn't be against it on some of them. Obviously Icebox is the easy peasy one.
Oh, this is a good question. What are our favorite maps to theorize on? Mine is a cheaty as fuck answer.
Why?
Whatever one is the newest.
Oh, the newest one. I think I'm the most comfortable with Split, probably. I think I like Split. I know Breeze. When Breeze comes back in the pool, I'd love to like. I think that this year would have been a really cool time to have Breeze back in the pool because of how like
they're gonna completely change that map when it comes back.
But like
surely.
I was about to start thinking about Astra on the map because I thought Astra was looking kind of cool, and then Yoru was like not really min max at that point, and then Yoru Wele now would be all like the double Judas comps were interesting, and then Chamber could be cool. There's like I think that map could have like really good comp diversity right now. Well, it could have had
something that I don't think anyone's like fully thought about when Breeze comes back. ISO is going to be an actual fucking terrorist on that map.
Yeah. ISO is good. Yeah. Just shooting out of just fucking anywhere.
Anywhere? Yeah. It's yep. That'll be one of the agents on that map for sure.
And then Sentinels is like weird. I guess Chamber's like Chamber.
Vito will be really good
there. I don't think any of the yeah, I can see Vito. I don't think any of the
like,
traditional ones
like,
make sense.
A site, like pyramid TP to orange, TP orange to bridge, like a lot of his more like his like non-untradable but like repositioning TPs become very high value.
Yeah,
Can
don't
do
know.
some janky ass verticality, like he can get on top of Crane and shit.
Yeah, that's true. On the fucking B site, he can play vertical angles. It's just whether he could actually TP to the. I don't know what the range would be like to TP out to the wall or anything. Let me see. Who was What if you had a GC team playing in tier 2? I don't. I think that's the same answer applies about the IGL thing. I'm trying to look through questions. My chat keeps fucking running down by accident.
Are we excited for the Lev roster? The Lev roster looks sick.
I don't know
am
anything.
not in love with the comps that we've seen them play, though. I'll say that.
Oh, they're playing right now against King, Blows, Sato, Spike, Neon. This Neon kid looks good, right? But he's 17.
It's literally like King plus 4 of the nastiest young talents in all of America.
Okay. Okay, so they could actually be nasty with the kind of
They
comps.
could be disgusting potentially. Like it could be very scary.
I mean, this is just what. Oh, they're running Fade at least. Kind of cool. Split. Yorowele. Okay. I mean, in terms of like comps, I think this is like I can't be offended. Like I think that like this is kind of the.
Wait.
thing
Go back to Pearl and confirm your statement, please.
I mean, offended here, but they lost, so they're gonna change comp now, so it's fine.
Hell yeah! Good. Oh, I'm glad they lost. Okay, good. Good.
But it says like yeah. I mean, yeah. I mean, that's the jankiest one. But at least there's like something interesting happening. Like, at the very worst, is interesting. 6-7.
I mean,
What's going on 6-7?
I give them a pass because it's the off season. Surely they're just experimenting.
No, that's not what's happening. Wait, what's going on DRX? Yoru Neon. It's gonna be double Judas, right? Double Judas. Yeah. Okay. I'm a casual viewer, so apologies for this stupid question, but is it common for anti-meta comps to become the meta later on? I'd say that anti-meta comps aren't usually. I don't think there's that many examples of like anti-meta comps, are there? Like I think it's something that in theory we talk about, but I don't think it happens that often.
Very short-lived typically because they're like hard target. Like I mean, the one that you mentioned earlier is a pretty good example. The triple initiator KO Teo into.
But the thing is, I don't think
is pretty crippling.
I don't know if that was specifically anti-meta, and they just found it worked, and then said fuck it, we ball, because they still ran it.
Happy accident.
They like picked it into teams running KO after that and lost both times.
Yeah, I mean that's a bit more.
I'd say like I know it sounds weird, but like our Breach Sky split comp was designed in mind of the idea that double duelist was going to be common, because back then teams were playing. It was like we knew that if they went A, they're going to hit a trip and Alfier kill them, whereas because people didn't raise nade trips back then, like it was like the level of gameplay was kind of bad, so like the agents did back then counter things, and then util volume was so low on the double duelist compared to what we had, it felt like
you trade flashes and now they can't exec.
Well, and it was like overwhelm util XX that double duelists were struggling against, and then Breach specifically against Vipers on middle, we had like a cool, cute like stun satchel into vents that like people struggled against, and so there were like different little things. So that did in EMEA it became a little bit of a meta, but like it didn't really like Viper's still better. So yeah, it's not really that common. It's more that just good comps kind of end up being the best. It's usually how it works. Is Vice still good? I don't think so. I think. Would you say it's better than Killjoy, or do you think that Killjoy's better than Vice?
No, Killjoy is strong in the sense that she is the best at doing a specific job. I just don't believe that you should need someone doing that specific job unless you're bad at other critical parts of the game. Vice like straight up doesn't even do a great job at anything right now, except for like one very specific thing that only really applies to one map.
Is there any other questions? I'm trying to flick through. It's hard to see. Why is Waylay bad on Pro? I mean, I don't think I said. I think Anders was saying earlier that the idea of Waylay being bad on Pro was something to do with like the entry pathing just being kind of iffy.
Her dive routes onto the sites are pretty horrendous. Like if you think about it, from A main to A site, where is she diving? Her best route is Church or Default. Both of those are free spams and easy to kill with like counter exec util. From Art to A, similar situation. She can add in a back sight line, but then she dies to a pit player. You look at all of her B routes, it's very similar issues. Like she can go to the back screen new cubby, totally exposed to the majority of sight. She can go back hall where she's giving a free duel to the person there unless there's a bunch of supporting util for her. She can maybe go heaven, but that's her best line and she needs to get onto site before she can take that route. Like it's really not great.
Is the Raze Yuri by PaperX a Pro purely because Raze being Jing? Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. I think that Raze is still underrated, but I think that like underrated in the context that Double Judas is very popular and he's not like Raze isn't really kind of thought of in that context as much as maybe I think it could be. But I think having talked to Anders about it, I think it's obvious that I mean even ISO at that point is like in this meta gonna be more interesting to me. But I think that if you're choosing between other duelists and it's not Raze, I'm like, you know, I don't know. I just like Raze. I got a soft spot for Raze. But yeah, it's mostly Jing. Jing is just Jing is one with Raze to the point where it's like an extension of him. So, do you think double scan has a place in the meta? That's an interesting question actually, because there was that little bit of weird period. I'm gonna presume Anders hates it. The Soa Fade thing that happened on Corrode.
The 100 T was running it there.
100 Thieves and Vitality were running it. I think if you had to choose between that and like Sky or KO, which one would you run?
I would probably go double recon. Yeah, I
think I end up just going Teo still, but
well, yeah, that was the thing. Is like, can I trade one of them for a Teo? Because that's what I do. I just go fade Teo, and then you're back in. That,
I don't think double scan really does. Like, it doesn't have a place in the meta because in this year it's been nerfed. But then, even if it wasn't nerfed, I don't think it's
theoretically have a place in the meta where
if
Yoru is untouched for some reason,
and Chambers like played every map or something,
and everyone plays Viper on every single map, so you need slice counters like that. That's the timeline.
Yeah. Who do you think are going to be the best Vita players? Whoever plays Vita, because there won't be anyone who plays it. By the way, is Vito a very anti-lurk agent in the sense that lurking on him feels awful? It's not that lurking on him feels awful, it's the opportunity cost, the fact that, like, well, for one, there isn't much you're using to actually facilitate a lurk, and then the second thing is, util you want to use, the Interceptor, is not a lurking tool, and it's best used as an exec tool.
It's weird, because it's not that lurking on him is bad, it's that he lurks differently. I don't know if you were here earlier when we were talking about how you're supposed to TP back into lurkable space after you've dumped like your interceptor for exec, but like he's less of a lurk agent in that he doesn't like stay in that space and like hang out for a long time. He's more of like a reflank agent that immediately goes on to an activated lurk at a certain point once he's been part of the exec.
Trying to think what maps that I think Bayern
Split's the easiest to illustrate with that like ramp to sewer shenanigans.
Okay. Yeah. Like a best like this rewrap is kind of interesting, but it's like I don't know how you facilitate that as much with the TP. Yeah, no, I can see cute use cases. Is there any other questions? Because I need to go, and Anders has not slept, so.
People are like, "You forgot you're tired." I was like, "No, I didn't. I feel physically ill."
I appreciate you joining. Okay, I'll cut it then because you're right. Thank you very much, Anders, for joining. I'm hoping people enjoyed the chat a little bit. Thank you, Sliggy, for the raid. Yeah, I'm hoping that you guys learned something. I mean, I find it interesting because I forgot ISO existed as an agent for a second. So yeah. Maybe we'll do this another time. When will the VOD be up? Yeah, it'll be up. Like I stream on YouTube and Twitch, and then there'll be a VOD of both. Raid egg. Okay, yeah, I'll do that. Right, everyone say thank you to Anders for joining. And I'll catch you guys in a bit. I'll raid egg. What's his name on the? Is it Sideshow?
Yeah, it's just Sideshow.
Right, Red Sideshow. Right, catch you guys in a bit. Thank you all for joining. Good
See you
stream.
everybody.
See you in a bit, Anders.
Appreciate hanging out. See you.
I'll catch you in a bit, bro. I'll talk to you later or after you've slept.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'm about to go to bed.
Thank you for joining.
Yeah, of course, man. It was fun.
Yeah, it was
I
nice.
don't get to talk about the game that much, to be honest. So it was a blast.
Yeah, I haven't been thinking about the game that much, to be honest. Like the problem is like I know where my line is now as like a broadcast analyst, and I know where the line is for consulting with teams because like obviously there's just limitations most teams have where they're never gonna be able to think in the ways that we're even talking about. So it's like, unfortunately or fortunately for my work-life balance, it just means that I don't need to go to those places as much. I need to figure out a way where I can branch those two worlds at some point, but it's like I know at broadcast for like kickoff or whatever, it's gonna be like I can't talk about half the things we talked about. Like I don't even know how to. Like even this year, I was like at one point I was like I knew Vice was better than fucking Cypher, and I'm just sat there like I can't really flame the team for not playing Vice, but like it's because it's not that interesting. But I know that they're just playing wrong, you know. So I don't know. I have to figure it out.
It's gonna be tough knowing like how strong Veto can be and just watching literally nobody use it for the next 6 months.
Yeah. I mean, I'm gonna have to pretend that he just basically doesn't exist and think about the meta in a way that's like what counts what's happening currently outside of Veto. Because like you said with Sage, like Sage will work beautifully, I think, as long as Veto doesn't exist. But and I'm gonna have to pretend Sage is like the best thing ever, and I still like Sage, but I know that there's more.
I love Sage, and like to be fair, I think the realist in me knows that like, oh, by the way, those 3 classifications for Sentis. There's like traditional Sentis or passive info Sentis. Then there's an active information sentinels category.